Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another show with everyone's favorites. He will personally deflect any drone shots by Iran with his fist and laser vision and possibly fly. Adam Friended.
Why are you turning away from the mic? You got to talk into the mic, bro.
I have to talk into the mic.
Yes.
I don't want to talk into the mic.
So much of that was wasted. As Sitch is looking out the window, staring off into the distance for an incoming drone.
Exactly. Listen, you joke, but I'm concerned, okay, for my safety and well-being. I was told by people.
People, huh? People.
That there was going to be World War trace. And I was very disappointed that it was a big nothing burger. Okay, that nothing happened. I'm very disappointed by this.
You didn't get to pull out your army rations, your end of the world case, and break into the champagne and fireworks.
I spent all of last week, because everyone knows that Sunday is the first day of the next week. All right. I spent all of last week watching the Fallout TV show, and I was ready for it, man. I was prepped. I was ready. And yet, here we are. So sad. So sad.
Yeah, well, oh well. What are we talking about today? Enough of this boring World War III, end of the world apocalypse stuff.
I know. Today we're watching, oh my gosh, this was a very, very interesting conversation that I didn't see that many people talking about. This was actual Justice Warrior Sean was on Tim Pool, and they were talking about Steven Crowder, divorce, and all sorts of interesting drama related to these things.
Cool.
Now, I want to start. Now Tim Pool is actually getting sued currently. Okay.
Really? Wow.
Yes. And we'll talk about
ex-girlfriend?
No. It's
baby
regarding
mama?
His coverage. I believe it was last year. Do you remember the person who did the violence against the mall? The mass violence against the mall?
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about? I don't want to get the video flagged.
Look, malls suck. So look, I'm
Yes.
apathetic about this.
Right. Well, we'll talk about it when we get like a little bit later in the show when we get to that part of the video. But I wonder how much of the fact that Tim obviously knew that this lawsuit was coming because they've been probably talking about it behind the scenes, how much of that kind of affected his thinking in regard to this conversation. Because I wouldn't be surprised if it had an impact. But before we start from the beginning, I actually want to start near the end here. And because we're going to be jumping around, I want to start near the end here. And I want to do a Quentin Tarantino. We're going to start the end. I'm going to show you kind of like what got me interested in this conversation. And then we're going to walk back. Right?
Oh, wow. I like Tarantino. This is one of those things where he does the thing.
It's one. Exactly.
We're going to rewrite history right here.
That's right.
In this version, actual Justice Warrior is the bad guy.
That's true. I mean, we all knew that Sean was a bad guy. Look at him.
Yes, of course.
In that picture. Okay, so anyway, let's start from here. They're talking about currently in this moment of the conversation about how Steven Crowder and the estate of Crowder, basically his money, has to go towards paying for the wife's lawyer regarding the divorce. Okay. That's kind of like the topic of conversation at the moment.
She initiated the divorce and legal documents.
I think she's entitled to nothing during these proceedings. And I think the problem is no fault divorce. And I think we're not dealing with a traditional at fault divorce. We're dealing with irreconcilable differences. And I think the real answer should have been that when problems arose, a judge told them both, STFU, you are in a marriage. It is a sacred covenant. You will not do X, Y, and Z. The problem I have.
Yeah. Well, okay. So this is very. So when I heard this clip, I was just kind of sat there like shocked because, I mean, listen, I almost listen to it every day.
Can you imagine the judge coming out saying, "You are in a sacred covenant"?
In America or Iran? What are we talking about?
Like what? Like what? What if the judge is like an atheist or something?
That's a good point. Yeah.
You are in a sacred covenant.
Actually, yeah. How would that work? What if the judge could only religious people be judges in divorce cases? Because if they're atheists, they just say, "Well, I don't believe that's the sacred covenant," right?
Yeah.
Do we really want the judges like weighing in on matters of law through a religious lens? Like,
I just think of other things like, you sign a mortgage. You are in a sacred covenant with the bank to make your mortgage. It's like, what? Okay. Jeez.
That's what. Yeah. What if the judge was like, "Listen, Donald Trump, okay, you." No, maybe this would be good. Be like, "Donald Trump, you don't have to pay anything because usury is against the Bible." Okay.
Oh, yeah. Look, that's a good one.
There you go.
You're off scot-free now.
Yeah, exactly. No, so like, no, but this was so weird because I heard this clip and I was like, wait a minute. I thought Tim was like libertarian-y, right? Like, get the government out of my business, out of my life. Now, I don't know. I don't listen to him every day, so maybe I'm way behind. Maybe that was Tim Pool of yesteryear. But I just couldn't believe I was hearing Tim advocate for basically judges to enact religious law in the court system in America.
She deserves nothing.
I don't know.
Did they have like a couple kids together or something?
They did. I think they had 3 kids. I think they had 1 kid and then twins, if I recall correctly. But
I mean, maybe something, right?
Yeah.
Just for the kids, for the sake of the kids.
Nothing. You get nothing.
I have with this is marriage has become dating. It's dating with like strings attached in the financial world after the fact. No.
Whoa. Look, if guys, for the fellas out there who are married, run this one by your wife. Look, marriage is just like dating. see what happens. See what happens when you float that one. That's so ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. Obviously, Tim is not married, right?
No.
Yeah,
I don't think he's ever been married, obviously.
Right. Yeah. Ugh, okay. Well, I guess maybe some people treat their marriage like it's dating. Maybe destiny, right? I don't know.
Ouch. Ooh.
Well, look, I mean,
shots fired.
I think most people strive to make a distinction between when they were dating and, getting married.
Yes, obviously.
So this 100%. Idea that marriage is just like dating. I mean, look, you can make an argument that is the case for celebrities. Most people are not celebrities, Sitch, right?
Right.
They believe in the institution of marriage. They want to fall in love. They want to find their soulmate. They want to find someone that they can trust, that has their back, that's going to be there for them, who's going to understand when they don't want to get strange chemicals all over their hand when they're pregnant, giving medicine to the dog.
This take seems kind of contradictory to me because the point is that people don't take marriage seriously. He's saying it's just like another form of dating or whatever. Isn't the fact that the divorce is like long and messy and expensive, doesn't that all solidify the fact that it's not like dating, that it is something, like that, like the fact that the divorce is so legally complicated and obnoxious, doesn't that like make you want to not get divorced?
Sitch.
Okay, I'm just, I don't know.
Don't bring that up, okay?
Okay.
It does seem a little contradictory there.
Right. Okay.
Don't get married if you don't want to get married, okay? If you don't want to get into a position where you have to file for a divorce and hire lawyers for these reasons, then don't get married at all.
Well, I mean, that's solid advice, right?
No, that's terrible advice. What do you
look, if you are a person who doesn't want to go through the legal entanglements of divorce, then you probably shouldn't get married. Right?
No.
That's what he just said though. I mean, that's obvious.
It's a bad take.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, this is contradictory again. Well, I don't know what Tim's motivation is because I thought the motivation that most people in America are talking about is that they want divorce. I mean, they want marriage to increase, right? We want more people to get married and have these relationships. And so if the attitude is, well, if you get married, you can't get a divorce unless you're suffering from abuse or a crime, that's going to get less people to get married. Like, what is the point? It's not clear to me, like, what is the motivation? What is the point here? Like, what is Tim's point? Like, what is doing this action going to accomplish exactly?
Tim, just as a matter of fact, is saying that getting divorced is complicated, is legally complicated.
Which is
And
can be
that
true.
if you, totally, it is true, right? And if you're not a person that wants to involve yourself in the legally complicated process of divorce, then you shouldn't get married.
Yeah, but most people when they get married, they're not thinking that they're going to get divorced.
Sure, but that would also keep you together because you don't want to get involved in the legally complicated process of getting divorced.
Right.
Both put you in the situation where you're either staying married or not getting married.
But you can have relationships with people. I've had relationships with people that have gone on for long term, and they can seem like they're working for months, even a year or longer, and then they don't.
Right.
And so like how this advice to me just seems so like not practical and so fantastical, because you can be in a relationship with someone and be in a great relationship with someone for a year, and then things can change in the relationship, right? People can change. People can act differently over time. People can act differently once they get married because their psychology and their perspective of how the relationship functions or should function can change drastically. Lots of people talk about that. They say, "Oh, once I got married, the husband or the wife, they stopped trying, right? Like maybe they felt like they had to try when they weren't married, and now they're not trying because they feel like there's some kind of safety or security in the relationship."
Right. Yeah.
So that's why it's just, to me, this advice makes no sense. Like people can change and you have to address that. And you can't just say, "Oh, we'll just suck it up." You just can't get divorced because of religion.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's tough.
What if I get married and I don't have a religious service? Am I allowed to get divorced then?
Yes.
I don't know.
You can get divorced as long as you're ready for a legally complicated mess. The key is to get married and just plan on staying married. But
well, obviously, yeah. No, most people are not planning to get divorced, right? Unless they're like nefarious.
Right. Yes. I mean, those incentives work to kind of keep people working together, right? Cooperating. Anyway.
Issue is not so much like in this argument I'm making, it's not to do with Hilary or Stephen specifically. It's about the fact that we live in this world where people get married and then go, you know what? It was a mistake. Let's sever ties. You pay me. Okay, hold on. This whole thing is broken. The whole thing is broken. The other point, so like Lauren Southern responded to me saying, or she responded in general to many people. So what? Hilary gives up her job for Stephen, but now that they're getting a divorce, she has no money. And I'm like, even if she kept her job, she would never have anywhere near as much money as Steven Crowder has. Like, so I don't appreciate this argument that Crowder, as a wealthy man, pays her $25K a month. If Steven Crowder was worth nothing and had no job, we wouldn't be having this argument. So it's not an issue of whether she's entitled to as a woman and give up her job. It's an issue of Steven has money, therefore they think he should pay.
How does Tim know this? Because I don't even know this Hilary woman. Like, for all I know, she gave up some stellar career.
Yeah, I mean, there has been a lot of talk about like, what was her job originally, and it seems like she's making some decent amount of money. But
right, yeah.
And Sean brings this up, and this is why like Tim's point on this seems so weird to me, is that and I understand Tim's not conservative, even though he's kind of making like a weird conservative argument. Though it's like that's why I don't understand what the motivation of the argument is that Tim's making and what he thinks the goal or the purpose is. Because like from the conservative perspective, unless maybe it's like conservatism mixed with like a weird red pillness or something. But what does that sound? Do you hear that?
No, I don't hear anything.
It's like a clicking sound.
Continue, sorry.
Okay, were you doing something?
Yeah, I was trying to see if my camera was out of sync, but
oh, okay. But because the conservative argument generally is, and Sean says this, that you want to have a more traditional relationship where the husband is working and the woman is taking care of the children or the home, or both, right? Taking care of the home. And if that's the environment
what about
that you
my
want,
dinner?
and making dinner, right? And if that's the environment that both people want, that's totally fine. But then if that relationship doesn't work, it's totally insane to say, "Oh, okay, well, that relationship didn't work, So now that the woman and the man are going to get divorced, the woman gets completely boned because she agreed to this sort of conservative ideological view where she wouldn't work. So now she gets dumped out in the street and has no way of taking care of herself. Like
Sitch, she can put homemaker on her resume for her high-powered attorney job. Come on.
It's just like that, but that's the whole point of why this is like this take seems completely insane to me. And then the response to that is like, oh well, to prevent that, you just can't get divorced. It's like, well, wait a minute, what are you talking about? So the government is going to force people that don't want to live together to live together.
Look, she should have never gotten married in the first place, Sitch.
Oh, okay. So the goal is so that we want people to not get married and have less children in America.
No.
Or to have children out of wedlock.
I don't tell people what to do, man. If they want to get married, they can get married. Just no.
It's just such a crazy take to me. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't seem very fair.
No.
It's not really very fair. A lot of people have been saying Tim is friends with Steven Crowder, so he's just biased on this. You know, he's
I don't know.
Taking Steven Crowder's side.
I don't know if he's friends with. I think he says in this that he's only talked to Steven Crowder like 10 times. So I don't know if he's friends with him. It feels like he just has like weird relationship takes. I don't know what goes on in his personal life, but it feels like whenever he talks about relationships, he gives like these kind of like weird takes.
It seems like he's got a string of gold diggers trying to get into his bank account.
I mean, that's very possible. That's definitely very possible. So maybe he's become
basically like
on the whole thing.
No, stay away.
That could. I mean, maybe he just had lots of bad experiences with women or something. I don't know.
Right.
And then his point that he just made about how the only reason that they're talking about this is because Crowder has money. It's like, well, yes, obviously, if Crowder didn't have any money and the wife didn't have any money, then there wouldn't be a conversation of this because neither side could hire lawyers to try to work out complicated divorces. They just have to do it on their own. Yes, that's the point. The point is that there's an imbalance in power because one side has a lot of money, so they can hire like a bajillion lawyers infinitely to create whatever complicated legal framework that they want for the divorce. And if the other side doesn't have any money to counteract that, then the side with the money wins because the other side literally can't afford to fight. That's the point.
We just need a religious judge to wag his finger in people's faces, Sitch. That's all we need. That will fix this whole dilemma.
I gotcha.
Look, I do think a lot of times in divorce, men get the shaft.
Yeah, of course.
Men get a bad deal. So I don't want to belittle that. My whole thing is it's got to be fair. And I think there are a lot of guys who have gotten the shaft in relationships and in marriage. And so a lot of them probably agree with this take because they're like, my ex-wife took me to the cleaners, right? You know, we got married and I loved her and I did my best to provide for her and she, you know, lost interest and screwed me over. Which, yeah, I get it. That sucks. You know, that's there are horrible people in the world. And I think we should strive to make the situation really fair for both sexes. So, but this take here, it's kind of insane because it's so easily, it easily seems unfair for the women in this particular situation, obviously. Yeah. So,
well, no, I think you're completely correct about, but this is why, like, to me, this is a completely emotional argument that Tim's making. It's not even remotely a logical one because there are lots of guys who have been completely screwed over by divorces and divorce courts in general.
Right. Yeah.
100%. Right.
Kids are taken away from them. They're still paying for their ex-wife.
Right.
Yeah.
So the solution to that is to change the laws regarding whatever is creating those outcomes specifically in terms of them getting screwed over. And to also, I mean, the more difficult part is to change the culture because a lot of these judges probably have very bad cultural attitudes about, you know,
of course
the men's fault or the women's choice of the kids or whatever. That's a little bit more difficult. That neither of those things has really anything to do with the concept of like, well, because men can get screwed over in divorces, no one can get divorced. Right. Unless a crime has been committed, right? That's like an insane take. That's like, well, oh, so there's a problem with the system, so we're just gonna burn the system down, or in the opposite, we're just gonna like super glue the thing together. Is this a problem here? Sometimes some people get screwed over, so we're just gonna like ruin everything for everyone else.
I feel like that threat of divorce does keep people, nice in a marriage. I just back in the olden days when divorce was just, considered social suicide.
Mm-hmm.
People could be really caustic, men and women, from inside the divorce because, there was no way out. So if you got someone that was really vindictive or psychopathic, oh my God, you're married to them and you've got no way out. That's a fate worse than death, Sitch.
Yes, it's hell.
Yeah,
it's hell, and that's even more like if you're in a relationship with a woman who despises you, for whatever reason,
contempt every
100% not your fault. She's just a horrible person. Okay,
right? Yeah,
but you can't get divorced. So every day she just makes your life hell because she enjoys it.
Yeah.
Okay, she's not physically abusive, but she's just psychologically abusive. She's gaslighting you. She's poisoning the children against you. Like, first of all, this is going to make you and your life the worst thing possible ever, right?
Yeah. You're just going to get in the car and run.
Right. Or you're going to try to take them out, with violence or something. And also that's not going to be a healthy environment for the children at all. It's going to be a horrible environment for the children. Parents just screaming at each other 24/7.
Yeah.
It's just this take that he just throws out here just it doesn't accomplish anything except just creates a bunch of bad outcomes.
Yeah, you got to leave people options.
I was looking into the history of this, and they were talking about how, before, back in the day, 60, 70 years ago, before they had no-fault divorce, which is basically divorce where you don't have to say one side cheated or abused me or something. You can just say, oh, we just don't want to be together or whatever, which is actually a way to make it less legally complicated, because when there's a fault divorce, often that can add legal penalties to one side during the divorce. But before no fault divorce existed, there's all these cases people would just they'd have to concoct ways to get divorced. They'd make up the fact that they had affairs.
That's when the vindictive streak really comes out.
Yes, but see, and that's even worse, because either A, you'd have both people do want to get divorced, so they just make up that one person cheated on them, right? Or one person would just start lying and say, oh, they're being physically abusive, they're being emotionally abusive, they're cheating on me. And that's even worse.
Yeah, pretty soon you've got a criminal record.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And also, it was even sillier because in a lot of the states that even before they had no-fault divorce, emotional cruelty was a reason for divorce anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you could just say, oh, he's emotionally cruel to me, constantly yelling at me, screaming at me. That could be a fault reason for divorce too.
Hey, you're always yelling and screaming at me.
That's true. I am.
Look, suck it up, guys. It's not a big deal.
Listen, I get the chat on Sundays. Okay. You can get the chat on Tuesday.
Oh, Tuesday. Figures. Look at this. Already getting screwed. I like Tim Pool's position now.
So there's an interesting phenomenon here that for some reason has emerged in this particular case, where you're seeing a lot of these traditional conservatives actually come out as full-on feminist as soon as it comes to the issue of divorce.
I don't think it's feminist at all. If you want,
but it literally
you want to incentivize traditional marriage, you can't put one party in a position where they get totally ripped off in case of a divorce.
You're correct, and the response is to not allow divorce.
The feminist response is to say that all these women need to store away money in case of a divorce.
No, it isn't.
In order to pay for it.
The traditional response to how you fix marriage is divorce is not allowed.
Okay, but
there's rare circumstances where a guy is threatening to murder and beating his wife and his kids, and infidelity is one of these things. These are people who I don't think those accusations are on the table. They're mostly just angry with each other and yelling at each other, and they're not getting along. That's where a judge comes in and says, you are grown adults. You will behave appropriately. You have children. Those children need functioning parents. You will treat this relationship properly, get therapy, and at the very least, if you don't like being around each other, you will be professional. And you chose this covenant. We now as a society, this is why
this is just so weird. It's like judge as marriage counselor. It's just so weird to me.
It is.
Can you imagine? I'd be like, why don't you butt out, motherfucker?
Yeah. This is why this take just floored me. Because, again, I always viewed Tim, even when I disagreed on him, he generally taken the side of limiting government interference in people's lives. And this is probably one of the most intrusive ways the government can interfere in your life. Government is literally forcing you to live with someone that you don't want to live with.
Yeah, I know.
Like, that's just wild to me.
It's bizarre. What's happened? What have you done with Tim Pool?
And how, like, so we're going to change America to be a religious theocracy, I guess, because the judge is going to be like, listen, you know, you said, but what, and also like, when I talked about this on Twitter, like some people gave me this like weird thought terminating cliche argument. And they'd be like, Sitch, you don't understand. Marriage is a contract. Like,
right.
What does that even mean? It doesn't mean anything. So does that mean that if, like, theoretically we lived in an alternate universe where if you, when you got married, you said death do us part, right? You said those words in your ceremony, that constitutes as a legal contract, so you can't get a divorce. Okay. If that was like the way the law worked in America, which it doesn't, but if it was, then people just wouldn't say that in their marriage. They just so suddenly, if I don't say the magic words "death do us part" during my marriage ceremony, that's not legally binding in that way. If I don't say those words, does suddenly the entire argument just fall apart because I didn't say the magic words? Because when people say those words today, in their mind, when they're saying it, they don't think, "Oh, by me saying these words, I cannot get a divorce." No one thinks that.
Right. I don't think the marriage vows are really even part of the contract, to be honest with you.
They're not.
It's just
they're not
like,
at all.
It's ceremonial. Okay.
It is. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. That doesn't count. But anyway, I think it's, look, it needs to be, have a difficulty level that provides an incentive for you to work out minor differences. When major differences come along that are irreconcilable, hence the term irreconcilable differences, then you're going to, jump through the hoops, do whatever it takes to dissolve the marriage because the other path is too treacherous. So, right. I mean, that's the way it should be right there.
Yeah. No,
like you don't want it to be like, oh, look, I got divorced on a whim because and there are lots of people who actually get divorced and then get remarried again. It's insane, but so yeah, look, it's got to be somewhat difficult, but not impossible. I guess Tim is just advocating for it to be impossible. So, and not only that, putting this tinge of statism on top of it. Like the state is going to be the jackboot thug that comes in and says, look, you two are married. 3 kids for the state before you can dissolve this marriage.
Mm-hmm.
It is absolutely a feminist position to say we should allow for divorce over irreconcilable differences.
But like, what are you advocating for? For them to like live in the same house when they don't like each other? Like,
yes,
that's crazy.
I think
I love Sean here. Sean just says it like it is. That's crazy.
Yeah,
man, that's crazy. Dog, that's crazy.
Then don't get married. Don't get married. This is what I'm saying. You don't have to get married. Nobody made them do it. They said, let's get married. And then 10 years later, they're like, I'm not having fun. I quit.
So in your like theory of like,
so no one will get married under this system, right? You understand that if you can just live together, like, so you get benefits for being married. You get some tax benefits and some other benefits. But if we lived in a world where you couldn't get divorced, then the benefits you get from being married are not enough to merit that. People just wouldn't get married. And this would defeat the entire point of the problem of trying to get people to get married in the first place.
Yeah, it's like you get a tax benefit, but you got to play Russian roulette. You ready to spin the dial?
Right.
It's like, how bad do you want that tax benefit? I love Sean here because Sean is like bewildered that this is even happening. He's just so mystified. He's like, what?
It feels like to me that like Tim's position is that he's not, I'm guessing, because he doesn't really explain it clearly. Is that
Tim? What about love?
Is that he doesn't really care about more people getting married. He just doesn't like that some men get screwed over in the divorce proceedings financially, which is like, okay, that's fine, but there's ways to solve that without like this kind of draconian measure of forcing the government to put its boot on your neck and say you have to live with a person you don't want to live with now forever.
Yeah, we got to solve that issue in the court somehow. I can't. I don't necessarily know how to solve that issue, but just forcing people to stay married is not the solution.
Mm-hmm.
Not a feasible solution. Look, there's lots of guys. Look, lots of guys that would like to get out of the marriage. The problem that they have is they get screwed getting out of the marriage.
Right.
So they kind of feel like where where once upon a time it was the woman that really got screwed because she forwent any career options. So she's basically out in the cold without a lot of job prospects. Now it's a guy that's getting screwed. He's basically out in the cold paying for his ex-wife and his kids forever without ever getting to see his kids or have any sort of relationship with them. So that needs to be fixed, definitely. But this whole idea that we can't dissolve them, like we should make it impossible to dissolve the marriage, that doesn't fix anything. So you want to go back or you want to keep going? I thought we were doing our Quentin Tarantino.
We can go back. Yeah, we can go back. These are.
We'll pause on Sean's bewilderment here.
Okay.
Sean was like, "What?"
So we're gonna do some jumping around, skipping around here throughout the whole thing, but let me read some supers before we continue. Fondue for $20. Thank you so much. Fondue says, keep in mind, guys, last time Iran tried a world war, we were already sideswiped by a pandemic. There you go.
Did it? What? They tried a world war during the pandemic?
I guess so.
The plandemic?
There you go. Euros Nikolic 95 for 1,000 RSDs. Says it has a dick, but it isn't a man. It has tits, but it's not a woman. What is it?
Ooh, it's a riddle.
It's a riddle.
Riddle me this.
Riddle me this. What has a dick and tits, but is neither man or woman? I don't know. Chat, what is the answer to this riddle? We need to get Batman out here to solve this one. V Marie for $20 says, glad you guys are covering this. I was losing my mind when watching. With the online rights take of stay-at-home moms are freeloaders, but they also shouldn't work. I'm starting to think they really do just hate women. I don't think it's the online right. It's like it's the weird contingency or convergence between some of the right and like the red pill movement, which is its own weird thing. And it's funny because they actually really don't like conservatism at all. So, because they're just like a weird. I think a lot of the red pill stuff just not liking women stuff.
Misogyny.
Just misogyny, yeah. I mean, you don't like to use that word because it's obviously been so poisoned and overused. So, yeah.
You'd be called a radical feminist.
Right. Thank you, Midas Matthews, for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. That's awesome.
Mr. Ubercross, thank you for the $20. Says 80% of my practice is divorce and custody cases. Anyone who thinks divorce is too easy have likely never been divorced. And everyone's idea about alimony is largely a fiction. Some people do pay, but it's less than 5% of cases.
Wow. Okay. Look at that. Wow. So 95% of cases don't even have alimony.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's usually the child support that I hear a lot of the complaining about.
Mm.
The alimony, maybe alimony is a thing of the past, but you have a couple kids and all of a sudden.
What is child support like part of alimony, or are they just considered separately?
Separately, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Alimony is just paying for your ex
to like exist.
Yeah, okay. Exactly. To date all her new boyfriends. You're like, wow. Like, how painful is that?
Mr. Ubercross for another $20. Thank you. Says 21 states have presumptive equal parenting time. Texas is one of those. Most states have presumptive joint custody, not the same as equal. Everyone's take that men are nearly universally screwed on their kids is wrong.
Okay. Well, it's probably the loudest voices are obviously on YouTube complaining about it. So even if it is just 5%, those people immediately start a YouTube channel and scaring the hell out of all the rest of us by telling their horror stories, right?
Well, I think there's two things. Yeah, what you're saying, that the people who get the most screwed over are going to be the loudest. Yeah. And you're going to hear that. And that could give you a false sense of that this is the norm, number one. Number two, I think this might have, no, I don't know, but I feel like that might have been more problem in the past, like 20 years ago, maybe 10, 20 years ago, where men were getting screwed over. and there's always like a lag time for the cultural attitude to understand that there's been like a shift and that the problems are different or changed or not the same anymore. So
but that's good to know. Thanks for letting us in on your own experience. Yeah.
Barry McCockiner, thank you for the $50. So it took Monday off so I get to watch live. Nice. Also, remember when Sitch was going to get a webcam? I remember. Those were good times. Listen, it's still going to happen one day.
Sitch, how's that thing I talked to you about coming along?
I don't know what that thing is, but it's going great. Whatever
your face
it is.
reveal, your secret face reveal.
It's going great. Oh, look, there's Sean in the chat. Hey, Sean.
Oh, that guy. Oh, my God.
There you go. Sean says, Stephen filed for full custody. Hilary filed for joint custody, yet Stephen lies about it. Also, this isn't a no-fault case. Hilary cited cruelty, which I learned later. Oh, hilarious! So this isn't even a no-fault divorce case at all. That's so funny. This is completely a fault divorce case. So this entire idea doesn't even apply to this. Well, there you go. That's why I said, yeah, like most of and this was like, I believe when I looked into this, was introduced in like the 50s or the 40s. That a lot of and I think even earlier, a bunch of states had it, even in like the early 1900s or late 1800s, that part of the fault in fault divorce was emotional cruelty. So, and I think you could point to that Ring video and you could say emotional cruelty, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. He's just been having a bad day though. That's
true.
Look,
true, but when it comes to like showing a judge, you know, if you're trying to like prove your case, that that definitely be strong evidence.
Of course, but I'm sure you've fought with a girlfriend before, so I think
not like that, but sure.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, what a non-passionate relationship you must have, Sitch.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Unless you're telling your girlfriend to watch it and feed the chemicals to the dogs, it's not a passionate relationship.
Where's the passion?
There you go. Val Van Gogh for $20 says, you're treating people as rational. Marriage would gain prestige if you make it serious, and dumb people will still get married. Except when they act dumb, they would be forced to take the time to realize that they are dumb.
Great.
Cameraman 502 for $20 says, as a family law attorney, I am sick of, quote, dads never get to see their kids and have to pay the child support. Custody and visitation are separate from child support. Parents have a split cost of carrying the child. Joint is standard. Well, there you go. I didn't know we had so many family law attorneys in the audience.
This is great. Yeah.
Awesome. Interesting.
Yeah, exactly. People need to quit whining.
Right.
Suck it up. Look, I wish this was the more popular idea because then people wouldn't be so terrified to get married.
Right. That's a great point. Yeah. I mean, and that's part of the problem too, is that you have a lot of the red pill movement is essentially going counter to what a lot of the conservative movement wants, because they're basically scaring men into not wanting to be in relationships, have children, or get married. I mean, even had some of the red pill people were advocating for you to get your tubes tied.
Yeah,
as a guy, you know, so just so you can make more money. But... Well, you know, you'll get your little snips. You got tubes in there, okay? Men have tubes in there.
They do, yeah.
Yeah. Knight of the Diamond Spoon for $20 says, Tim Pool, we need to encourage people to maintain integrity. Sitch and Adam, what's integrity? I'll tell you what integrity is.
Oh my God.
I'll tell you. You ready? You ready? You ready? Tegrity is a little place in Colorado called Tegrity Farms. You just need to get a good old puff from Bluntifly's select formula of Tegrity to really feel the American integrity deep in your soul.
Where was the super chat?
It was a Streamlabs.
Oh, it was Streamlabs. Yeah. Okay.
I've been watching a lot of South Park recently, so.
Was that? I mean, that was shots fired. Jeez.
Was it? Okay. It seemed like it was completely nonsensical. But thank you for the $20.
What do you mean? They're basically saying, look, Tim Pool has the right position, and Sitch and Adam, we're like,
we need to encourage people to maintain integrity by having the government force them to have it. I'm a libertarian.
No, you're a statist.
Oh, okay. Well, the person that sent that's a statist.
Yeah.
So, okay. Anyway, let's continue. Or let's start from the beginning.
We got this big e-drama story about Steven Crowder, a former employee, his ex-wife, their divorce, and oh boy, the debate was raging. But I think there's a lot of underlying issues in the media landscape, in general divorce and culture, that has led to a lot of conversations around who is right and who is wrong. And I also think there's an interesting drama element to how the independent media machine operates, but how this lends itself to the future of media in general. So the question being, of course, that this former employee of Steven Crowder, Jarrod, had asked for lots of money because he was being legally abused. Crowder, of course, hasn't. I don't believe Crowder has actually spoken to it, but there has been a bigger conversation about how you could be under NDA while actually breaking the NDA and raising money. And I don't want to say too much because I want to start from the beginning of the story without just introing, the whole story. But then, of course, I think there's an.
I'm not sure I don't understand his point there. How could you be under an NDA by breaking the NDA to raise money? Well, that's the whole point. You're saying that you think you want to fight the NDA because you think it's not binding or legally valid or immoral, right? That would be the point of breaking the NDA by, bad mouthing the employer in order to gain money to fight back legally.
Right. Yeah.
An interesting conversation around how divorce works, how the drama that we're seeing lends itself to the larger culture around divorce and relationships. But then even beyond that, media manipulation, because of course there's also stuff we can talk about pertaining to Daily Wire and Candace Owens. So we're just going to talk about independent media landscape, NDAs, media manipulation, and a lot more around this. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to say we had a couple guests. Would you like to introduce yourself first?
Let me skip the intros. No one cares about the intros, right? We don't need to know these people.
Yeah, who cares? It's just Sean. Jeez.
There's a woman there too. But,
yeah, there was, wasn't
let her
there?
give her name so people
the
know.
other person.
My name's Ariadna Jacob. You can call me Ari. I am a former talent agent. I represented probably some people you guys don't know, Charlie D'Amelio and Addison Rae, but they make about, probably $10 million a year or more.
Wow.
I worked with Canelo Alvarez, the boxer, all sorts of different celebrities. And I have been in sort of social media for a very, very long time, back since like MySpace days.
Okay. Yeah, enough about her. Whatever. Tell me your life story.
It's just like a total misogynist.
I am. No, I just want to get. Listen, it's not that. I just want to
get to the
like,
fellas, right?
I want to get to the meat that we're looking for here. Okay.
The meat, exactly.
The meat. That's right. When I say meat, I mean the dick.
But
don't write that down.
I'm looking forward to getting into this topic.
Yeah, I think I'm not so much interested in the minutia of Steven Crowder's daily life and his arguments, but outside of this, you've got this alleged extortion scheme where Jarrod Monroe, his former employee, is claiming he's being legally abused. Crowder says that he teamed up with his ex-wife and they're going after him. But there's like a bigger picture here in terms of we've got the Taylor Lorenz story. There's sneaky, underhanded. I mean, that sounds downright like intentionally anti-competitive.
Yeah.
You then have what appears to be a business dispute between Crowder and a former employee, where the former employee, I don't know, maybe I'm biased, but this is what I see, teams up with the guy's ex-wife. There's no reason for a former employee to make contact with the guy's ex-wife when he's in a business dispute with him. I think any lawyer would be like, yeah, don't do that because it looks really bad. And then, of course, later on, we can probably talk about Daily Wire, Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro. There's been a lot of drama around there. But let's start, I suppose, with what happened with Steven Crowder. Does either one of you want to intro the drama around this?
Oh, you want me to do it?
Yeah.
So maybe a week and a half ago, Jarrod Monroe drops a video where he says that he had all these problems with Steven Crowder. And during the course of that video, he cites legal abuse. He says that he was served a cease and desist and a Rule 202 petition dating back to October. And this was a time period where different news articles were dropping about Steven Crowder that quoted anonymous sources. So the timeline kind of makes sense for that. And then he also claimed, and this is like one of the things that I'm interested in, is that Steven basically forced him or strongly coerced him into signing a non-disparagement agreement based on the idea that he was going to take his social media account, his Twitter account, and that he wanted a carve out to work at another third company after he left Crowder because of a non-solicitation clause. And supposedly, again, we don't have the documentation from Jarrod to be 100% fair. He was then blackballed later from that very company. So he ended up out of media for about 2 years. And then over time, he's it's like been building up kind of thing. And this was his like opportunity to strike back at Crowder, which, is a time where he is vulnerable. So he was raising money to pay off his previous legal bills. Plus he said file a counter motion, but fight the presumed lawsuit that he was going to get in and try to get out of his NDA.
Oh man, I'm just right off the bat disgusted by that. He's in a business dispute, so he teams up with the guy's wife who he's currently in divorce proceedings with.
And
that's alleged by the Crowder team. Like, we do have some messages from him to the wife, but like the team up, like I did a thing where I broke down all of the screenshots that they showed. There's like,
so wait, okay. I feel like there's some thinking past the sale here on like the team up thing. Okay. In terms of how it's being discussed. Because, well, first of all, if there's a divorce going on, okay, right, and the wife or the husband feels that the other person, and they honestly believe that this other person is like immoral or abusive, and in the divorce proceedings, they feel like that person who has more power in that situation because they have a bunch of lawyers or money or whatever is trying to screw them over, especially in regards to maybe getting custody for the kids, because, Stephen was, as it was reported that Stephen was asking for full custody originally at first. It's not that unusual for the person to say, oh, well, I want, to get some custody here against this person. I need to show the court that this person is, abusive or bad and shouldn't get full custody, and I should get custody of the kids or some element of custody for the kids. So let me go and try to dig up like bad things that they've done.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
That's not an unusual thing that happens.
Let me contact people that might have information about bad shit that they've done.
Exactly.
Oh, look, not Gay Jarrod.
Right. Exactly. So it just feels like there's a lot of this like talking past the sale and just this automatic assumption, like, yeah, because obviously if Steven Crowder is completely innocent and a completely wholesome, amazing person, an amazing, husband, an amazing boss, and his evil ex-wife is teaming up with his evil ex-employee, to slander him, then obviously that's bad and wrong, right? But if he actually is guilty of doing some bad stuff that, she's accusing him of doing, and he is trying to get full custody of the kids, I don't see what the problem is that she reaches out to Jarrod or anyone else that had problems with Crowder to establish a pattern of behavior to say, look, this is why I should get custody of the kids, or this is why there should be split custody of the kids. I don't see why that's a problem.
Yeah. Seems reasonable.
Like a lot that is on the page that they didn't read to you, and there's also a lot of missing context there. And I would just say, like, Crowder's wife, who unfortunately we have to talk about to a certain extent, but I agree with you. I don't want to get into his personal divorce. She was involved in the company. From what everybody says, Crowder runs a family business. Jarrod didn't have a problem with her, but assuming he had a problem with Steven, which obvious, like why would he be filing a complaint unless he had a problem with him, but got along with her, him reaching out to her after he finds out that she got a divorce is like a normal like thing, just to say, hey, how you doing and all that. But like, this like grand Hilary conspiracy, I do not think they've sufficiently proven that.
So I think it's important to like
hold on, let me skip. And it's gonna seem very misogynist. It's not. I swear. It's just that
it's
listen,
not.
Let me explain. Okay.
We all know what's going on here.
So she talks a lot about the situation that she had with Taylor Lorenz, which is interesting in its own right. Okay. But that's not really what I want to focus on in this conversation. And I understand that when you're on these streams, like you're trying to generate interest to your work and your channel and things that you do. And
oh, so that's
you
what we're
kind of
supposed
like
to do? Oh no.
Yeah, you want to like bring I understand she's like trying to like change some of the topic back to something relevant to her. That's fine. I'm not criticizing her for it whatsoever. But just for the sake of this, I'm going to be jumping over a lot of what she's saying because it's not really relevant to when she's talking about this specific situation. I'll play it. I'm just going to skip over when she's not. Okay. So I'm just explaining.
Sitch hates women.
I'm just explaining that I despise women, and I think that they need to go back in the kitchen. And I actually agree with Tim that divorce shouldn't be allowed. Actually, I disagree with Tim. Divorce should only be allowed if the man Okay, if the man is the one who wants it, if the woman wants it, she should just have to suck it up. That's my take.
Her name's Ari, right?
Yeah.
I've heard Ari is an amazing cook, Sitch. So
oh, there you go.
Let her talk a little bit.
Okay.
Or sorry, the ring cam footage. But I did think it was weird that Yashar Ali leaked that footage. Do you know who Yashar Ali is?
Of course.
So,
right.
like, I don't think a lot of people know who that he is, but he worked for the Hilary campaign. Then he worked for Newsom. Then he, I guess, slept on Kathy Griffin's couch and was evicted. And then he owes the Getty family heir like $200,000. So, I mean, this is like a serial grifter.
Well, I don't see how you could ignore that. Like, clearly Hilary gave the footage to him. I mean, that's the logical assumption.
I'm in the court documents. The family has admitted to giving the footage to the journalist. Like,
so
God, Sean just keeps going back to like court documents and stuff. It's so,
I know, disgusting, Sean. Why would you do that?
Just trust your gut, Sean. Stop reading all this nonsense.
I know.
Really clouding your commentary here.
Well, if you're still there, Sean, in the chat. So when you said this, were you saying this? So is the family saying that they, like her parents were the ones that saying that they did it, even though Hilary herself was saying that personally she didn't do it? Because the clan admits that they did it, but Hilary says she didn't do it. Is that what the implication is?
You're talking to the chat now, Sitch?
Well, Sean was in the chat.
Just send him the link if you want him to come on. Just so he can come on and answer for himself.
We could just write in the chat.
Oh, that's so cruel.
Why is that cruel?
Sean, just type out your answer. We don't want to send you a link.
I think it's
we don't have
weird.
time for your business.
Okay, listen, if Sean wants to come on, he can come on. Okay, if Sean wants to come on, I can
get out of here, punk.
Okay.
He answered. I can't believe it.
Look at that. See, he's a good guy.
The family, not Hilary, did it.
Okay, gotcha.
Like Ali and Hilary.
Yeah, look, because Hilary knows this would look bad. I'm gonna call my dad and have him do it. Families know how to take care of business. We stick together. Call up that Gay Jarrod guy. We will get him on our side.
Hilary has denied it, like at least in testimony.
So wait, the family has admitted it?
Yeah, and I'm 99.9% sure the Hilary clan has admitted to turning over the footage to the reporter.
When you take a look at the statements that were released in the Crowder versus Monroe lawsuit, that they're trying to damage him publicly to force him into unfavorable divorce terms, and then you find out that they leaked footage to a far left media personality who, of course, is going to attack Crowder. And then you've got Jarrod meeting up with them. You've got him in statements saying when we team up, it's his worst nightmare, saying things like we don't want him. I don't want him near his kids. I think it's fairly obvious that Crowder's right on this. They're using a PR strategy to win a divorce settlement.
So the problem with this analysis is that, again, we as the outsiders, okay, we don't know what all the facts here are. So in a scenario where Crowder is a good boy who didn't do anything wrong and is just this man of moral integrity, right? Then obviously them, linking her parents or her family leaking to the press, this out of context ring footage from him having a bad day, then that's a bad, all in order to pressure him into giving up custody and money to children. Like, then you say, okay, that's like a bad thing, right?
Yeah.
But if the situation is that Crowder is not that, if he is emotionally abusive, if he behind the scenes is trying to screw over Hilary, either financially or custody-wise with the children, or trying to pressure Hilary through lawfare to basically give in to things that she doesn't want to give into, and is being abusive in the divorce situation, then who cares if they leak the footage to the press in order to try to, fight back, if that's the only way they can fight back? Then that completely changes the entire context of the situation. That's why, and to be clear, I don't know which one of those scenarios is the truth. I mean, I'm sure it's probably a combination of, probably not like one side is completely correct and the other side is completely evil. I'm sure there's, fuckery going on both sides, as there usually is in these kind of relationship dramas. But that's kind of the problem with this analysis. It's assuming that it's not like there's not a universal principle here that's being discussed about, like, well, even if Steven Crowder is completely evil and an evil person, then that makes this action not justified, because then it completely does.
Calling it a leak implies that she didn't have the right to share the footage with the media, which I'm not certain that she didn't have the right to share the footage with the media, right?
Well, she has the legal. I mean, I guess they would have the legal right to do it. I don't know why they wouldn't.
Is it really a leak if
Right.
she's just like, look, hey, I have this footage here. Fuck this guy.
Well, actually, I don't know. It's interesting because, I mean, I guess it would depend on what, I guess it was in Texas or whatever. Depend on what the legality is of, just if something is being recorded. I mean, obviously, Steven would know, both parties know it's being recorded, because if they would know there's a Ring thing there. But
yeah,
I don't know what the law would be in terms
Steven
of like.
Set up the Ring camera.
Right. But in terms of the law, I don't know what the law would be in terms of like, well, what happens to that footage? You're being recorded, but does that mean that someone who has been recorded or a third party could then take that and then disseminate it publicly? I don't know the answer to this question.
Right. Well, just calling it leaked makes it sound nefarious. Maybe it is nefarious. I'm not sure that it is nefarious.
Well, I think it was called leaked at first because when it first came out, it was not clear who gave the footage to that guy.
Oh,
and so maybe that's why it's kind of referred to as like the footage is leaked, as opposed to like, like if Hilary's parents like put it up on Twitter on their Twitter handle, you wouldn't call it a leak, right? You just say like, oh, they just posted it.
Right.
Here's what people don't understand.
I was just going to say, see, I actually like went through all of these documents and these statements where supposedly they're doing that. And what's interesting about the email, the first thing that they showed, or actually the second email that they showed, which I actually printed up old school right here, is that if you read it, it's actually Hilary's father, crowdfunding. I'm not crowdfunding. Sorry. I don't know why I freaking Jarrod's crowdfunding. It's Hilary's father summarizing what the lawyer told him. Like if you actually read at the top, not just the highlighted portions of it. So like he's breaking down the 7 points from the lawyer right there. And at the bottom of that, what they're doing, which is not read by Jarrod. In fact, Jarrod weirdly says they never talk about the kids. It says that they like Hilary's plan of like going with a public co-parenting narrative for Steven to try to settle the divorce quickly. So are you saying the dad was going behind Hilary's back? No, that's what they showed on Louder with Crowder, right? Right. But they highlighted certain portions of it. I just like zoomed in and printed it out. And it's just the father summarizing what the lawyer told him. So like people are like, oh, this is Hilary's family's plan. That's literally like, just read the email at the top. But so what? Well, if you meet with a divorce lawyer and they tell you, hey, here's how this normally goes, and then you summarize the points, and then somebody highlights a line or two lines from there that make you look the absolute worst and allege a conspiracy that's not backed up by reality.
I also think that it's important for people to understand, and I know this because it was offered to me when Taylor Lorenz wrote the article about me, is that you can hire a law firm, and this happens, I think, I'm guessing mainly in Hollywood, but I'm sure it happens left, right wing, whoever it is. You can hire a law firm and they will actually hire sort of their internal PR crisis people. And those people can either launch a media campaign to help you kind of unravel something that you stick your foot in something and they help you unwind it, or they can start a PR campaign in order to put pressure on whoever, they work in side by side with the lawyers. And what's interesting is that they charge about 20 grand a month, and they also are hired by the law firm, so that you actually are paying the law firm the 20 grand a month and they pay the PR people. And guess what? The PR people, because they work for the law firm, they're under the same sort of, what is it called? Attorney-client privilege that is very interesting, because if you're paying for those people, which I don't know if they were or not, but it is very possible. Now, Brian Friedman is UTA's lawyer. So United Talent Agency is the talent agency that represents Taylor Lorenz. And I believe that they were working together. I actually know.
So I think I have mixed feelings about this, which is that if there's like a divorce going on, and again, as I said, it depends on what side is doing what, in my mind, would morally justify like showing footage of someone being abusive or potentially abusive to the public, which obviously that action alone could be unfair because we don't know what the context of the relationship is from one video, right?
Sure, yeah.
So I mean, and I understand all that, And that should definitely be held into consideration for the public when interpreting this, the footage. Say, okay, well, this is one clip of one, maybe the previous day, Hilary was slapping, Steven in the face and peeing on him. Like, who knows what kind of crazy shit was going on.
Oh, wow. Sitch.
Yeah. Who knows? So I understand that you should not look at the footage and sort of make all these, assumptions about the relationship based purely on one clip without knowing the full context of the relationship. Okay. But I still, in my mind, it's different if the family during a divorce, releases this information versus, which is, I guess, what happened in this case, versus what she's talking about, where when you hire a law firm, that law firm then lets out to a PR firm to basically try to destroy the person's reputation in the media. To me, that seems like a completely different level. And I don't think I support that kind of action. That seems like a whole nother thing.
But maybe they're trying to destroy someone's reputation ethically. Like they're just publishing things that are true.
Right. Yeah. Sure. No, I get
maybe
that.
Their reputation is crap. Maybe they're just trying to highlight their horrible behavior. Right.
No, that could be, but it still feels a little different to me that if you're like, you or or your family who's involved directly in this action is doing this versus you're like hiring someone to go do it. It just hits me.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Mm.
It seems different.
Yeah, obviously. Look, I'm against it if they're this is like plays into my definition of cancel culture. I think cancel culture is basically trying to cancel someone over innocuous shit. You're trying to make it seem like they did something nefarious when really they didn't have any bad intentions or any of that. So, I mean, that would be what I would worry about if they're producing hit pieces on people that are completely innocent. And that's a claim that Crowder is obviously making, right? He's completely innocent. They're drumming up a bunch of stuff. He had a bad day. When they release the ring cam footage, there's a bunch of other ring cam footage that they didn't release, which is obviously him being very nice to his wife and stuff like that. So, look, I don't think the ring cam footage is exactly fair just because, I mean, couples fight. That's like normal. But if you take those fights out of context, they always look horrible. They always look terrible. So,
sure.
So I mean, I agree with what you're saying. It seems unfair and probably shouldn't happen.
But, and I think Sean says this later in the conversation, this does feel to me that part of the Crowder camp's tactic is to, like, so Jarrod comes out and he's making this complaint about Steven's professional behavior specifically. Right. Yes. And so part of a way to distract everyone from that is to then try to tie it all into and say, oh, well, because Jarrod is complaining about his professional behavior and trying to get out of this, non-disparagement thing and, trying to either sue or to protect against the lawsuit, I guess, that Crowder's throwing at him, that means that this is all some kind of conspiracy plot, with him and his wife. And that is completely unfounded. And that to me seems like another, like a dishonest thing to conflate these two things together when they're not, and they don't seem to be together. Because part of the thing that that isn't really talked about in this conversation, and that Jarrod, who was the CEO for Crowder, is it Jarrod or Gerald? The CEO for Crowder, it's Gerald, yeah. When he's kind of alluding this is all together, it's all some kind of grand conspiracy. This all started because in July 20th of 2023, the Mediaite, the outlet The Mediaite, had a story come out where they claim that 5 former staffers, 5, not one.
Crowder?
Yeah. 5 former staffers for Crowder came to them and they were talking about how they thought it was a toxic work environment.
Yeah.
Including, that they would get lewd texts with pictures of Steven's dick. That he would regularly expose himself to them in the office and that he would offer them prescription drugs, including Percocet and Klonopin.
That's just a conspiracy, Sitch.
Well, no, but so it wasn't just Jarrod. It was you had 5 different employees. Supposedly, that's all could be made up. Sure, they're all they're not named, but you have 5 employees come out to mediate and to make these claims, and then to just say like, oh, well, this is all part of the divorce conspiracy. It's like, oh, so like all these all the former employees got together with Hilary for some bizarre reason to all make up of these accusations against Stephen. I don't. That seems, or maybe it's just that at the same time that Stephen's going through this divorce, because for whatever reason, he also has a bunch of people that used to work for him that are complaining about it being a bad work environment.
It is labeling all this a conspiracy a good comeback? Seems like it kind of is.
It is a good comeback. Yeah.
Right.
No,
like you don't have much to stand on if you're a dick to everyone, obviously.
Right. It is a good strategy to say, oh, well, all this negative PR that I'm getting through the ring footage, through these former employees coming out, it's all one giant conspiracy. They're all working together to try to just bleed me dry financially for a divorce, right? That is a good tactic to do. So I give the Crowder camp, applause for coming up with a good way to handle the situation.
Right. Maybe
it's not the moral way, but it's definitely a good way.
It's just weird because I can see Crowder thinking like, oh, everyone thinks I'm the cool boss. I send out all these unsolicited dick pics and offer everyone in the office free drugs. Everyone loves me. I'm such a good boss. Meanwhile, the reality of the situation is, look, nobody wants to stand up to you because they don't want to get fired.
Right.
It's just it's so delusional.
But also, like around the same time period, Dave Landau, who used to work for Crowder, was on a Michael Malice.
I saw that. Show. It was amazing. Yeah.
And he was talking about how, and it had nothing to do with even those things I was talking about. He was talking about how, basically they wanted him to do extra work without paying him. And, didn't want Dave to make certain jokes and would cut him off if he thought he was getting the good punchlines. This is from Dave's perspective, obviously. So, and that he was doing like Dave would do things where he would, a lot of these comedians, this is actually very typical for talk show hosts that they have comedians. They'll do stand up over the weekend and then they'll come back so they can do their radio show during the week.
Right. Yeah.
I even remember Artie Lang and other people that were like Howard Stern would do this all the time. And so it's like a fairly common practice, and that, for whatever reason, Crowder didn't want Dave Landau doing this. So they were, trying to enact all these policies to essentially prevent him from engaging in these actions that Dave found unfair. So just it seems like it's just a common thing where, a lot of people don't like an environment, they start complaining about it. They all kind of boil up and they erupt at the same time.
Landau is super funny, and I could see Steven Crowder being worried that his act was going to eclipse Steven Crowder. And that's embarrassing when a guy, basically worked for you. He was your employee, and all of a sudden he's like a big celebrity, and you're still, roughing it on YouTube. Right. Ugh, that's tough. And I could see, a lot of these people in this business are egomaniacs, Sitch. I think you can see that. So they'll do, this is painful for them. And Landau even talked about how they did some stand up together at clubs and stuff. And, you could just picture Steven Crowder in the background, as people are laughing their ass off for Landau. And then Steve gets up there and has a lukewarm set.
I mean, yeah, sure. That's definitely possible.
Painful.
Right. That's definitely possible. I don't know if that's what happened, but that's definitely a possible scenario, right?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, that's definitely the picture that Dave was sort of painting in his talking about it.
Crowder, some people are just funnier than other people, okay? It's just, that's the way it is. Some people are funny and some people, they have to put on a dress.
Oh, then after that article came out, that Medialite article came out, a week later, another article came out, which was leaking details. Yeah, because so apparently after that article came out, Steven Crowder, they obviously had a big meeting about the fact that article came out. And then the details of that meeting also got leaked to the same place, which meant that there were people that were still working there that were obviously unhappy about whatever the circumstances of working there were. So they were leaking this stuff.
Not enough dick pics, huh?
Right. Of course. And then, yeah, so they got it. And then after that second article came out, that's when Crowder, basically they were trying to force all their employees to sign NDAs that worked there with $100,000 penalty for breaking to kind of like prevent all these leaks from coming out. And actually, at least according to the article, it said some of the employees like quit over it because they preferred not to sign this, very punitive NDA clause.
Oh man.
A lot of people don't know this, but I sued UTA as well. And Brian Friedman.
They suck.
Yeah. Brian Friedman represented UTA. And it's very weird because Taylor Lorenz was tweeting about me negatively. And when I had already filed the lawsuit about UTA, guess who is retweeting Taylor? Yashar Ali about me. And I'm like, what does this guy know about me? Like, why is he getting involved in this? And so while I agree that you don't want to do guilt by association, you also have to recognize that this is a playbook a lot of times.
But I feel like you're kind of being obtuse on this. This is him saying,
wow, Sean, can you not be so obtuse, please?
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
I know. Did he come in?
He's so obtuse.
How did you get the link?
Sean, why are you so obtuse?
Can you watch together link me so I can see it? I can't see it.
Wilk, we don't trust guests to tell the difference between the links, so we send them out separately. But I will send you.
That's true.
I appreciate that because
I will say, look at this. Look, I'll turn my camera on for you. What's up, Sean? How you doing?
So I'm good. I wanted to clarify some things because I didn't know some things when I was on this show.
Mm-hmm.
No,
okay,
really?
Sure. What do you want to clarify?
First thing
that you're wrong about everything?
No, it's so in my video, I was very suspicious of them putting out messages out of order. And I thought it was at first because there was one message that came out on September 11th, 2023. And I thought the reason they did that is because it sounded the most damning, even though it was clearly out of order. But it turns out that that message is in response to the fact that Crowder leaked a dossier of his divorce on 4chan, like the Crowder team, like Steven
It's
did.
the message that you're referring to.
It's the one that sounds like where he's talking about the team he wants to assemble, the father. So that was in response to that, like that thing that Pearl posted later on that she pretended was like an exclusive. So the reason we know for sure that that was a Crowder leak from his team, at least, is because if you look at one of the pages, I think it's page 157, it says that it's his lawyer's copy. So they leaked that in July 31st of 2023. Crowder does his video talking about the divorce in response to his own leak. And then the video gets released in response to them doing that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that's like, I have to update the timeline in my video because that's actually how it went down. And again, I'm not saying Steven did it specifically, but it's his transcript copy that was leaked.
What was on the information that was leaked to 4chan? What did it say?
So it's really long. It probably takes maybe 6 hours to read. So it probably took them like days to go through.
Right.
It's the same one that has the video that Pearl posted without redacting Crowder's housekeeper's name and or her address from. Like she didn't censor it and she acted like it was an exclusive. And aside from the fact that it literally says on certain pages that this is the Crowder team transcript, like they requested it from the court, so you know it's from them. There's also like little things that I've been working on behind the scenes where you could download software that tells you the metadata and whatnot. So the metadata from some of the video clips is completely scrubbed, but they reprocessed it on a high-end editing computer and a professional editing software like you would find at, let's say, Louder with Crowder Studios. So, and there's actually tweet history of because the 4chan link was posted, but it didn't gain a lot of traction. So there's tweet history of not like your upfront Crowder employees, but the behind the scenes people that you probably wouldn't know of them tweeting it and retweeting it before it was discovered by the broader public.
So all this information, it was just like all the information that the Crowder team had collected in order for the divorce. Is that what all this is?
No. It's some court documents. It's meant to look like, by the way, in the metadata, one of the older titles for it was exclusive. Like they were setting it up for journalists to go through, but nobody bid on it except for Pearl because, obviously. So it's like exclusive for the press or whatever. But what's interesting is that it presents itself as court documents. But I've been going through this since I I heard about it back then because I made fun of Pearl back then because she said it was an exclusive, but it was on 4chan for a month. But I had been re-going through it because that timeline really bothered me of Jarrod sending it out of order. And, you know, you kind of go crazy when certain things don't make sense if you're me.
Right.
So I've been going through it, and there's not only Crowder's like legal team version of documents like that is proven on one of the pages, but there's stuff that's in there that's definitely not from the court documents, but it's inserted in there as if it was. So this is like clearly a packaged hit piece kind of dossier that they assembled against Stephen's wife before they said anything. So that message, which, you know, I don't have confirmation from obviously the Hilary team because they're not actually saying anything, but that message comes after that's been around for about a month. And I would be very surprised if the messages that they didn't show us from before that aren't in reference to this dossier. That very likely to 99% certainty came from somebody on Stephen's team.
And this was all leaked before.
Yeah,
it was before they leaked the ring footage.
Yes, well before. So it was leaked. It was leaked on July 31st is when the link first appears on 4chan. And then Crowder puts out his video April 14th. And then the ring footage comes out after that. And you remember that weird video where he's like, I didn't want this, but Texas allows these women to file paperwork. I don't know what's up with that. So yeah, there's some gaps in the timeline that I didn't know at the time that I was on the show.
Wait, so the came out on 4chan in July, but his comment was April? Was it?
It was July 31st. It was put on 4chan and it didn't gain any traction for a little while, but then Crowder employees or people affiliated, there's somebody that worked for Veritas. I'm not sure if they ever worked for Crowder. Were like retweeting the links, and then Crowder made his response. He's like, oh, people are talking about this. This leaked out there, but it was leaked from his team. Or if it wasn't leaked from his team, then there's a break-in that they should talk about where somebody broke into his lawyer's office and stole his copy of the transcripts.
Right, but when did Crowder talk about the divorce?
Crowder's video was April 14th.
So, but that would be before the leak, right? That's April.
No, the leak was July 31st.
July comes after April. Was it a different year?
No, July comes before April. I'm talking about the document dossier leak, right? That's July 31st. Crowder video, April 14th. Ring footage after Crowder video in April.
I'm confused.
New year, maybe.
Is it this? This is all 2023?
Yeah, all 2023.
Well, now that's even more confusing.
Wait, no, April.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying April when I'm supposed to be saying August.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's why I was like, what are you talking about?
I get what's going on. I confused my 8 months. Okay.
Okay.
So,
okay.
My bad.
August. Okay. Now I understand. Okay. That makes more sense. I was like, what's happening here? Okay. Okay. So it came out in August.
I got to give you some background on this whole panel thing. So first of all, that Ari lady, very nice lady. I don't want to say anything like negative about her.
Yeah, no, sure.
Very nice lady. Talked to her.
Well, that implies there was something.
No, I talked to her before, and I talked to her before and after. But I was actually arranged to do a completely different panel on this subject matter, and they kind of changed up the people like after I had already agreed. And then I was told like the night before that they wanted to like pull the focus away from like the Crowder case specifically, which is why in the intro, Tim is talking about how we could maybe tie this to the Candace Owens thing or whatever, which was weird because Ari and I had both like kind of prepared and produced content for that. So there were some interesting things behind the scenes like before that. And somebody bailed on me because it was supposed to be a 2-person versus 2-person thing, and I will never forgive that person. They're dead.
Who is it? So we know.
I don't want to tell.
Look, we got to know where to bury the body.
I don't want to say because it's fine. Like I'm actually not that mad about it. But
okay,
wow.
Sure. But you want to make some news? Tell us.
Yeah, and I also
hint.
Huh?
Give us a hint.
No, I can't do that.
Is it male or female?
Because honestly, the reason that they couldn't make it is actually a perfectly legitimate reason that like people with families have to deal with. So I'm just
likely story.
So they have a family, is what you're saying?
Yeah, unfortunately,
they have a life outside of YouTube.
Yeah,
how dare they?
What's up with that? Like people that you know not on the internet. I don't understand that. Yeah, but this was an interesting setup. Also, big mistake not reading that email and handing it to Tim. I should have just read it.
There you go. Okay, so Okay, so Crowder on April, I think it was 25th, he comes out and he makes his statement about the divorce.
August, but yeah.
April.
Yeah,
no, August.
You're mixing up your A days again, your A months.
No, it's August.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
The ring footage came out April 28th.
Did it?
Now there's 2 A months on the table here.
Hold up.
There's April and August.
I think
it's August.
No, April. New York Post, April 28th, Steven Crowder responds to video of him berating pregnant wife, claims it was misleadingly edited on April 28th, 2023.
Okay, hold. All right. I might have something off of my timeline. I don't have it right in front of me, but go ahead. Sure.
Okay, so on April 25th, I believe it's when Steven Crowder first talks about the divorce, and he's like, even though he says it's like a horrible thing that's a boot on his neck, he's not really disparaging his wife in it beyond making that statement. Like, he's not saying that she did anything wrong. And then 3 days later is when, or 2 or 3 days later is when the ring footage comes out, April 28th.
Right.
So it's possible that dossier that you're talking about was created in response to the.
Yeah. So the dossier would be after that, but it's before the message is what I'm trying to.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Right.
Like that's
okay. So then they make the dossier, and then so then the father's message about like, I want to get a team together, right? That could be in response to the dossier being leaked, unfortunately.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Not the ring footage, because the ring footage was just they're not supposed to talk about the divorce, but then the divorce comes up. If that makes okay. And the reason why it's crucial that the wife said that she didn't leak the footage and the family did, even though people say it's the same thing, is that her and Steven were under like a gag order not to talk about the case. So like the father doing it, he was not under that gag order.
Sure, but I mean, the thought process is that like he got it from her, right? Like that'd be like the assumption.
I mean, but he could have got it before the proceedings, like when she leaves the like marriage and then goes to the father and then it's like, yeah, here's what's been going on.
Yeah, that's possible. Right. Sure. I mean, now it's not necessarily true, but the assumption is going to be that your parents are working in conjunction with their daughter, right?
Yeah, or I would say working on behalf, because again, like there's 2 potential violations to the gag order. There's like Crowder even talking about the divorce on his show, and then there's the release of the footage. So
right. Okay, and then I mean also like the whole getting the team together thing, like again, to me it's highly dependent on what is even going on in the divorce proceedings at that time in the first place.
Right.
Because if Crowder's advocating for full custody at this point or doing something, kind of fucked up, then like you say, okay, well, father obviously wants his daughter to have access to her children and is obviously taking her daughter's side in the divorce and, thinks that this ex-husband is abusive. So
it's also like, remember the first email, the one that I gave to Tim, is from February of 2023. And that's the summary of what the lawyer said that they like just ripped 2 or 3 lines from completely out of context and try to pull the wool over everybody's eyes. Right. So that one is February, but then he's not assembling a team, even though the lawyer says, look, if you guys want to do PR, like that's on you. Like we're your lawyers. We're going to represent you legally. So that's on. So 7 months later, only after this dossier is leaked by, Team Crowder, we'll call them, or allegedly leaked by Team Crowder, even though, again, how did they get the transcript copy that he requested from the court? Then he's like, okay, now I need a team because he's trying to do this in public. So like that is crucial context. And that's like one of the things that pissed me off about this whole conversation is that they're like, they allege this. First of all, they're using their own court filing from a separate lawsuit that the company is suing the Hilary Crowder and her family and her best friend. So it's just them, like, so Jarrod has all these lines where he's like, I'm not just alleging this is court documents. And it's like, well, but you wrote it in the court documents. Like, this is your initial complaint. Like, none of that is necessarily true. Like, even the deleted footage, like, there's no evidence from like neutral parties, and they could have access to that. Like, there's no evidence that the judge said that she deleted this footage when she was ordered to preserve it. It's just them asserting it in the court document. So then they're like, oh, well, you think about this ring footage right here. Well, guess what? There's all these hours of ring footage that you didn't see. But it's like, well, wait a minute. Your main allegation in your, again, company lawsuit is that the specific ring footage that was released was done so specifically to hurt the business. So what the hell does ring footage in your Michigan home have to do with anything? Like, so it's just them throwing a lot of crap at the wall to see what sticks. Which is what really, that's why that video is like an hour and a half, because there's so much, the one that I made in response to it, because there's so much like nonsense and ancillary stuff that has nothing to do with anything, let alone none of this has anything to do with Jarrod. But like, they just throw it all out there and it fools, you know, a certain section of the audience that's predisposed to being fooled.
Right. Okay, but why are you being obtuse?
You know, I don't know.
Why are you reading so many documents? Jeez, boring.
It is boring. Or, I mean, crap, I just wanted to know if he tried to take his Twitter account. Like, that's it. And if he blackballed him at the next company, which some people are saying is the Blaze, like, that's it. That's all I wanted to know.
Is it the Blaze? You read all the documents.
It's not in the documents, right? Just people are just thinking that it's the Blaze, or there's some speculation.
Well, okay. There is a tweet from Jarrod that says that he's doing something at the Blaze in 2018. Like, you know, it's probably the Blaze. It's just not confirmed, like, that it's the Blaze. So that's why I'm like, when I see Crowder's like transcript copy in this dossier that was posted on 4chan, I'm like, it's probably Steven Crowder, because it's like probably Steven Crowder, but it's not confirmed that it's him. Somebody could have theoretically broken in and stolen this dossier on his, or stolen these documents on his behalf, and then uploaded them to the internet to hurt his wife for no reason and no connection to him. It's theoretically possible that that could happen.
It is possible.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Let's continue. Let's see how you're being obtuse here in this video.
Guilt by association. You also have to recognize.
Oh my God, you got echo, Sean.
Oh, hold on.
You gotta get the headphones, or
let me
yourself or something.
No, I got this. Just give me. I'm gonna put in a headphone.
Okay,
Sean, I was gonna ask you too. What did your fiance say about the marriage stuff? Did she see the clips or what?
I mean, let me see if I can connect this. Can you guys hear me? Or
yeah.
Say words. Okay,
I can hear you totally fine.
But let me go to the Zoom and see if I could shoot it into my brain directly.
Okay. Nice.
Oh, look, it's right here. Okay, I could hear you now.
You can hear. Okay, you can hear everything. Good.
Sweet.
Look, the fiance does not like spend her time in online content. Like, you know, that's one of the things I like about her. She's not on the internet.
She didn't see the viral.
She don't get time for this nonsense.
Right.
No, so you got to sit her down and be like, as a woman who's getting married, I need your opinion on this, because if we get divorced, you get nothing.
I'll tell her. I'll be like, hey, I mentioned you in a video and I said something nice about you. She's like, oh, that's great. Like,
yeah. Power move. It's a power move. Okay.
Recognize that this is a playbook a lot of times.
But I feel like you're kind of being obtuse on this. This is him saying we're being advised by a lawyer.
Yeah.
Then we know they sent footage to Yashar Ali. So let's break this down for, you know, I don't want to be super esoteric here, or like try to make it as Anyway, videos of the ring footage, according to Crowder's lawsuit, all the footage has been deleted in violation of court orders or something to that effect.
According to Crowder's complaint.
According to Crowder's complaint, for sure.
His company complaint, because remember, his company is also additionally suing his wife, her father, her best friend, and her lawyer.
And I think the likelihood that Crowder would present a false statement to the court is zero. Having been involved in lawsuits like this, you don't do it. Your opinions may be are obviously, like, I throw this out the window when I'm reading these court documents. Someone will say something like, it's at this point that the defendant made disparaging comments about me. It's like, okay, well, you know, whether they did or didn't, we don't know for sure. But the likelihood that he would submit to a court, to a judge, they did false statement to fact is I don't believe that.
in the initial civil complaint, there's always like weird stuff in there that like turns out to not be true. Like, so I would think if she was ordered by the divorce court to preserve evidence and then she did not do that, then you would think that there would be some admonishment by the judge.
No way.
This is crazy. This is like so I got so many messages from like legal people that are like, his assertion of how the court process works is insane. Because it is. But at a certain point when he's like, no, they don't do that in a court, it's like such a false statement. It's like, what am I gonna do? Like, am I gonna argue? Like how do you argue against that? Where he's like, oh, this thing that obviously is true is just like not true. It never happens. Like, well, yeah.
The complaint thing, I mean, obviously, I've read a bunch of these complaints too. I don't know why that's Tim's impression. They always shove in a bunch of things in the complaints that end up getting knocked away by the time, if it goes to trial, because they're either frivolous or not true, or you can't prove them or whatever.
Oh, to show you how BS this complaint filed by Louder with Crowder is. Like the thing about the dog that they mentioned, where they're like, oh, she's trying to hurt the business by taking away Steven's dog. Like that's clearly in there so that they can show you later that she doesn't like dogs because Americans are stupid and they'll be like, oh, dog, dog, oh. Like that has nothing, like what kind of asinine nonsense is that? If she's worried about the dog being around the kids, that hurts the business. And now Hilary, her father, her lawyer, and her best friend and other members of her family owe the company $1 million. Like it's the dumbest thing ever, but it's in the complaint. But I'm supposed to trust that. And again, there's no excerpt from what she actually said, which makes me think that there might be something to his big dog that's larger than a pit bull potentially being dangerous.
Right.
Like again, I wish they were telling the truth about these documents being public and not being selectively leaked to people like Pearl, allegedly. But because I would love to read that side of it, because there's no way it was like, get rid of your dog, haha, I'm evil.
The full complaint public?
No, they don't. They're selectively publishing crap. It's like these documents are insanely hard to find.
Right. And so when the lawyers are contacting you, they're saying that this idea that if the court said, hey, you need to preserve this evidence, and that if she didn't, she deleted it, that she would just get off scot-free. And Tim is saying that that's just the way it goes. And people were contacting you and saying that that's bullshit.
He laughed.
No, I didn't leave. I heard everything.
Oh, okay.
I just had to answer a question.
No problem.
But I heard you.
Oh, so was that it was a fiance question.
There you go.
She's like, why wouldn't you tell him what I told you, Sean?
She was like, you don't like dog?
She's like, we're gonna get a dog. Wait a minute. We're gonna get a dog. We need to put this in the prenup stipulations. If you don't get a dog, and suddenly I get everything.
I was looking at those like wolf dogs, like the quarter wolf dog. And
those are badass.
Like the Game of Thrones dogs?
I thought they were really cool. And apparently they're like unfriendly around strangers. That like I was looking it up because I started looking up dogs. I'm like, I wonder if the wolf dog attacks little babies, like just out of curiosity, because that's how the rabbit hole goes with my brain. And apparently they don't. They just ignore people they don't know, which makes sense. Because have you ever like just ran into a wolf in the wild? Probably not, because they're like isolationist creatures.
There's a big brain take. Yeah, there you go.
Why are you looking for a dog that's a baby killer, Sean? That seems weird.
But, like, have you ever seen a baby when it gets aggressive? Like, you need to be able to defend yourself.
Right.
Exactly.
The dog does, or the baby?
No, the baby.
From the dog attack.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, you guys said that they had multiple. They only have the twins.
Oh, okay.
Just for clarity.
There you go.
No, they only have the twins, and she left when she was like 8 months pregnant, like with those twins.
Wow.
So he's never even seen his kids.
No, he's seen the kids, but he didn't go to the birth of the kids.
Oh, okay.
Well, because haven't they been, even though they didn't, this all came out like 2023, like they've been getting divorced for like what, 2 years, 3 years?
Yeah, since 22.
Right, super long. So.
Now again, as the main point of my, like, I learned about this by accident. Like, I don't care. I wish I would have never known his wife's name. Like, I love living that life where I don't know people's personal lives like that. I just want to know what happened with this whole Jarrod situation. But if you're gonna like lie about like 18 other things and then I have to look into them and then it all turns out to be BS, then all of a sudden I'm more informed about like your personal life and it's annoying. So, you know, there's that.
I'm sorry if I'm a little frustrated on this one because I've been involved in these lawsuits. The judges don't admonish. Judges will admonish you if like people who are in the I don't want to speak specifically to Crowder or Hillary's, I don't know, but having been involved in this stuff, the judges look to the person with money, power, and no time, and they say, I can squeeze you out and put an end to this. The judges do that because the judges don't want to be involved in these things. And the people who are outside of these court proceedings seem to think that a judge is this impartial guy or lady who's like, let me get to the bottom of this and find justice. No, the judges, because I've been involved in a bunch of these, both personally and as like through stories, but also through people I know, the judges are like, how do I make this case go away? What do I have to do? And so when you end up with an employee who files a lawsuit, the employee says, I have no money. I have nothing but time. I can do anything I want. And the judge can't do anything to me. And the judge knows the guy who runs the company loses tens of thousands of dollars every hour he spends dealing with this. So I can end this lawsuit, get this paperwork thrown in the trash, so long as I pressure the CEO and not the employee. So in that capacity,
I mean, okay, obviously this is very bad analysis. I mean, Tim acknowledges that he's biased, but his personal experience with the handful of cases he has does not map onto every single person's experience, especially in divorce court, right?
Yeah. And not to mention like Tony from Current Revolt, who's a friend of mine who went to the courtroom. If you read his piece on this, which the Daily Mail just ripped, so you can read it from them too. One of the first things the judges did in that reporting, according to his reporting, and again, he was in the courtroom, was admonish both sides because they kept filing motions and counter motions. Like the judge is like, Jesus Christ, I have 2 hours of court and there's like all these motions and counter motions here. Like enough. It's like a divorce is not supposed to be this complicated. It's almost as if somebody, we'll call him Steven Crowder, had 4 attorneys and they were all filing all these different motions. And then like have the counter motions for that. And it was just a pain in the ass because it should not have taken this long for them to adjudicate this case. Like it's crazy. So it's just wrong right here. And almost everybody understands that this is just incorrect. And people do issue judgments against broke people all the time. Then the broke person files for bankruptcy, but it does happen. So well, maybe Tim had bad experiences in his lawsuits or whatever.
Because I was curious as to like the lawsuits he was talking about. And I know that Tim had the situation a few years ago with I forget what their names were. They were like 2 employees and there's like this big lawsuit over, I think it was like Subverse or something. They were trying to like basically seeming like from what I was reading, they're trying to steal the company in like this really wacky way from Tim.
I'll just clarify this because it's actually Tim's brother who was one of the co-founders of Subverse, and the argument back then was that they had reincorporated the company in another state without him. That being said, like Tim and his brother have like worked whatever that is out. So like I don't want to, like, I really like Tim's brother Chris Poole. He's hilarious. I don't want to.
Yeah, no, I've met him. He's funny. No, that's not what I'm talking about. There was a different, or maybe it was the same thing. There were like 2 others. There's a girl and a guy that wasn't his brother. Who?
Yeah, it was like a cat. There was like a cat thing involved.
Yeah, and like like Tim and Bill Ottman had majority stake of this, and they basically had like a share meeting where they were trying to kick her out, and essentially her and this other guy had their own share meeting that they tried to say that they're going to kick Tim out. And it just seemed like preposterous.
Yeah.
So, but anyway,
you could end up in these BS lawsuits. Yes, like it definitely happens. Like I remember way back when this guy, you remember when like TYT was hiring journalists and they hired Sean King hilariously, and that made everybody angry. Like that period. So one of those guys, like a 5th person, they were trying to hire 4. A 5th person that they hired ended up suing for racial discrimination. But like I looked through his complaint at the time and I'm like, I don't know if I buy this, if I'm being perfectly honest. Like this seems like kind of nonsensical because he was like alleging that he was like the 5th person hired, and they're like, yeah, these other 4 teams, they had more resources. And I'm like, well, yeah, they raised money for those other 4 people, but they wanted to bring you on board anyway. And he was saying it was due to racial discrimination. So like this happens all the time where people have lawsuits and, it could skew your opinion, but like a business lawsuit that happened to you that may have been BS does not necessarily mean that every lawsuit is BS and that for some reason the Crowder company lawsuit is not BS. Like it's a weird, it's a lot of weird leaps from Tim in this moment.
Yeah, no, so like, I'm assuming that he probably had a bad experience with this Subverse lawsuit because I believe it was settled. I don't think they ever got a judgment. So maybe that's what he's talking about. We don't know because he doesn't say. But it does seem a little contradictory because, maybe in that situation or in some other lawsuit that he's getting sued, he had a judge that was biased against him because either they don't like him because he's Tim Pool or because he's rich or whatever. But he also later in this conversation, he talked about how there was a situation where he was suing his employer for breaking the law. And he made it sound like he was getting the short end of the stick in that lawsuit too. And that lawsuit's the exact opposite situation. He's the employee suing the employer. So it's just weird to me. It seems like he's just had a lot of bad experiences with the legal system, which fair enough. But then you can't just make these snap judgments to every other case that ever exists without really knowing any of the details of the situation.
And I'll also add that like when you're a layman and you're encountering the legal system, there might be things that you don't like. But if they were reviewed by somebody who's knowledgeable, like even that case where he said he got screwed over, it sounded like the lawyers negotiated him like a $7,000 settlement, which sounds pretty nice.
Right, but he wanted them to go after them, like, and throw them in jail for breaking the law or whatever.
Well, I mean, that's not the same thing, though, in a civil case and a criminal case. So already that's a little weird. But I think they even said, look, you might be able to get $100,000 settlement 5 years from now, maybe, if you hold out. But that's probably not going to happen. Like, it sounds like that was the conclusion of this story at the time, from what I remember it. I haven't rewatched this.
I mean, that's what he says, yeah.
I do not believe it would be likely that Crowder's company would submit a false statement to the court.
Right.
In that capacity. Now, it may be exaggerated, perhaps something, maybe she accidentally deleted the footage. Maybe she just, like it was on a cycle to be deleted and she didn't preserve it. I don't know what the exaggeration might be.
It's a big no-no in court, like generally to delete
but
stuff.
I got to tell you, having
just
covered
pause this for a second.
Many of these stories and
this lady's saying that like the Brian Friedman guy did false statements against her. Like, so it's so weird for them to be like that he wouldn't do this. This happens all the time. And again, if this were true, then submit the documentation from the judge that says that this is true. Like, when Lauren Southern alleged that Hilary was what you call it, that she was being driven into the poorhouse by this, and that Crowder had to pay extra money. You know what she produced on the screen for you? A document from the judge where he ruled that they've been running up the bills and then the Crowder estate had to take some extra step in order to have money for her due to the high cost of the litigation. So all I'm asking for is that equivalent document for them to put up for this particular thing, which they didn't do and they still haven't done. So the idea that it doesn't exist, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, that's what's kind of annoying about this part of the conversation is a lot of this is just speculation because we don't know. And that should just be like, okay, we don't know a lot of these specifics. There's a lot of claims being thrown around, but they're just claims. We're not going to know until we get the actual documentation and it shakes out.
And it's like, how do you argue against this? He says, I don't think that they would put something false in the statement. It's like, well, they put false shit in the video that you just repeated, like that $25,000. So like, what do you base? Like, I don't think that they would lie. I'm sure somebody said that about Amber Heard, which, by the way, I think of like an hour from now, that was like the example that I was like trying to get in my brain, but I couldn't think of it on the spot because to me, this was one of the stupidest points ever, that nobody would lie in the initial filing. It happens all the time.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if, and I don't know if you saw this, Tim is getting sued. He got sued like yesterday officially. Yeah. For the mall shooting. Apparently, the claim is that he put up the wrong picture of the guy for a couple days, and that guy is suing Tim and Fox News and Newsmax and I think Univision and some other people.
And Crowder too.
And Crowder, for defamation. And now I don't remember if Tim did any of this stuff.
I was looking into this, and so apparently Tim had shown an article or something with his image, right? Which is not necessarily the problem. But then when the new images came out on his show, he probably didn't know that there was a difference between the two. He didn't show the new images of this person, but his website, which, has written articles, kept running which is Scanner now. That was the resolution of the Subverse thing. Tim just called his news site something else, Scanner, and they kept running articles with the old outdated images. So it's really the company being sued more than Tim, although it does talk about how he showed it once and then he wouldn't show the updated images even though he showed the wrong images.
So when he showed, because I was trying to, because I'm assuming that video, I couldn't find it, that it doesn't exist anymore on the internet, that whatever the Tim showed this video or the picture, is it still out there?
I don't know. I would think so when that story broke, I was talking to Tim's booker, who's a friend of mine, and she sent it over right to him. So I'm sure they pulled that down.
Right, yeah. But I'm assuming Tim must have known that this was going to happen before it happened. There must have been some sort of communications before the fact.
I mean, I was quite literally talking to an employee, and they had no.
Oh, really? Okay,
this seemed to come out of nowhere. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Okay, because I was wondering if the knowledge of that lawsuit had any effect on this conversation. But obviously, if this is all just a surprise and it wouldn't have any impact. It's just coincidence.
And that lawsuit probably is not going to result in anything, because if you don't give somebody notice to make the change, like, part of defamation is you have to prove malice. So,
well, they're claiming now. Who knows whether any of this is true? They're claiming that they asked him to acknowledge the mistake and to make a retraction, and that he refused.
Right. Okay. I mean, if they have documentation of that, good.
Yeah, sure. Right. It's just a complaint, so they could say whatever. Yeah. And it's interesting too, because I was wondering if Fox News is the first people that puts up the wrong photo, and then Tim or other people just show the article. They just repeat it based on Fox News. I would think it wouldn't necessarily be Tim or anyone else's fault if they're just repeating what Fox News or some other outlet does. If they refuse to take it down once, obviously that's not true, then that completely changes everything. I don't know why Tim or any other organization would refuse to acknowledge a mistake like that. It seems like it'd be a pretty simple thing to do. But also the complaint, heavily fixates on the fact that Tim really, regarding that shooting, was pushing the idea that it was a psyop. And it's kind of interesting because I don't see how that directly has anything to do with the claim of putting the wrong guy's picture there.
Yeah, it's almost like, bringing up, I don't know, like a dog in a case like this. It's almost like you're throwing that in there to grab headlines, and it has nothing to do with anything, because it's not defamation it's not defamation of that guy for Tim to say that he thinks it's a psyop. Like, it's almost like they put things in for headline grabbing purposes. Yeah,
because the definition would be if you wrongly accuse this guy of shooting. If you said that it was a psyop, who cares? That has nothing to do with you putting up the wrong guy's photo whatsoever. Which, it's kind of funny because the conversation is, do people put BS things in complaints? And 2 days afterwards, you have a person putting a BS thing in a complaint against him specifically.
To draw more attention. Yeah.
Right.
It's because I remember there was parts that they said something like, this. They were like, Tim was saying that it's unlikely, and then that the Hispanic neo-Nazi, there's a bunch of stuff in there that's it reads like commentary on the coverage. And if you're a straight up legal person who doesn't understand how these lawsuits are meant to also gain attention to try to get a settlement, then then you understand legally it makes no sense, but they throw it in there because the Daily Mail or the New York Times will say, oh, it's Tim being sued over calling it a psyop, which honestly weirdly enough is kind of defamatory, but
because they're trying to tie it in this really weird legal way where they're saying, well, because Tim was calling the action a psyop, then that would mean that after he put out the wrong photo, once the right photo came out, it'd be more difficult for the guy to clear his name because Tim called it a psyop. But that doesn't really make sense because he never, to my knowledge, if he said this, obviously there was impact, but Tim didn't say the fact that, the guy who's accused of it is, the correct, if Tim came out and said, no, the picture I put out is the correct one, And it's a psyop that it's not. Like that would definitely be defamation. But if he's talking about just the action itself as being a psyop, it has nothing to do with the identity of the guy whatsoever.
Yeah. It's also like how you reached out to him. Like you have to prove that, because you have to prove malice. So if they reached out and they asked for a retraction or something, and then he never saw it, then that's not, that's not what you call it.
So it's actually the lawyer. This is kind of hilarious. The lawyer, I believe it's the lawyer who's involved in this lawsuit, went on the Majority Report with Sam Cedar to basically, they all were just laughing that Tim Pool was getting sued. And so now he claims that he doesn't have to prove malice because the guy wasn't a public figure. It was just a random person. And so that changes sort of the legal bar there.
Now, some idiot in the chat is like, it's almost as if Emma Vigeland was correct and that Tim and me used the wrong picture to say that it was an op. No, she was not correct. First of all, I didn't show this guy's picture because I don't cover these mass casualty events. So like that never happened. You just made that up. And Emma was trying to make the case that 4 screenshots, which were actually 2 screenshots, by the way, from the same episode of Timcast IRL, meant that Tim inspired this person, which has nothing to do with anything. So she was not correct about anything. I don't know where you're getting that from.
Yeah, the claim that Emma was making, and this is part of the reason, and I think Tim's coverage of the shooting, by the way, was just really awful because he went on the PSYOP thing and he did it because people were like blaming him because the guy, there was some account and he had a couple of screenshots that looked like screenshots of time codes, which, we've talked about and you've talked about, of like whatever the guest was on that Tim was talking to. And so they try to say, oh, well, therefore he's like a Tim Pool watcher. Therefore Tim Pool must have like radicalized this person. And that's kind of what Emma was getting at.
Yeah, and like I screenshot stuff that I would want to save and look up later. Like if I listen to something on my phone and I want to make a response, I'll screenshot the time code, go back and find that video and go to that time code. So like, I weirdly kind of understand what was going on there. But one of the clips that supposedly inspired this Hispanic neo-Nazi shooter was Elijah Schaffer, who, by the way, says a lot of questionable stuff. But in that specific clip, if you go to that time code, he's saying we shouldn't focus so much on race. It's very divisive or whatever. So he might have screenshotted the most coherent point Elijah has ever made in his entire life.
Maybe he screenshotted because he's like, he's a traitor. I got to time code this.
Because, like, I want to know if in that moment, Tim is calling for like or Tim is talking about a civil war or whatever. Like, like I want to know if that's the truth. So I, of course, run these down and it's not at all what it says. And believe me, like, listen, I've met Elijah personally. I've seen his content. There's stuff to screenshot from Elijah that you could have used. This just wasn't it. Like,
And my personal bias, having been involved in like 3 of them, it is insane that people think these courts want anything to do with justice and accountability.
But we do have other documents of other like issues that the judges had. And Alex Jones, remember, had supposedly discovery issues. And the judge, like, that's a big thing. So you would expect some kind of record, or at least the order to preserve, like you could insert that in there. Like one of the problems I have with, again, the Louder with Crowder company complaint, because it's a separate lawsuit, like I need to keep emphasizing that, is that first of all, Jarrod in his video cites court documents, but it's him alleging it in court. Like just because I write something down and submit it to a court doesn't mean I'm not sourcing myself. But then on top of that, they're quoting very selectively from these various different portions of the court when they have access to that documentation. So in order to preserve and then something to show that she violated that, totally fine. Like I'm not an expert on how ring footage works.
Here's the issue. We gotta start from the beginning because the issue I'm having with
I just want to say the order to preserve, it's kind of inarguable. Even if Tim's like, they would never admonish somebody. If the judge ordered her to preserve that footage, then they would have a record of that.
Right.
Like they could have included that. So that's not even an admonishment, which, they never do to the broke person.
The argument is, we know they gave the footage to Yashar Ali, a leftist, which is absolutely going to be publicity damage to Crowder.
For sure.
And there are statements where they're like, PR campaign, hiring a PR guy, the lawyers advising them, the longer this goes on, the worse it gets. There's statements, whether they're snippets or not, where they're saying, where Hilary says, I wouldn't get as much in court, but I want more than that.
Yeah, but that particular statement is another one that's completely, like, if you read it in its full context, they're arguing about the custody. So she turned down more money than she would get in court. But like the issue was, and it's highlighted in the messages, that they're arguing about who gets the kids when and all of that. So
but that doesn't matter.
No, it does matter.
No,
because
my point is, you said
it does matter.
You said that these statements from the lawyer.
Yeah, this is a summary from the lawyer that they're taking as a grand conspiracy.
They're paying a lawyer for advice. The idea that they wouldn't take their lawyer's advice they paid for is
nobody said that they wouldn't, but
and then they did. So
but if you're like,
what are you arguing?
If you go to a lawyer and then the lawyer meets with you, which by the way, Hilary's father should not have been with the lawyer, because this would have been attorney-client for if it was just with the wife and she wrote this down, because it's the advice between her and her lawyer. But if you go to a lawyer and they say, hey, here's how this normally works, especially in a high-profile divorce case, and they give you 7 points, then you put that in your group message, like whatever messaging system this was, to summarize for your family. And then you have somebody who very opportunistically, in order to deflect from the Jarrod issue, which we're not like talking on, highlights select portions on screen.
We got a hole here. They did it. It's a fact.
They did release the video. I'm not.
They did engage in a damaging PR campaign against Crowder. Fact.
Yeah.
Okay.
After Crowder talked about the divorce on the air,
right,
they then released the video. Like that did happen.
Can we back up for a sec? Because I didn't change I got my stance on this just from watching Jarrod's video. So initially I watched it and I'm like, oh, this guy, Crowder's getting basically car.
So wait, okay. Regarding the footage thing, the family did, in releasing the footage, obviously the point of releasing the footage is to attack Crowder in his integrity, right? Now, as I said, I think there could be maybe a justification for doing that, though obviously it's an out of context clip. So, I mean,
what's the context that would fix that though? Like that's the thing is,
I
like,
said that the previous day she peed in his face. She dropped her pants and peed in his face. It said,
my joke is
pregnancy on this.
My joke is they cut the 15 seconds out before where it's like, hey, can we have an argument where I look like a totally abusive prick and just for the JKs? Like, because they said 16 seconds was missing. Like, there's no context that defends that. Like, that's the problem with their allegation.
I agree with that specific interaction, but what I'm saying is that you could have a situation where both people are very abusive to each other, and if you only see one person being abusive in one situation, then it paints a context that's not accurate.
What if the dog could have died?
Neither party was technically alleging abuse. So
what if the dog could have died and Steven Crowder was definitely allergic to the medicine?
And put the gloves on. Like that's what he's taking his own advice. Put the gloves on. Watch it.
Well, no, I thought the woman, thought the wife was accusing of cruelty. So in
cruelty, but not necessarily abuse.
Well, emotional cruelty. Okay, whatever, right? I'm just saying that my point is that you could have a relationship where people are both like horrible assholes to each other, and if you only see like one person being a horrible asshole to one person at one time, it paints a context that could not be accurate, possibly, right?
Yeah, no, of course. Listen. So the reason I never covered the footage on my channel is because they were married for 10 years, and it's 3 minutes in the 10 years.
Right.
But if you're going to allege that there's footage missing from their Michigan home that somehow excuses that, like, that's nonsense. Like, it's just a complete and total distraction.
No, nothing excuses it.
No, I understand. But if you're going to allege that the footage is edited, when, if you've seen those breakdowns of how the Ring video system works, that's not backed up by anything. It is actually not edited. There are cuts in it, but there's an exact, precise explanation for why. Then that's nonsense. They alleged both without any proof.
Right. But I think that the issue here that Tim is having and that you're having is that, like, yes, the family put the footage out there to, damage Crowder's reputation, but that's different than the idea of this conspiracy that the family or that the Hilary is working with conjunction of Jarrod or the other employees to all attack him simultaneously at the same time. And I think that was sort of maybe the hang up between you and Tim, is that you're kind of talking about two different things. And you're getting
that's
kind of
what I was saying.
It's like,
that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, they did release the footage, like, obviously. like the family
right, but
did.
he wants
like,
you to acknowledge that they released the footage in an attempt to harm his reputation in order to help them in the divorce proceedings.
well, they did release the footage, like very likely to harm his reputation. It was probably likely strike back for what he said on his show. But yeah, it was to damage him. I mean, Hilary's father clearly is pissed at Steven Crowder because he thought his daughter married a great guy, and then he finds out that it's not the case. And again, like without getting too much into it, if you read the reporting, you read the filings, and you read some of the context for the other messages, like this was a shock for the Hilary family that they were even getting divorced, let alone all this treatment that like they were told about later. So like, there's reasons and rationales behind this, but like I said, this has nothing to do with Jarrod.
Right.
Karma for throwing out the Daily Wire contract and, whatever. And I moved on with my day. And then somebody posted about Brian Friedman being involved, Yashar Ali, and, all these people repped by UTA. And I'm like, maybe I'll take a second look. And I watched the video again. You really need to understand the timeline that Jarrod describes. So if you're mad at him for getting Crowder for blackballing him, all these, I think you just need to understand what he says. So the first thing I noticed is that he talks about, so he says, I think he was let go, he resigns from Crowder in 2018. And he says that he signed a NDA with a non-solicitation clause when he started work, which is pretty typical. Okay. Non-solicitation is not a non-compete. A non-solicitation is just, you can't go and poach my clients, my advertisers, people, you just can't steal basically company property and whatever. But the way Jarrod describes it in the video is he says it's a non-solicitation at first, and then he goes, well, it felt like the strictest non-compete. And then he goes, and then the non-compete in quotes. And so
he said that they argued it would be interpreted as the
I need to clarify one thing real quick too. You said Crowder spoke about the divorce first, and then they released the footage.
Yeah, the footage came out afterwards.
I believe didn't Crowder say, I could be wrong, but didn't Crowder say he addressed the divorce because he was asked for comment on the video that had already been released to the journalist?
No. He did that video, if you remember. People were like weirding out about it, but I'm like, if he doesn't want to talk about it, it's fine. Where he said that his only mistake was picking the wrong person. That video came out before the ring footage.
Right. And
then I think there was an additional comment after
the reason why he addressed it before the footage was released was because a journalist contacted him saying, can you comment on this footage? And he went, oh, crap. They released the footage. I better get in front of this.
If he said that, I'm not.
I thought that I could be wrong, but I thought the case was Crowder said, I have no choice but to address this because journalists are asking about it.
I remember that too. I'm not sure.
I thought the implication that he had made in his defense was that Candace Owens was kind of like dancing around the issue in public, like, and that's what made him address it. And then in response, they released the footage. But like, that's the timeline I remember, but I didn't like point by point.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know for sure, but anyway.
So I guess Jarrod is saying this stuff. And then another thing that stood out to me from the video is he's like, I'm being forced. Okay, wait, let me back up. Sorry. So he starts working for Crowder, signs an NDA with a non-solicitation. Then he wants to leave. He resigns. And then I'm guessing that Crowder reminded him, well, you have a non-solicitation clause. And so he says basically that would make it so that I couldn't work anywhere. Well, Crowder gives him a carve out, which basically means, I understand you want to go work for, let's say, said media company. So I'm going to carve that media company out. You can go ahead and work for them. But in order to give you something you want, I want you to sign this NDA. And so Jarrod hires an attorney. The attorney negotiates that deal, gives him the carve out, and he goes on his way to the next job. Then Jarrod says in the video that he was fired unlawfully from this next job, which is also kind of like, Jarrod, do you have a problem everywhere you go? Maybe you should.
But not randomly.
Yeah, if you smell crap everywhere, check.
But not randomly. He did say that it was Steven who got him fired from the other job.
But no, he didn't get him fired. This is what happened.
Well, I didn't say he did. I just said that's what he said.
Jarrod was.
It's weird that Tim makes this point. Like, if you smell crap, everywhere, it's probably you. Because you could throw that same accusation at Crowder if you have 5 different ex-employees come out and they all make similar claims about him being a horrible boss in this toxic work environment. If we're just going to say like, well, because a bunch of people are making the claims, that makes it true. that would definitely throw the stink at Crowder in the situation.
When you have like 15 names that are listed in like that you want communications between Jarrod and other people that he might have talking to Crowder about Crowder with, and the overwhelming majority of them are Crowder employees, like former Crowder employees, like like there's a reason that even they know in their own company complain that the people most likely to talk smack about him are people that they've worked with before. Like almost all 15 of them are that. And then the other ones are personal friends of Steven or former personal friends of Steven and his wife. Like, so, I mean, if you spell crap, And by the way, it is kind of known that Steven is vindictive behind the scenes and, there's
That's
more
the
than
idea, sure, right. Yeah. And they were trying to make all of them basically sign NDAs that they couldn't talk to any ex-employees or they'd suffer $100,000 penalty. So, not a great idea.
This was an annoying derailment because we're talking about this Jarrod video, but I'm like, we were in the documents and I'm like ready to go. I printed up all of them. I'm like ready to go over them point by point. But instead we're hearing about like how Jarrod lied, even though if you listen to what she says and like with minor corrections from me that come in there, that's basically what she's saying.
Right.
That Jarrod said that he had a non-solicitation and he said that it was going to be interpreted as a non-compete. But then she's like, Jarrod's lying and saying that there was a non-compete. But he didn't say that. And like that's just not true.
Breaching the non-solicitation clause, which can mean a lot of people are taking it as, well, he was talking crap about Crowder and that's why Crowder got mad. No, maybe he was poaching talent. Maybe he was poaching advertisers. We don't know what led to it. So he sends, let's say Crowder did send a cease and desist. Then whatever the new employer could be liable for tortuous interference if he sees Jarrod breaking the contract he signed. You get what I'm saying?
I'll give you a quick example of what I think may be the most likely is that
but see, this kind of annoys me because it shows, like, again, if you're just being neutral, you say, okay, there's a scenario where Jarrod was doing something by using his former connections at Crowder to try to poach clients to this new employer, and that's why they got cease and desist. So Jarrod was rightfully terminated because he violated the terms of the agreement. That's possible, sure. Or it's possible that Crowder was being a vindictive asshole.
Yeah, this is what I really don't like because like she's throwing out a scenario, which is fine, right? But the problem is that Louder with Crowder had their CEO make a 30-minute video where he responded to Jarrod's video. And if this were the case, he could have included that in said response, but he didn't. So like this is just totally made up. Like they chose to ignore this. So like me asking a question and you're being like, well, theoretically, hypothetically, Jarrod could have been trying to steal employees from Steven Crowder, even though Steven Crowder was working under the umbrella of the Blaze and Jarrod presumably got a job at the Blaze. So he would have been stealing employees from a company that was contracting from the Blaze for the Blaze. Like it makes no sense. So, and again, if Jarrod would have stopped talking about the dog and actually address this specific point and put this argument forward, I would have been like, okay, he addressed this specific point, and now we have another side of this. Instead, we have Jarrod alleging this, and then people going based on his stupid video where he dragged all these documents out of context and didn't prove anything and saying, well, I think if Jarrod actually was going to address the allegations, he might have said this. But that's not, like, he could have just said that.
Right. Yeah, no, to me, it is a good point that if that was true, Jarrod would have definitely talked about in his video and then slammed him with it, because that'd be an easy slam dunk to talk about in public and kind of win this public, war that's going on right now. And the fact that they didn't even talk about that, they didn't talk about the social media thing, that makes me more inclined to believe that Jarrod's complaint about it is probably true, and that's why Jarrod didn't talk about it.
And this is the most crucial information for Louder with Crowder as a company, because Steven said that he didn't want to work with any company that took your social media accounts. By the way, even though the Daily Wire contract did not do that, Steven made up that was in the contract and then said he was against it. Steven said that he's all about building a bench, building up the next guy. And if we find out that he's blackballing people on his own bench, his own next guy, the former co-star of his show, like this is crucial information to whether or not he conducts himself the same way in public as he does in private, but they don't even address it.
And instead I have random people like, you know, bringing up this or that, or what they think possibly if Jarrod would have addressed it, he would have actually said, but he didn't say anything. And we're now weeks into this and he still hasn't said anything about these specific allegations, except for he wants Jarrod to shut up and he's willing to sue him for $1 million to make him shut up.
Right.
This is wild speculation. Jarrod works for Crowder. Jarrod gets a bunch of phone numbers. Jarrod then leaves Crowder, has those phone numbers, and then starts reaching out to people being like, oh, I know someone who can do this. Then Crowder goes, is he texting our clients or, or insert whatever? He's using our Rolodex for a different company. That company fires him because they're like, hey, this is going to put us in legal liability for basically stealing information from a rival company. We can't do that. You can't do that. And you have an agreement. You can't do that. I don't know exactly what happened. I'm saying that seems plausible.
It's very plausible. So
it's plausible. Sean, where were you? Should have jumped in. Where was the argument there, Sean? He didn't talk about it. Jarrod didn't talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned that he doesn't address this. At some point, Tim just concedes that point and moves on with the Twitter account in this. Right. And then, but that's the thing, is like, they'll rant for like a good amount of time about this like theoretical thing. And then I'll be like, yeah, but they didn't address that at all. And shouldn't they address it? And they're like, okay, that makes sense. Moving on.
Like, that's the move.
It is a good move.
Yeah.
He says he gets fired unlawfully. So that's in 2018. Now, in his video, he's saying, I'm getting legally abused by Crowder. This has been going on. He doesn't say it implicitly. He's basically, or he doesn't say it outright. He basically is saying, I've been abused for a long time. But the reality is that from the point that he gets fired from the job so 2018 to October of 2023, nothing is happening legally between him and Crowder. Now, you have to look at the timeline. So the ring cam footage gets released
okay, wait, I'm confused. Okay, what she's saying is not accurate, but there was something in Jarrod's video that Jarrod, I hate this. Do we have Jarrod and Jarrod? So Jarrod, not Gay Jarrod, he claimed in his video that after months of litigation, that Crowder was awarded the request. They were awarded their request to subject Jarrod to a deposition discovery on March 22nd of 2024. Okay. That's the claim that Jarrod makes in his video. Jarrod makes a completely different claim. He says that the document compelling the deposition had expired on March 15th.
Yeah. So just for like reference, both of these things could be true. Just because it's expired doesn't mean they can't just renew it. Right. So like that, again, it's more BS from Jarrod. This is why I have so much less trust from the Louderwick Crowder team, because they say that it expired. It's like, oh, well, the issue's over. It's like, no, you just renew it, ask for a continuation. Like, this is like standard legal practice. There's two lawyers that review this, and essentially they make the same exact point that I make, like where it's like, this is nonsense. So, and my favorite part about Jarrod's thing is that he's like, we haven't communicated with Jarrod legally in a very long time. It's been weeks.
It's been 2 weeks. Yeah, it's a couple of weeks.
It's been 2 weeks. And also where he claims, and I didn't even get into this, that we wanted Jarrod to have the low cost type of litigation, you know, because he was trying to keep costs down for him, not up, cost down. Like, you know, those very inexpensive lawyers that you fight.
Well, so yeah, something Jarrod said, the CEO, Crowder CEO, said that seemed super dishonest to me. Was he's like, well, it would have been cheap because all he had to do was sign a letter saying that he would cease and desist, and that was it. But it's like, okay, but that's not it, because you also want him to do discovery for all these communications he had with like 15 different people, which isn't going to be cheap and not going to be, you know, a quick.
It would be cheap if he like rolled over and didn't fight the full extent of the claim of the discovery. So like that never happens. When somebody asks for discovery, you get a lawyer and they try to limit the discovery so you don't get everything. But like if he would have just not done that and turned over everything to them, then that would have been almost no cost at all.
Well, it would have been cheap, but it wouldn't have been easy to get like all that discovery request together himself.
Oh no, they would just clone his phone, which is what they did to Hilary twice, which is why they have select excerpts.
Let me clone your entire phone.
Okay, just take his whole phone. It's no big deal. I mean, but in every case, you fight the limits of the parameters of discovery for obvious reasons, because it's very intrusive. Not to mention Crowder's asking in point 15 for any or unlimited numbers of unknown people that you
There you go.
that you may have communicated with. So like
Just
it's
clone his entire
basically
phone. Yeah.
yeah. Well,
Right.
they would, but then what they would turn over is supposed to be limited
Sure. Yeah. Right. But
when you fight it out.
right. But so if Jarrod said, the CEO said that the request compelling a deposition expired March 15th, which I understand. Yeah, you can just renew it. But then if Jarrod said that a judge awarded the deposition and discovery on March 22nd, those could both be true.
Yes.
But it would mean that if they are both true, that Jarrod just directly lied, because it would be, the implication would be that even though it got expired on the 15th, they renewed it and the judge awarded it afterwards, right?
Yeah.
So
because technically when you put the request in for discovery, there's a deadline on it, but then he's fighting it back. And then that's like, it's not a separate case, but that's a separate motion on a timeline or whatever. So if they made the decision on the 23rd, but technically the original one expired the 15th, you just renew it, especially after you win. Like if you lose, you don't bother to renew it because you lost. But yeah, they would just renew it. So yeah,
sure,
both are true, but what Jarrod said and the implication that you get from it is just deliberately deceptive.
Well, assuming, yeah, so it's possible that Jarrod's just obvious. It's possible that Jarrod's just lying, right? It's just possible that he's just lying. But assuming he's not lying, if he's, what I'm assuming he means when he says the judge awarded them deposition discovery is that the judge said, okay, you have the authority to go depose and get to seek this discovery from Jarrod. And then that's when Jarrod turns around and says, I need money essentially to fight this.
End of April 2023. Then in May, there's bad articles. June, July, August, there's all these bad articles. And then in October, Crowder files this petition to, I'm guessing, hey, somebody's leaking all this stuff. We need to find out who's doing this because this is causing problems, right? So they file this 202 petition, which basically it means that you have to, the judge is going to let you get information, deposition, text messages, and whatnot in order to see if there is reason to bring a lawsuit. Now, this is what's very interesting because in the video where Jarrod's asking for money, he's basically saying that he had to pay for litigation and he owes all this money because he had to pay. He didn't start the litigation. What he did is he argued that he didn't want to give up discovery. So in that thing where Crowder's asking for a deposition and text messages and all that, which is, by the way, normal in a lawsuit, both sides have to give it up. So whether you're the plaintiff or the defendant, and the way that Jarrod's saying it is like, this is going to be an abuse of my what is it called? My privacy, and I'm going to get interrogated for. But when I filed the lawsuit against Taylor Lorenz, I had to give up all my text messages that say Taylor Lorenz. I mean, it feels very intrusive, yes. But I wanted justice, right? I also haven't.
Well, wait, if Jarrod sues to get out of the NDA or whatever, he wouldn't have to give up any of the information that Crowder's talking about.
If Jarrod wins so he's filing for the NDA in the National Labor Relations Board, like that's what his attorney is doing. So if he wins, he wouldn't have to give up the discovery because the discovery is to find out if he violated the non-disparagement agreement,
which they're claiming is overly broad.
Yeah, but this point where she's like, "Oh, he's saying that he incurred all these bills for litigation, but he hadn't been sued yet. Like he must be fighting the discovery," which Jarrod said in his video. So there's like all these ways that like she'll start off on this specific subject where she'll be like, Jarrod's lying, and then explain how what Jarrod said is like 100% sensible.
Right.
Like, yeah, he was fighting discovery. He said that in his video. Anybody can go watch his 15-minute video, and that costs money. Like you have to hire a lawyer to fight it. Like,
and I'm interested in these non-disparagement clauses because when I looked at the guy that's representing Jarrod, he kind of posted, parts of the complaint to the board.
Yeah.
And they were comparing it to, there'd already been 2 cases where they had said that these disparagement clauses were way too broad. And they looked very similar to the disparagement clause that Crowder was basically got Jarrod to sign. And so, I mean, it seems like a pretty good case for him to get that, removed or ruled unconstitutional.
And I think the, I don't think it would be ruled unconstitutional,
or,
more
I'm sorry,
invalid,
illegal, right?
but
invalid.
But I think those cases with the NLRB were under Trump's NLRB, and the person, I think it might be a woman, so I'm going to say person because I'm not sure. The person Biden appointed to that position is actually way more on the side of the workers than the Trump appointee was. So there's a pretty good chance that this is going to get smashed in court, right? But
yeah, one was 2018, so that'd be under Trump, and then one was 2023, so that'd be under. So there's one under both.
yeah, one of my favorite arguments that people will make is they're like, oh, why did Jarrod hire this like Act Blue Democrat lawyer? It's like, well, who else are you, like, what party do you think the lawyers that are fighting like these like worker cases are going to sign up for? Like, who's going to have experience litigating in front of the National Labor Relations Board?
Sure, right, yeah.
Like, this is the most obvious. Like, I don't care about people's political opinions when they're the attorney. You hire the best attorney for the job. Again, if you're ever convicted or charged with murder in the state of Florida, go get Jose Baez. Like, go find him. Go knock on his door. Offer him a truckload of money. He'll get you off. He beat Casey Anthony's case. He beat Aaron Hernandez's case. And that was the double murder in the Hernandez case. Always find Jose Baez if you're in Florida and you commit murder. He's the best.
Mm-hmm. Well, is it Jarrod's lawyer or Hillary's lawyer? Also, didn't they work for Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly?
Oh, you mean the person who ruined Trevor Bauer's life? You remember Trevor Bauer?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that client was lying on Trevor Bauer. Hilary has this lawyer, therefore Hillary's lying. Don't you know that? Yeah, but not only did that lawyer represent Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and a bunch of other people, like he's a top entertainment like lawyer. Like he works at UTA, which by the way, this is why she's very invested in this, because UTA is what the agency that represents Taylor Lorenz. So like she feels like this company essentially, like, she wrote this article to damage her, which this could be true, by the way, to damage her, Taylor Lorenz did, in order to poach the people that she had in her talent agency over to UTA.
Right.
Which is interesting. It's just a separate issue.
Was this the guy, Brian Friedman? He's representing Hilary, right? Not Jarrod?
Yeah, Hilary.
Okay, right. Okay, gotcha.
But Jarrod has a National Labor Relations Board lawyer.
Right. Yeah, you're just gonna get whoever's best at the job.
I mean, Crowder has a Cosby lawyer apparently. So.
Oh my God.
Marty Sanger. So.
Apropos.
Which is interesting. He's accused of sexual impropriety, and if we go by that logic, if Bill Cosby's guilty and this was his lawyer, then Steven Crowder must be guilty by the transitive property in the same way that Hillary's guilty. But it's consistent standards. Who knows?
Well, I know your theory, Adam, was that the reason he took the name Not Gay Jarrod was it was a signal to try to tell Crowder that he was not, in fact,
knock
gay.
it off with the dick pics. Stop sending me your dick pics, dude. I'm not gay.
Have I been on podcasts? No, because anything I say, the New York Times would be like, well, Ari's hanging out with Tim Pool. She ruined her own reputation. You know what I mean? They could say whatever. So it's as a content creator, it's not very fun to be in a lawsuit, and it can definitely damage your career. But the way he described it is just the legal process. Anyway, why was he fighting? Why was he fighting the deposition? If you're broke, why are you going to fight to give up your text messages and have a deposition? I mean, the likelihood of Crowder actually filing that lawsuit, most people don't want to file a lawsuit against someone that has no money. What I think happened is that Crowder wanted to get the discovery so he could see if other people were messing with him, people like his competitors. Because when you get that discovery, you can use it then to file another lawsuit against your competitors, your ex-wife, or whoever.
Probably the divorce.
Yeah.
He wanted to see what Jarrod was saying to his ex-wife or current wife.
Well, and Jeremy Boring was on the list.
He would have that. I think it's for potential other lawsuits, because if you look at the other people, because he has messages, he cloned Hillary's phone twice in the divorce. So he has messages from her to Jarrod. That's probably why he sent Jarrod this notice. And I do agree with you. Like, it is the legal process. It is intrusive, but it definitely is the legal process that you get this information.
Then Hillary's father or ancillary people he doesn't have access to.
He wants the like, it's on the list. It's like Dave Landau, Jeremy Boring. Like, there's 14 names, and then the 15th one is unnamed, unlimited, unnamed persons otherwise, or whatever. So
I just love this. There's like the Daily Wire Crowder secret backstage war has been going on for a long time. Candace Owens was talking about the divorce, and now Daily Wire and Candace is like, wow, look at this.
Well, it's a very niche industry, right? And the other thing I thought about with Jarrod is like, how many people would love to, be on a show and get paid a salary to do it? I mean, a lot of people want to be YouTubers and you're not guaranteed a job in this industry. You're just not. And so if you go around breaching your contracts or being a liability, it's understandable why somebody might not want to hire you. And so it's weird to me that Jarrod is saying he couldn't work basically for 6 years or whatever. Because he was in this, I mean, the non-circumvent thing or the non-solicitation was 2 years.
So Jarrod did not say that. I don't, like, again, it's just not true. Like, so he said in his video that, like, oh, after this happened, like, I prayed that God would have a plan for me. And thankfully God did, because he got another job. It was just a normal job. It's heavily implied in his video. Like, he never said that he couldn't work for 6 years. So it's just like made up. Again, like another thing that's made up. He said Crowder blackballed him at this other job, possibly the Blaze, very likely the Blaze. And then he ended up working some regular ordinary job for like the past 6 years. Because remember, the non-compete that he would have given him, or the non-solicitation that was interpreted as a non-compete, was for 2 years for any media company in the world. This is actually very unusual in the media. Normally what we see are stories of golden handcuffs. Jesse the Body Venturas against the Iraq War. MSNBC takes him off the air, but they still pay him so he can't get a job somewhere else. Like, so in niche industries like online media, online conservative media, where there's only like 3 companies that can employ him, a worldwide non-compete, like that's not usual. That's not typical. How many places has Candace Owens bounced from, like, right after one after the other? Like, InfoWars to Turning Point to Prager to Daily Wire to whatever she's doing now. Like, it's just, this is not a usual thing.
Well, yeah, it seemed, I mean, it does seem very weird to me. I guess what sounds like is going on is that, Jarrod was still under contract, and basically he really wanted to leave the contract so badly that he just agreed to like really dog shit terms to get out, essentially.
So what's he been doing this whole time?
Well, he said the non-compete was 2 years. The non-solicitation was
there was
in the original.
No non-compete.
He said the non-solicitation was in the original agreement, and then like that was interpreted as a non-compete, but then he wanted an exemption for one unnamed company.
I want to add too, like, he's under a non-disparagement and a non-disclosure, which he violated both of with his GoFundMe.
Yeah. I mean,
so now what's happening, I guess, is that for some reason all these lawyers don't want that discovery to come out. So now they've filed even though Jarrod said in his video that he was going to file a counter motion against Crowder, which I thought was weird, because I'm like, I thought you didn't want to give up discovery. If you file something against Crowder, you're going to have to give it. But no, he doesn't want it. He's not going to have to give up discovery if this thing that they filed with an administrative agency goes through, which is basically going to be a thing where they say, is this NDA valid or not? And I talked to an attorney, and she said, in a way, it's kind of like a race for who's first. So if the administration's agency says the NDA is void before the tortious interference lawsuit moves forward, then he could get out of that because they could say it's a breach. But you have to realize that these attorneys and the way the media works, they will blow something up to make it sound so crazy. When Taylor wrote the article about me, she included this one thing saying that.
Oh, I skipped the Taylor part.
The Taylor runs. I mean, it is a lot. Like it was a pleasure to meet her, and I, again, separately am interested in some of this Taylor Lorenz stuff.
Yeah.
But the original setup for this, which would have been a 2 versus 2, that was pitched to me, that lured me all the way to Tim Pool's compound.
Right.
I think would have been, and I think she might have been in this too as one of the other people. I don't remember exactly.
What was that?
I think it would have been better.
That was the one that you said before. Who were those people?
Oh yeah, right. Very nice move.
You told us before. I just can't remember who it was.
She was super chill, by the way, like afterwards. So I got
who was the other person that was
I was trying to get her, by the way. So I had our mutual, our bestie, Anna, like commented under my tweet on the video.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Yeah, she actually posted a screenshot of like UTA that Anna was represented by there because the grand UTA conspiracy, which honestly might be my favorite thing about Ari is the everybody, because everybody is represented by UTA. So I thought that was really cool, but the photo was really old. So I'm like, yeah, she's probably not. She's probably not with UTA anymore. This is like a 10-year-old photo of Anna. So like, you would think with your talent you would update. It's probably like a dead link kind of thing. But so I was hoping she'd bring that up on air, so I'd be like, she's not at UTA. Like I was waiting for it.
Anna, are you still at UTA?
UTA is pretty big though. I mean, that's like a reputable company and whatnot. So
but yeah, I was hoping because the UTA stuff. So we did a Twitter space the day before, and there was some like kid who really doesn't like Crowder, and he kept asking her if she was paid by Crowder. It was pretty funny. She handled herself really well. That's how I knew she was
Ari or Anna was paid.
Yeah, if Ari was paid by Crowder.
Okay,
like
gotcha.
She handled herself really well because when you have like a very I don't know, deliberate, there's a word for it, an artistic kid, somebody diagnosed with autism that's like consistently asking you the same question over and over again, because it's artistic.
Right.
And she handled herself really well. That's how I knew I was probably going to get along with her, even if I disagreed with her on the way that she's framing some of this stuff.
Poboxy for 20 euros says integrity is that magic number on Star Trek that goes down when the ship gets hit by weapons. That's a great point. That's exactly what it is.
The shield integrity. I've heard him talk about that.
The hull integrity, the shield integrity.
All the integrities. Yeah.
I know. Jay for Integrity Farms. Jay for $20 says bearing Tim saying things just to drive views. Every time he makes a point, I'm reminded how far a mediocre mind with an insane work ethic can get you, kind of like Pearl Davis. Wow, there you go.
And you know what? Like, listen, Pearl has a rich dad.
That is
that's
true.
Who like provides. That's who provides. She actually doesn't generate that much money. Tim runs a very like sophisticated operation. And you can make fun of him because you don't like the effort of like this video or that video, but the dude does grind. And he could easily just do that OBS format, make a bunch of money for himself and be fine. But instead he produces a podcast, flies in a guest every single day. On Fridays, he flies in guests for an additional show. I mean, you got to give credit where credit is due. He's running a coffee business. And I hated to say this, but it is true. I asked for coffee in the morning. They gave it to me. It was actually pretty damn good.
Wow.
And believe me, I like want to hate. Like I ordered Jeremy the quarter rings coffee. It was fine. It's fine. It's all right. It's all right. No big deal.
Nothing special, huh?
Wow. You like Tim's coffee better than quarter rings coffee.
Their whatever mountain thing, I drank it black, and I usually have cream and sugar. It was actually really good. You know how much that hurts me? I would want to be like, nah, don't buy that. Right, but it's actually pretty good. You know why? Because they're not paying me to say it. Like if they would offer me a sponsorship, I would have sold it, even if it was mud to you people. Go. But like they're not. So, but it was actually nice. It was just saying. But yeah, he runs a sophisticated operation. Like it's
unlike Pearl.
Pearl is a very low effort, funded by her dad kind of thing. Very low intelligence, like very, very low intelligence. And it's also just repeating. Like Tim will come up with his ideas, like he'll have his ideas and his theories and whatnot. Pearl, like,
they might be crazy, but they're his ideas, right?
Yeah, but Pearl just copies she copies from dumb people. Like Pearl's inspiration that she repeats the talking points from are people that are like objectively less smart than Tim. Like, your Red Pill podcast, there's a lot of them.
Right. Mr. Ubercross, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross.
Yeah. We got 50 from
Mark Twain's Revenge. Thank you so much. Mark Twain's Revenge with the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. It's incredibly generous.
Yeah, amazing. Welcome new members.
Equishidox for $20 says, keep up the great shows, guys. Killing out here. Hope Rudyard comes back soon. His video about incels relationships between the sexes seems very pertinent. Ironically, I could not care less about Crowder. The guy seems toxic.
Yeah, I'm going to try to set
Vanessa
up.
Vanessa says very, very, very low intelligence.
I'm going to try to get Rudyard on with Phil. From All That Remains. Yeah, Phil Labonte.
I like Phil. I was going to do IRL. I was gonna do IRL with Phil, but like because they asked me to do the show and I did. But apparently they booked like somebody else for that chair, so he had to awkwardly pack up his laptop and leave, which is
Oh
kind of funny. Like
no.
I love watching awkward stuff, but I like Phil. He's always been super nice to me and whatnot. And by the way, there's people who are like commenting. They're like, Sean, you'll never be allowed on Tim Pool again. I quite literally
That's
came.
not true. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I did the evening show after this. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
like I wasn't banned that day.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, Anna's in the chat. Anna says, I have no representation because they're usually leeches. Well, there you go.
True.
Well,
True.
thank you, Anna, for solving the
says,
mystery, the conspiracy.
She also says she can't come on because she's cooking for her parents. Now, how sweet is that?
Yes.
Oh, Monolithic Ethos, the very hardcore journalist that was pressing Ari the night before because of
Oh,
his
is that who you're talking about?
his weaponized artistic behavior has joined as a member.
Well, thank you. Well, there you go. So there you go. There's no conspiracy.
Nice.
I just want you to know that Monolith is struggling to buy a car right now, and he just gave you money. Like, I just want you to know that.
Look, don't do it.
Listen,
buy your car. Come on, you don't have to give us money.
Listen, I don't know if you know this. Every time you give a donation to us or you become a member of Sitch and Adam, you gain the equal amount of units of free will. So this will obviously help them get a better car.
I actually have to cook soon too.
I don't know.
It will. Wow,
look, if you have to go, Sean,
Jesus,
thanks for jumping in.
Well, I mean, I said soon, Adam, but fine, throw me off your show.
Well, no, I just look. I thought you were looking for an out. So
he's got it. He's got time.
I got 4 more minutes.
Okay. Spencer Harmon for $20 says, "Sorry guys, I'm behind. Someone dropped the video. Good video, by the way, Sean."
Well, if you only have 4 minutes, we got to ask you about the marriage stuff, because the crazy marriage stuff. Obviously, I'm just joking around about what your fiance said about it, but I mean, you were sitting right across from Tim Pool, and I postulated that you were just like, "What the hell is going on here?" You had a look on your face like you were dumbfounded that Tim was saying these things. So give us the play-by-play. What were you thinking in that moment?
So, like, one of the reasons why I made the video after the fact is because, like, people have a wild misinterpretation of no-fault divorce law, its impact on the divorce rate, how the divorce rate is calculated, and all these various other additional things. So, like, I made a video where I clarified a bunch of that, but yeah, it was really weird. This idea that you should just have to just endure. The judge has to order you. I mean, like I said it in the clip and you just played the part where Tim's like, he doesn't trust the judge to admonish parties correctly, but he trusts them to tell you to go live and be professional.
Yeah,
like
totally.
like adjudicate how you're going to raise your kids and all that. It's just there's a lot of things that go unchallenged on the right, and like divorce is not it's not one of the issues that people dig too much into. So like, there's stats on no fault divorce, like the idea that women file 80%, which is false. The idea that filing for divorce actually means anything, because there's certain circumstances where you leave the marriage but somebody just technically files, and it's all misinterpreted. It's all like nonsense, like conversation, and this was just an aspect of it. Like the judge should just intervene and tell you to do that. Which, by the way, some states have mandatory separation periods or counseling or whatever. Like, that's fine. But the idea that you cannot get divorced because the judge said so, unless you're like getting punched in the face, ridiculous, insane. I'm against it.
Right.
And I'm against you.
Yeah, and you said that, which I thought pretty much summed it up when you're like, "That's crazy, man. That's crazy."
Mr. Borelli for $10 says, "Yo, Sean, Emma and Matt Binder dropped a video on Majority Report you might like. They blame crime on poverty and advocate for squatters' rights."
Oh, please respond.
Yeah,
please respond.
Okay, I mean, I could take note of it. Also, Anna, is that real Anna or fake Anna in the chat is saying that she's making shepherd's pie? We need to know the answer to this.
That's 100% real Anna.
Is it made with lamb, like real shepherd's pie, or are you a liar making cottage pie with what you call beef?
No!
Beef?
Oh, wow. Look, it's a cook-off here.
Listen, I debunk everything. This is how I roll.
We gotta know the
that
truth.
makes you a very likable person, Sean, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it's true.
I'm great at parties and social events.
Sometimes it's more important to be liked than right, Sean. Come on. Look, another 50 gifted memberships from.
Oh, thank you. Neckbeard and the Fan, which is our surrogate father,
secret,
J-Mac.
which is secret J-Mac, yeah.
Secret J-Mac. Oh, with 100 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, J-Mac. Incredibly generous of you. Our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac.
J-Mac spends too much money on his official J-Mac account, and he has to come in. Oh, look,
he gave another 50 gifted subs on his official account. There you go. Look at that. Another 50.
Nice. Painting the chat green. Much. Look at this.
Everyone will be green.
All right. Cool. Welcome all members.
Thank you. Yes, welcome.
Wait, am I a member? Hold on, let me type something in the
Another,
chat.
Oh my God, J-Mac.
Better get one, Sean. Come on, what are you doing?
Oh, I don't know how to get a gifted sub. I don't know what
get a gifted sub, quick, Sean.
You have to turn it on. You have to click on one of the 50 and go accept sub.
Actually, Sean should just have to pay. Okay, he doesn't need to.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's a big internet celebrity. Okay.
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh my God, the whole chat is all green. I was desperately wanting to know the answer to the shepherds versus cottage pie question.
You'll never know.
They flooded the zone.
It's a big secret now.
Thank you, Spencer Harmon. Thank you for memberships. Oh my God, everyone's a member today. You get a member. You get a member.
I know.
Everyone's a member.
You're a member. You're a member. You're a member.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't know how to claim it, but I could theoretically ban people.
I think there's a little pop-up that pops up at like
the there's a pop-up at the
I don't know what
that I've claimed one of J-Mac's memberships on EFAP, which was kind of cool.
Yeah, that's right. This is all conspiracy, so that Anna doesn't have to answer the question.
Yeah, I know. It's a big cover-up right here.
There you go. It's a big cover.
There's a version of it that I make, by the way, where I use ground turkey, so it's not really shepherd's pie. I don't know what the term is for it, but I do a sweet potato topping, like a spiced sweet potato topping. It's really,
sounds good. Yeah.
So it has to have one particular type of meat, otherwise it's not shepherd's pie. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because shepherds, you need the sheep's.
It's got to have sheep in it, otherwise it's not shepherd's pie.
Cottage, if it's beef, then it's cottage pie because you keep your cows in the cottage.
Shepherds are only sheep, right? A goat herder.
Oh, it's like lamb. Yeah, I don't know what a goat pie is. Maybe that's just a goat pie.
Interesting. Okay. Fascinating. Learning
somebody said use
stuff
tofu.
On the show today.
Hold on, I gotta ban that guy.
That's a farmer's pie.
I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna ban.
Don't ban people.
Yeah, lamb.
Come on. All right.
Oh, Anna said she made it with lamb. It's official. It's official.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Wow.
Eat that, Sean. Right. How dare you? How dare you question the integrity of Anna? Period.
It took so long for the question to be answered. She probably swapped it out.
She ran out. She ran out and bought some lamb.
No, that's what all that gifting was.
With raw meat, Sean. She was cooking for her wonderful parents. So she had to wash her hands to type on the phone.
She took the lamb herself. And was grinding it or mincing it for that.
Exactly.
So that's
she was slitting the throat of the lamb that she was going to use for this.
I was specifically trying not to go that graphic, but yes, that's exactly what I meant.
Okay, she does it all. Base data. That's right.
She was hunting it with the spear, like she
there you
took it out herself.
Knight of the Diamond Spoon for $20 says, by no means am I for state and federal laws to be enforced upon us. We should be allowed to brutally kill someone that pisses us off. On a serious note, I think that was a joke. On a serious note, as a civil society, we should encourage or enforce integrity. I mean,
integrity.
It depends on how we're defining integrity, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people define it in ways that you would not, and I would not feel comfortable with.
Honoring people's pronouns, right?
That's right. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Should it be law that you have to honor someone's pronouns?
Yeah.
For integrity.
And you get the death penalty if you don't.
There you go. I like it.
Integrity.
Just like a poor lamb in an Armenian's household right now.
Oh my God.
How dare you?
You get the answer you want and then you immediately turn on her, Sean.
I know.
That's so bad.
Classic right-wing behavior.
No comment.
Dialogue always for $5 says, hey, Sean, congrats on getting married. I guess it's time to hang up that leather jacket, right, Sean? LOL.
Oh, because I'm looking so sharp in that leather jacket. So, by the way, the reason I was wearing the jacket in the evening show is because I'm so cold in this studio. Like they put me right by the air conditioning vent but I had already taken it off, but I was worried about like the continuity, because
Were
if
you
I was wearing
really
something
worried
different-
about
yeah,
the continuity of the shot? Oh my God. What a
no,
professional, everybody.
I just didn't want to awkwardly put it back on and go like this and then have like Surge cut to me on the
As
camera.
you're like mid taking it off.
Yeah.
There you go.
Like I didn't want that to happen.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
Or mid putting it back on.
Sure.
Do. And then you notice something and then sit back and say, well, she's doing it to Crowder, or these people are doing it to Crowder, so it's okay. I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm biased. Very biased. Very, very biased. Having dealt with these things, having people come out of the woodwork to stab you in the back. What I can say that I know is that based on how, I can't speak for Texas, but I can speak certainly for a handful of East Coast states and some in the Midwest. Right now, the way, like, Jarrod just violated his non-disparagement and NDA and raised $92,000. I do not believe he will face any serious admonishment from the court. Crowder can do nothing in kind. So you had, they put out a statement, but it wasn't Crowder. Crowder's not on the show at the time.
Wait, I don't understand this point. The whole point is like, if the National Labor Review Board says that the NDA stands or the non-disparagement stands, then he would definitely get slammed by Crowder. But that would be Crowder hitting him with a lawsuit would be the responding in kind. I don't understand what he's saying here.
Well, it wouldn't be the admonishment. It would be like him losing the lawsuit and having a judgment against him.
Yeah, so. Exactly. Right. Yeah. Like,
kind of worse.
Yes.
And if Steven Crowder comes out and says any word about this, the judge will flog him publicly, because this is what I've experienced. Crowder is in a position.
Well, I mean, so Jarrod, the CEO, came out and accused Jarrod, the CEO, came out and accused Jarrod of engaging in a conspiracy to team up with Crowder's ex-wife to harm his ability to, produce the show via money and to see his children. So, I mean,
I mean, it went further than that. They were like, Hilary is so greedy that they don't want you to get any more manifestos from any people, because you know how much money it costs to have somebody email you a manifesto? It's millions of dollars. Greedy Hilary, man.
And get rid of the dog, the little nice doggo. That,
oh my God, the
brings
dog.
light and love to the show.
What a bitch.
Yes. I don't know why you say this. Like, they already responded and definitely disparaged, Jarrod's character. So it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's a mutual non-disparagement agreement. So
right.
Yeah.
And I would imagine if you sign a non-disparagement agreement mutually and someone violates it, comes out and attacks you, you can respond to their accusations without getting hit by a judge saying, "Oh, how dare you break it?" It's like, well, they broke it. What do you mean? They broke it first. I'm just responding.
Listen, if Steven says anything, the court system is so rigged, just like
the election.
Just like it's more rigged than Wisconsin at 3 a.m. Then what you got? Then the judge will just go to his house and smack his dog and say, "This is for Hilary." That's what will happen.
No. The judge is going to order Steven. The Steven has to smack his own dog. Okay. Just to make up for it.
Very true.
Anna Kasparian for $20. Thank you so much, Anna. This is the real. Anna said, "You guys crack me up." Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That's awesome.
Yeah. Thank you. I know that wasn't for them. It was for me.
For being grilled on the lamb question.
No. It's very important. You have to get to the bottom of these mysteries.
It's true. That's true. No, I want shepherd's pie. What the fuck?
Where you throw a paper clip into the spokes and you can cause hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage. They can do nothing to Jarrod. The court can be like, "We told you not to do that." And likely what will happen is the court will say, "Jarrod, please don't do that again." Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
And Crowder's lawyers are going to be like, "This is absurd. Your Honor, are you joking? This man's clearly in violation." They'll say, "Well, look, the goal of the court here is to try and figure this out and end this, not to prolong the bickering. But if Crowder were to do something, the judge is going to be like, 'You knew what you did.'"
I mean, but he is doing something. He is suing him for $1 million. We know Jarrod doesn't have that money. I didn't say that was not allowed.
Right, my point is,
like you brought up the statement. So like my main issue.
No, hold on. He's not doing something. What doing something was there is Jarrod is in violation of an agreement he made publicly to raise money. Okay, you can't do that.
Well,
but he's not going to. So that's what I mean by doing something. Crowder can't do something in kind. Certainly, Crowder can file lawsuits and then cross his fingers and hope the judge actually does something about it. Yep. What I'm saying is, in these court cases, what I have found, and not just the ones I've been involved in, the people who are the people with no money can break the rules, bend the rules, because the courts have little leverage over them. They can do very little. They can go to the CEO of a company and they can say, we are going to fine you whatever amount of money per day that will cause you to stop doing what you are doing. You go to someone like Jarrod and it's going to be like, I don't have any money. And they're going to say, then please just stop doing it.
Well, you guys know that American court system, that if you have money, it's so much harder for you. And yeah, how they just they fine these companies, and those fines are totally not a percentage of what they like defrauded from their customers, a small percentage, and that it's not like a write-off for the cost of doing business. But if you're a little guy, ooh, they're so on your side. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like I was just covering a story of a squatter situation where they're fining a woman $250 a day, and it's up to $15,000, and then she's subject to 5 years in prison if she doesn't pay the electric bill for these squatters. Like, she can't afford that. Like, you don't go to jail for nothing in New York, but you can go to jail for 5 years for this. Like, it's just not a sane interpretation of how this works. And by the way, if Jarrod like refuses to pay, you could garnish his wages to a certain extent. Like if you were to fine him, he might have to declare bankruptcy. Like there's a lot of things that you can do. And you know, this is an interesting theory that people who are broke are immune from everything in the criminal justice or civil justice system.
It's not the case at all. Yeah. Well, litigation is no joke, man. It's kind of terrifying. So
yeah, and it's hyper expensive. And I think I remember it might have been Lauren Southern. She was talking about when, you know, there was some article that was defaming her, and she was, you know, thinking about trying to sue. I don't remember what it was. Some big mainstream.
It was Patreon. It was Patreon.
Oh no, it was Patreon, right? Yeah, and then they were like, "Oh, well, do you have like $100,000 retainer?" Some like astronomical.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so like the idea, like I have literally no clue where Tim's getting this from, except I guess his own sort of biased experience, you know, being the one with money in these situations. Like, you know, he had some bad lawsuit or whatever. Like the idea that being poor on a lawsuit is an advantage is so outside the realms of reality that it's hard to know even how to respond to it or what he's even talking about. Because
it's also at the I also forgot this additional context for this whole thing. At the same time, the earthquake happened in New York, so my phone is like blowing up with useless information at this point in time. Like people checking if I'm alive because I didn't tell them that I was leaving. So like I'm like hoping like, you know, if somebody's watching live and they got like something that I missed, that they're going to text me something useful. But instead, they're texting me if I'm dead. So like, you know, that's a thing.
This just happened now.
Yeah.
There was a
No, the earthquake in the when I'm on the Culture War show, the earthquake in New York is that day.
Oh, I got
so people are texting me to see if I'm like alive, and the fiance's texting me too, and like she doesn't usually spam me like that, so I was a little worried. And then I was like, "Are you?" I finally figured it out like an hour in. Texted her back. I'm like, "Are you dead?" And then she was like, "Maybe," and I was like, "Cool, text me back later." And then that's how like we got through it. But you know, so there's some distractions if I miss a few points. I'm just saying, you know. I sprained my ankle too, so you know.
Like
if
you don't see me hitting
the 3-pointers, you know.
This is a credible excuse, so obviously,
very
blowing up
credible.
right during the middle of the thing.
I did get a message, by the way, from somebody who was like a bunch of people afterwards talking about how many times they've been buried in legal costs. So yeah, it's true.
Yeah, any attorney you turn to, they're going to say, look, this is a serious matter. You need to pony up, you know, put $20,000 into my bank account right now. It's not like you're going to get any peace of mind from an attorney on this.
It's also like it's not even theoretical, abstract. This could happen in other cases. Like there is a ruling from the judge in the Crowder divorce case that he was doing this too much and he had to pay extra money above the $25,000 for his legal fees. Like that document's it's just in Lauren Southern's video. It's like objectively there that this was ruled. Like anybody can see it. So it's like this isn't even theoretical. It's definitely it happened specifically related to Crowder.
Right.
This is the issue.
Yeah.
Again, but like here's the thing. They issue their statement. First of all, the non-disparagement would be between him and the company. So Jarrod making a statement is like his public like response to that. It's supposed to be a mutual non-disparagement agreement, by the way. So like if we find out through the course of the case that they were also violating it, like telling his other employer something damaging about him in order to get him fired, then like that might be grounds for them to get out of the NDA. Like one of the reasons they filed the complaint with the National Labor Relations Board is that they're trying to get the NDA resolved. But like my main issue, and I would probably be way closer to you on this particular thing, is the fact that they didn't address the key points on it. Like, I'm not the guy, Steven Crowder's the guy with Jarrod, who came into this studio and complained about the Daily Wire seizing a social media account. They were accused of that by Jarrod. That was something that they said that he was doing, that they were trying to take his Twitter. And that's one of the things they were leveraging against him. Hold on. But they don't address that. But they don't address
the point you just made before we move on.
But they didn't address that.
So can Crowder publicly speak to this lawsuit based on what I was just talking about? The answer is no.
No, he
cannot.
He has signed a mutual NDA.
Jarrod is in violation of his agreement, and
he just did, Sean. He just did. He just did. Your ankle's too sprained, okay, for this conversation.
I know the idea that he can't is absurd. It's a mutual NDA, not between Steven the person and Jarrod, but between Jarrod and Louderworth Crowder the company. So if the CEO speaks, then yeah, that would be in violation. Now, granted, obviously, if Jarrod spoke and he violated it and you're addressing it and all that, but you know,
yeah,
just Crowder can do nothing.
Mm-hmm. You said in your video, you're like, why isn't he turning in the cease and desist? Because the cease and desist wasn't filed with the court. So if he has an NDA with Jarrod, then that would be a breach of his NDA. They're only talking about the court documents that were filed, is what I'm guessing.
But from what I understand, the mutual NDA is about them not speaking bad about Louderworth Crowder, the company, or Steven, or related entities, and the company has a mutual one about him. So the CEO releasing a statement, like in your interpretation,
you're allowed to talk
when
about
Jarrod
the lawsuit
says,
that you filed.
Yeah,
they wanted to seize my social media account, he could be lying.
Yes.
And Crowder can't say anything.
But the company could in their response to it.
No.
Yes, they could.
No.
Listen, again, I'm going to stress this as much as I can. I'm very biased, having been involved in this. If I were in Crowder's position,
they 100% can. I'm sorry, this is so stupid. Like, it's such a dumb like. They respond to the sex thing, if you guys remember, the exposing thing in the worst way possible, where they're like, yeah, it was a fun thing to do, but yeah.
Yeah,
of course
we all enjoyed it, right?
Yeah.
But he liked it
at the time.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna punch out so that I could eat some food. But you guys have fun with this, and
yeah, thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah,
and tell people in the chat to stop yelling at me.
You guys should yell more at Sean until he provides you all with his shepherd's pie recipe. Okay.
You know what? Listen, if you want that spiced sweet potato topping, I will send you the how to make that.
You gotta do a video on it. Everyone needs to know. This can't be proprietary information.
I gotta do a cooking video.
Yes.
I like your
pronunciation.
Actual
cooking warrior. Okay.
I like your pronunciation of proprietary.
Shut your face and give us the recipe. Okay. We all want it. We're hungry now.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go eat food. Goodbye, you West Coasters. It's dinner time. Yeah, I gotta ice my ankle that I heard in the earthquake that I wasn't even in New York from.
There you go.
Also, pictures of the dead lamb, or we don't buy it.
There you go.
All right, cool. That was fun.
Yes. Okay, let's continue.
Having actively been involved as friends and personally having filed lawsuits and been sued, if this happened to me, and I remember sitting in these meetings with the judge, and I said, I went out publicly and my company issued the statement, the judge would be like, I am now going to fine you $10,000 every day until you take that post down and issue a public apology. And my lawyer's screaming in my face. The phone calls I've been involved in where I'm yelling at a team of lawyers being like, how are they getting away with this? Yeah. And he's like, because they don't have money. And I said, then why can't we respond? And he goes, because the judge will fine you $10,000 every time you do.
Except
So I see Tim didn't learn his lesson. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You should have learned his lesson in the 2020 election when Tim was saying, I drive around You know what? You know what happens? I
see
drive
signs
around
all over the place,
and I see Trump signs everywhere. Right, everywhere I go is a Trump sign.
The Trump lesson.
Yes. So therefore, because I personally see these Trump signs everywhere, that means that I don't have to look at polling or data or anything like that. It means that Trump's going to win in a 49 state landslide victory.
Right. Because we got a biased judge in my case. That means all judges are biased.
Exactly. Right. And so obviously Tim's personal experience with the Trump election didn't pan out. And so the lesson should be, well, okay, my personal experience, my very, very narrow experience with the legal system, because like, yeah, like Tim has probably more experience than most people do, because most people probably haven't been sued at all. But still, being, involved in 1 to 2 or even 3 lawsuits is a very narrow out of the thousands of lawsuits that happen all across the country every freaking day. That doesn't mean that you should just assume that whatever your personal experience was, and obviously he's biased in favor of himself, is indicative of every experience that every person, every judge is going to be doing across the country.
Yep.
And it doesn't, I mean, it's pretty bad too, because like, Tim is supposed to be like a news guy.
Right.
Who's explaining news stories, and you can't let your own personal bias you're not supposed to let your personal bias get so in the way of things that you can't just like try to understand what the story is or what's going on in the situation.
There are people who are judgment proof, but there are also people who are vindictive assholes with nothing but money. So they're not going for the judgment. They're going to keep you up late at night thinking about, oh my God, can't afford an attorney to respond to this, but I need an attorney so desperately. I mean, that's basically the case, the situation that Jarrod is in, right? Like he's like, oh my God, my attorney's saying I'm going to go to jail for this shit. Oh man. Imagine trying to represent yourself in this kind of situation. Dude, you're just fucked. You're fucked. Well, and Tim's not even willing to acknowledge that.
And that's part of the problem too, is like, so if Jarrod is getting hit with this, a massive deposition discovery request.
Yeah, of course.
Doesn't want to do either because it's intrusive or because he, did it, he did whatever the thing is, but he still thinks that that the contract is bullshit or whatever. The only way that he's going to be able to fight it off, to raise money to fight it off, is to come out and do some kind of big, statement like this, because that's the only way to get people to donate money.
Can you imagine responding to that yourself? Like, what are you going to do? Just like, okay, look, I'm going to send a response to the court.
Right.
It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. The first thing you need is an attorney. And that attorney is going to tell you, look, give me 20K as a retainer. Mm-hmm. Like if he's nice. Like, who knows? As soon as you hear that you're going up against Louder with Crowder and he's just hell bent on spending $100,000 on you, making an example of you. Oh, dude, you're so screwed.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Yes.
But that's why Tim's position, who's, he's been obviously, it seems like in most of these lawsuits that he's talking about, he's been the one who's, in the more financially solid position in these lawsuits, that it's made him very, very, very biased.
Well, good for Tim. Tim would probably never dream of, throwing money at just making someone's life miserable. But there are vindictive pieces of shit in the world
that will do that.
Love to do this.
Yeah.
Yes. Welcome to the real world.
Yeah. Well, also, and Tim talks about this later and we'll get into it, but like, he talks about this idea that someone will be like, I'm going to bury you in paperwork and draw things for just, because you're cost prohibited and I'm not.
Yeah,
he says that's a
Fair.
fantasy. Right. I'm just sitting here like, it's so weird. My dad, who's a lawyer, literally knows people that do this.
Yeah.
Intentionally. That's their legal strategy, is that they're going to try to draw something out as long as possible and drag their feet. And my dad's, even as a lawyer, has been, the victim of people trying to use this tactic on him, and clients he's represented, where they just try to intentionally drag things out just to make it cost more money for them.
Yeah, they want you to run out of money so that you give up, so that you take a settlement for $50.
Right.
Yeah.
some of the allegations in his video, and like, so you're like, oh, this non-disparagement, what you're saying makes no sense. This non-disparagement covers his ability to address allegations 1 and 2, but not 3 and 4, but also he could address 5 because they address various portions of it. And again, I'm talking about Louder with Crowder, the company, because they released a statement in response to this, but they didn't address that, and they didn't address whether or not they blackballed them. It's a simple denial if you're going to deny it.
So,
especially if your company you went on this whole screed against Daily Wire about how you're creators first, you're against specifically full ownership of social media companies, including the ones you built, which is something that Crowder said in his video. He said it here on this show. Like, a basic denial of that. Like, that's the thing that I'm interested in. This whole thing with the divorce. Like, I agree with you guys. I'm not that.
I love how Sean is just like a dog with a bone with this hypocrisy charge. He's like, Crowder made all of these statements, and now he's a hypocrite on every single one of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
Well, part of the big problem in these conversations is that everyone looks, they see a situation, and then they each latch on to a different part of the situation because it affects them emotionally. It's what interests them emotionally, right? And so, like, Sean saw the situation, and the thing that he latches onto is he's turned off or emotionally bothered by the hypocrisy of Louder with Crowder, or with Steven Crowder, who, he made this huge deal, this massive deal, where he's attacking and trying to savage essentially the Daily Wire's reputation by claiming that there are all these parts of the contract that he thought were predatory and bad, and he just had to expose them because, unlike the Daily Wire, Steven Crowder cares about the message, and he doesn't want to hurt other fellow conservative, content creators, right? Conservatives in space, right? And all these claims about, trying to make them all sign these NDAs and going after Jarrod and all this stuff, this all completely contradicts everything that Crowder seemingly said in that video, by having, just by Crowder's own standards, just as predatory contracts, and, preventing other, quote, fellow conservatives from entering into the space by, giving this non-solicitation / compete agreement with Jarrod, blah, 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 blah. Right.
Yeah.
Seems very hypocritical. And that's what emotionally is the hook that gets, Sean interested. And now, obviously, with Tim's interested, doesn't care about any of that. He's interested in a completely different thing. He's emotionally interested from his experience, because it sounds like he's been the person who's, as boss of Timcast, has been sued by his employees. Maybe it's the Subverse thing, maybe something else. He's been sued for his employees or been involved in these lawsuits. So he's kind of more emotionally, I guess, invested in, like,
how do I shut this employee up?
Right. And like relating with Crowder and being in a situation where, from Tim's perspective, employees have gone after him legally in ways that seem very dishonest, right?
Yeah, of course. So. Yeah. So he's kind of superimposing that onto Jarrod, who he might not even know, but obviously he's taken Crowder's position on this. I don't necessarily know what the situation is, so I don't know who's right here. I don't think I have enough facts to know.
Yeah, well, but that's kind of the problem. No, none of us have enough facts to clearly know the exact answer to what's going on in the situation. Right.
Right.
100%. But
maybe Jarrod liked the dick pics.
Maybe Jarrod did like the dick pics. Maybe Jarrod and Steven had a gay affair, and Jarrod was trying to get Steven to leave his wife, and he wouldn't. So Jared's on the warpath. Like, who knows? Like, there could be some crazy, soap opera thing, right? But I will say, and Sean brought this up, and it is a good point. The fact that Jarrod, the CEO, did not address he addressed some of the things, but didn't address, but chose to not address some of the things that Jarrod brought up, including the, getting the deposition awarded by the judge, and, trying to, and getting him fired from the Blaze or whatever that was. The fact that he intentionally didn't mention that, to me, is a big red flag that probably happened. That's probably true. And what Jarrod's saying is probably accurate.
Right. Yeah.
I agree. Fair point. Absolutely.
But do you agree that some of this has to play out in court? Like, you can't just make allegations unless they're already filed. Like, I don't know. I feel like that would it would be a liability for Louder with Crowder. I think they can only talk about what's been filed in the lawsuit. At least when I sued Taylor, it was like, I was I was advised to only talk about the things that were already publicly filed.
Yeah, you're advised to say nothing. I 100% agree with that.
Yeah, I know. Like, it's probably been better to just say nothing.
Even about anything filed, you're advised to say nothing in any kind of litigation. Like, that's 100% true.
Here's interesting thing, and why I'm probably also biased is because, so I had this.
Jarrod was forced to say something, though, because he needed to raise funds. So
yeah,
he couldn't not say anything because then he wouldn't have money to pay an attorney.
Well, he either had to roll over and let them do whatever they wanted to him, or he had to say something to get money. Exactly, 100%.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they dropped a lawsuit on him, right? Before he made his raising money stuff.
Well, no, they didn't drop a lawsuit. They dropped a 202 petition to force him to
discovery, right?
Yeah, to force him to participate in discovery and force him to be deposed.
Right, which means lawsuits on the way. So.
Well, it's essentially saying we're looking to see if there's something here that we can sue you for,
look,
right?
You don't go into that without talking to an attorney. There's
right,
no way. There's no way. Right. Your first call is to an attorney. And that that's attorney's going to say, look, how much money do you have? I'm a great attorney. Hire me.
That's why the claim, and Jarrod said this in the video, the claim that like, well, he could have just agreed to this and not hired an expensive lawyer is just so ridiculous.
He could have just grabbed his ankles and let us have our way with him.
There you go.
Come on, Jarrod. I can't believe people are falling for this shit.
Well, I mean,
that's an insane response.
It's probably mostly based on just whether people are fans or not of Crowder. Right. That's probably most people's interpretation of it. So,
okay.
Because even if you're a fan of Crowder and you think that Jarrod is teaming up with a wife and doing all this stuff, you have to acknowledge that some of the responses in Jarrod's video were insane, and this is one of them. It's just saying, "Oh, well, just because he's getting slammed with this 202 petition doesn't mean he has to hire a lawyer." It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
accusation, ridiculous claim to make. Thank you so much. Mark Twain's Revenge gave us 50 gifted memberships. Look at
Another
that. Thank
50.
you so
Look
much.
At this.
Oh my
It's like raining memberships here.
It's raining members. Hallelujah. There you go. Thank you, Mark.
This is great.
Everyone will be green today.
Talent agency. I was bootstrapped. I didn't have a lot of money, but there was a point where TikTok people were making a lot of money because during the pandemic, there was no, music touring in Hollywood. There was no making movies or television. So I basically had a monopoly on these people that were going to be very, very successful. And the talent agents saw that I had that, and they basically came to me and they're like, "Okay, Ari, you found all these people.
No, hold on. I forgot. We should skip this.
Yeah, you're like, what's going on?
More about.
He's like, look, I developed a lot of TikTok talent, so you're to blame, Ari.
Yeah. My opinion is about the matter.
I mean, yeah. What about the portions of the emails where they basically say a PR campaign against Crowder could pressure him into getting, like, effectively paraphrasing, we can win if we launch a PR campaign.
I mean, when you're suing a media figure, like, there is a chance that this goes out into the public, and you should have a PR strategy. Like,
but I mean, there's a difference between it may get out into the public and we want to intentionally drive this to the public sphere to damage his reputation.
Look, a lot of those messages are from Hilary's father, and they're like, I'm not saying he acted appropriately in that, but he is the father. Like, you would expect a relative to be on the side of the person. So it's like messages from him saying, like, I want to have people that are sympathetic to me, which I have that full message too. And like, and even in there, they add the caveat that it's like, I don't think the terms are unreasonable in that message, but yeah, like, I don't like this. I don't like the nasty divorce, but like, there's two separate issues that were kind of like merged. Like, I think the strategy of Jarrod, the CEO, is to, like, start a fire in a corner, but then fart in the other corner, so you smell the fart and don't notice the fire. Because, like, a lot of this has nothing to do with the original issues or what even interested me in, like, Jarrod's story. Like, I want to know about the non-compete. Like, I hear a lot that this is common in the industry, but it's actually not that common in niche industries like media.
So then let's just put to bed that it is reasonable to believe that the divorce proceedings were weaponized publicly against Crowder. Jarrod's involved in that, and once we can agree with, there's no reason. I don't understand. Why are you defending him?
Involved in what way? That he doesn't want Steven to have his kids.
So okay, so let's be clear. Okay, go back and listen very closely to what Tim is saying.
Interested me in like Jarrod's story. Like, I want to know about the non-compete. Like, I hear a lot that this is common in the industry, but it's actually not that common in niche industries like media.
So then let's just put to bed that it is reasonable to believe that the divorce proceedings were weaponized publicly against Crowder. Jarrod's involved in that. And once we can agree with, there's no reason to, I don't understand.
So, because he says, okay, because he's saying that the divorce proceedings are weaponized against Crowder publicly, and that Jarrod's involved in that. Well, first of all, I think Tim phrased that very poorly, because what he means, sounds like what he means is he's saying that they're using a public PR attack in order to affect the divorce proceedings, not the other way around, which is the way that Tim phrased it. But I'm giving Tim benefit of that, assuming that's what he meant. Which I would agree that, yes, leaking the ring footage to the public is an effort to use negative PR to affect the divorce proceedings, right? Seems
yeah,
pretty
but what's
clear.
that have to do with Jarrod?
Right. But what, yeah, exactly. But what does that have to do with Jarrod? How does Jarrod play into any of that whatsoever? Because that's a second claim that Jarrod, the CEO, is sort of saying / implying is that all these stories, because what Jarrod was kind of implying in the video, like he doesn't want to directly say it, I guess, because
they're like,
so like
Jarrod's on the payroll for Hilary. That's what he's trying to imply. Yeah.
Right. Is that Hilary is paying Jarrod and all these other employees who are leaking all this information to the newspapers that are making Crowder look bad. That it's all like,
which that would probably be fine, because then he'd have some money for the attorney, right?
That's true. Yeah, there you go. Right. There you go.
Sounds like he's just basically out on a wing and a prayer, though. I don't know why he would make that video if he was getting paid by the Hilary making $20K a month for her legal representation.
Because he wants more money, Adam.
Oh, okay. So that's it. He's like, listen, I have the goods on the gay love affair that Steven tried to have with me.
Well, also the idea that from the 20K or the 25K or whatever is for Hilary, that she's going to like be paying all these people to be orchestrating this like massive conspiracy against Crowder and getting all these former employees. Look, isn't it interesting that she's able to get all these former employees to turn on Crowder so like easily? Wow. I mean, it's just, God, no loyalty, right? What's going on here?
Yeah. Look, I don't.
Interesting.
Crowder seems like he might be difficult to work for.
Just some speculation, right? Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know. It doesn't. Yeah. I don't. Look, I don't know. If a bunch of people are saying that, you'd think where there's smoke, there's fire. So
sometimes, but I'm always cautious to acknowledge that. But you can't have it both ways. You either have to say, okay, well, we're just going to be neutral here, and we don't know, or you just say, okay, well, if there's smoke, there's fire. Well, there's lots of smoke with Steven too, right? There's like tons of smoke with Steven.
Well, but what is the purpose of like creating this elaborate conspiracy among the employees if it's a fun work environment?
To
like, why do that?
Just so that they'll get favorable divorce proceedings. But it'd be like, it'll be from Hilary's perspective, you understand why. But you say, why would all these employees go along with it if they were all like...
Yeah, but it seemed like the employees were going along with it before the divorce proceedings kind of came into play. So
right. Yeah. No, I mean, the claim that all these employees are working in concert with Hilary for the divorce seems preposterous.
Sounds like something that was cooked up by a $50,000 retainer attorney.
Right.
Why are you defending him?
Involved in what way? That he doesn't want Steven to have his kids after he accused him of abuse?
Slow down. So the Hilary camp is saying, let's damage him publicly. Then there's communications with Jarrod where they're like, hey, we're teaming up.
Well, Jarrod's saying that he wants to team up.
If you're saying we shouldn't conflate those things.
Are you doing curls with your cat?
I am. I'm working out.
Cats. I look over, I see animal abuse. Adam's doing curls with Wormy.
Wormy loves it. Are you kidding? He loves the attention. I forgot I left my camera on. Normally, Sis doesn't see my camera, so.
There you go.
Wormy loves it.
Okay.
He likes to go for a ride.
Yeah, huh?
I agree. Let's accept that
hold on, let me go back a second.
What way? That he doesn't want Steven to have his kids after he accused him of abuse?
Slow down. So the Hilary camp is saying, let's damage him publicly. Then there's communications with Jarrod where they're like, hey, we're teaming up.
Well, Jarrod's saying that he wants to team up.
If you're saying we shouldn't conflate those things, I agree. Let's accept that on that side, the divorce proceedings are being weaponized.
But I don't even know that's the case from the little isolated pieces of messages that they put forward and
what do you
the
mean?
allegations
the
from
footage to
their
Yashar Ali?
complaints. Yeah, the family did that. They
but it's okay.
Jarrod didn't do that.
Yeah, Tim keeps jumping from like different points.
What the fuck?
Right. So like he keeps jumping between what the family did and what Jarrod did.
Yeah.
Because like, okay, yeah, you have a tiny snippet of a message, right? Which Tim should know better because he's constantly talking about how the mainstream media takes, Donald Trump and conservatives out of context with these tiny snippets, right? You should know better. They have a tiny snippet from one email where Jarrod makes this comment about like, any scenario where he teams up with Hilary would be the end of Steven Crowder, right? Which who knows what that even is in reference to or what that even
Jarrod
means.
said that in an email?
Yes.
Who's the email to?
I don't know.
Oh.
It doesn't say.
Nobody knows?
It just says
I mean, he could
any
just be
scenario where
talking
Hilary and I
shit
team
to
up is
get-
the end of him. It's his worst nightmare. Watch real fear enter his eyes when Tim asks the question. I don't know what is the question. What is Tim talking about? Who's Tim?
And who got that email? Who received that email? We have to find the email recipient and we solve the case.
Because if Hilary, if Steve, like, and this is why I'm really surprised that Tim is just like kind of bought into this whole narrative by looking at all this like out of context thing. Because if it turns out, as is reported, that Steven Crowder's like, I want full custody, and then Hilary's suing to have split custody or more custody than whatever Steven Crowder wants.
Yeah,
and she wants to make the case that Steven Crowder is emotionally abusive or cruel or whatever however you want to frame it. And that's why she should get more custody of the children and he shouldn't have full custody of the children. Then it would make sense that she would then go, well, I need to show a court that he is like, I need as much evidence as possible to show that he's not like an emotionally fit parent to have full custody of the children. So let me go talk to, former employees that have all these beefs with Steven Crowder to show that like this is the, pattern of behavior, right? Like that's not something that's outside the bounds of a normal thought process of, going through a messy divorce trial. That's a completely different thought process than saying, I'm going to go team up with this guy to have him start a campaign months and months and months later where he's going to come out with a video where he's going to risk legal action on his own self by violating this non-disclosure, non-disparagement agreement and have to go through that legal troubles, right?
Yeah, Jarrod is Hilary's star witness. And that makes perfect sense.
Yes.
But they're trying to, so they dump a bunch of paperwork on Jarrod to try to get more information on what exactly is going on. What's the game plan here? What's she up to? What's she doing?
Right.
And then all of a sudden Jarrod's like, holy shit, I'm out here with my ass caught in the wind with no attorney.
Exactly.
I need an attorney.
Yeah.
Like all this makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no conspiracy here.
They said that they did that in response to Crowder talking about the
divorce. Doesn't matter what they did it for. It happened.
Yeah. Okay.
They have emails saying PR campaign. Okay. Then they say, yes, we sent the footage to an opposition journalist who will attack Steven Crowder. I don't know why you're defending that or why are we arguing? It happened.
I understand that.
He's doing a good job of selling this whole, it's a big conspiracy between Hilary and all the ex-employees to bury Steven Crowder, innocent Steven Crowder. I mean, that's the narrative
Tim is
they're
doing
selling.
a good job. Yeah.
Right. People are buying it. People are eating this right up.
Well, and he's doing a good job too, conflating the two claims because the claim is one is that they sent out that footage to disparage Steven Crowder publicly, which obviously the family did. But what is that have? How does that show
to Jarrod? Yeah,
that Jarrod is part of a conspiracy? Like months and months, actually over like almost a year later, right? That's part of a conspiracy that Jarrod almost a year later would then come out and try to say, I need to get out of this, non-disparagement agreement after Crowder sent me that they want to do this discovery against me. Like that's where the ridiculous accusation.
I don't doubt that Hilary and family contacted Jarrod to try to get him on their side to make the claim that Steven is just a bad person.
Sure.
But the fact, like him reaching out to them to bury Steven seems,
we don't know, but that's the problem. We don't know.
Yeah. Well,
You're saying
and I just
one text message with no context is what it's even responding to.
And I don't doubt that Stephen would hit him with a bunch of legal fees to get whatever information, whatever correspondence there was between Hilary and Jarrod.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All that makes perfect sense.
Right. Because because the text message that, and Jarrod put this out here. Okay. This is the text message in the text chain that, comes the same, so the next day from the whole, like, any scenario where we team up would bury him, right? The next day, again, with no context, is these two text messages where Jarrod says, I think there's a scenario where several of us would be willing to attest to all of that. All of what? All of what?
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
It's super suspicious if they're not just giving the full context of these messages. Yes. It seems obvious that they want, the Hilary and her dad want coworkers to go against Stephen and prove he's like a bad person. That seems completely...
So they can get better custody agreement.
Yeah, exactly. Sure. Exactly. So, but these other employees are obviously getting caught in the crossfire. And look, Stephen doesn't even care about a judgment. It sounds like he doesn't care about a judgment against Jarrod. He just wants the correspondence.
I mean, it could be that. It's also, because last year there was all these former employees of Crowder. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Jarrod was one of them, but there are multiple former employees of Crowder that were going to Mediaite and linking all this, leaking all this bad information about Steven Crowder and accusing him of all sorts of things.
Yeah. Got to keep your nose clean, Crowder.
Don't show dick pics at the office. Okay?
Do you think? Yeah. Why would you even risk that? That's so insane. That's so insane. Just even if you think it's funny, like you don't know that that's going to be taken out of context. Look, say it's completely innocent.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know that sooner or later somebody's going to make a big stink about that.
Well,
you got to be stupid.
Well, first of all, when I think of conservatism as a philosophy,
you think dick pics? Okay. Yeah,
I think flashing my dick in the office. Right, that's what I think.
Right, of course, that's the conservative thing to do.
I bet that whenever Ben Shapiro walks past Matt Walsh's office, he says, "Hey, Matt," and when Matt turns, he slams his dick against the glass and goes, "Hey, look at that! Look at that circumcised beauty right there. Okay, suck it," and then he walks away.
Oh my God.
I'm pretty sure that's what Ben Shapiro does at the Daily Wire, right?
Professionalism.
Very, very. That's what I think of when I think of conservative ethos. Okay.
Now we can agree that happened. They did it.
But that's not Jarrod sending the footage to
I didn't say that.
You're saying, why don't you just accept that based on this message?
Because you keep defending the family, even though we're trying to talk about Jarrod, and then you say you want to stop. You want to stop combining these things.
Divorce is. I mean, look, divorce is nasty, and people act nasty in the divorce. What I want
to. So here's Sean's problem from this conversation. I think he needs to just say, "Wait, stop, Tim. I'm not denying that them sending that footage to the media, that Hilary's family sending that footage to the media, is intentionally done so that they can try to elicit negative PR against Crowder for the divorce. I've never said that. I agree that that's what they're doing. My stipulation is you saying that this has anything to do with Jarrod. He just needs to be very, very hyper clear. I don't know if it's because he's lost in the conversation or because he doesn't want to give Tim.
No, he seems to understand because Tim is saying, I get that you want me to stop mixing these two. Tim says that, so he gets what's up.
But Tim is looking for.
He's like, but Crowder's paying me to mix these two, so shut up.
Well, there you go. No, Tim is looking for a direct concession here, and there's a way to give it without like appearing weak.
Oh, okay. That's
or that you were wrong.
Yeah.
And you just say, no, you're misunderstanding me. Like, I'm not arguing this one point. I agree with you on this one point. I'm saying set point number 2, but you need to be like super, super clear and use like the same language that they're using to make it at least clear to the audience that if the person you're talking to keeps, harping on this, that, you're being as clear as possible and they're trying to, do some sneaky conflation or something at that point.
Yeah.
to know with the Jarrod issue is I actually want to hear his side of the story. We don't have his full side.
So my point is,
and for the divorce, we're getting excerpts from the Crowder side, who again, if you're accused of engaging in lawfare against somebody, and you're also suing with the company, your ex-wife and her friend and her parents, like that does not lend, and her attorney, that does not lend to your argument.
So my point is, I feel like you're being obtuse in trying to come up with reasons to defend the divorce issue when we could
he just called him stupid.
I know. Listen, I think Sean should change his name to Actual Obtuse Warrior.
Yeah, of course.
AOW. Yeah. Okay. Sounds kind of like AOC, AOW.
My problem is Steven wrote me this big fat paycheck right before this episode. And you're being obtuse.
There you go. You're being obtuse because you're not looking. No, I mean, first of all, you're joking. You don't actually. That's true.
Oh, am I?
I don't know. Are you?
I'm totally joking. Tim, don't sue me. Don't hit me.
Yeah.
Look, I don't want to pay an attorney retainer.
There you go. There you go. Yeah. I mean, I don't. I think Tim's he's just personalizing this through his own experiences as being, having legal troubles as an employer. Essentially, that's what it seems like to me.
Of course, yeah. And look, people do talk a lot of shit about Tim Pool.
Sure.
I mean, technically, we're talking a lot of shit about Tim Pool, but look, these are jokes.
Yeah, but this is
a comedy show here.
I mean, listen, I never worked for Tim Pool. I don't know anything about that. And he's the one that's making it like this weird personal thing. I mean, I'm just trying to respond to the argument here, and the argument here is ridiculous that he's making regarding both marriage and sort of in the Crowder Jarrod situation.
I brought up a picture of Steven Crowder and Hilary Crowder just because it seemed inappropriate.
Okay. And what's in the picture? Oh, just them. Just to have the tone.
Just so you know, like,
yeah,
these are the two people that hate each other now.
No, that's so evil. That's so mean.
Is it?
It is. I feel like it's mean.
Look, I keep trying to. Everyone's talking shit about Hilary, and I keep thinking, well, what does this lady even look like? I feel
right.
Everyone's talking like, look, she doesn't look like a witch. What's going on?
That's all that matters, right?
Look, and Steven Crowder looks perfectly innocent too. Look, these look like two lovebirds caught up in just a bad situation.
I'm surprised you didn't bring up their wedding picture, Adam. If you really wanted to have like maximum
oh, should I?
Like obnoxious. Yeah, the picture.
Maybe I'll put a little collage together as we're look, they got one with a puppy.
No, come on.
I'm gonna avoid the bathing suit pics.
Don't do it. Come on. Stop it. Okay.
Just agree. We know they sent the footage. We know they wanted a PR campaign. End of story. Now let's talk about what Jarrod is doing.
Yeah, I'm not, again, well, the reason that I'm in a disagreement with you is because that, like, worst case scenario, they're both doing this to each other in the public. I think the lawsuit from the company against Hilary's family and her on top of the divorce for $1 million is very unusual. And nobody's pointing that out.
What do you mean?
That Louderwood Crowder, the company, is suing Hilary, her family.
Because they're messing with his business. I mean, the only way that you can find out.
First of all, they publish footage of Steven Crowder. Like, do we deny that that's him in the footage?
You said the family?
Yeah. That footage published of Steven Crowder. Do we deny that that's him in the video?
Of course not.
Yeah, it's him. So their argument in the case, in their filing, is that caused people to, because their Rumble deal is based on subscribers or whatever, to unsubscribe, and that hurts the.
It's true.
Yeah. So he
should sue them for it.
But that's not something you necessarily have grounds to sue over. If I see you do something bad in public, that's 100% you. Or if something comes out that's bad in public and that makes me unsubscribe,
you can sue
the person who revealed it is not necessarily liable for that.
Okay.
Well, is that you sighing or her? I thought that was
that's not me. I didn't say.
Okay. She keeps sighing. Ari keeps sighing audibly. It's funny.
Well, it is weird. So, and this is why I guess it would depend on the legality of publicizing the ring footage, because Sean says in public, but this wasn't obviously in public. This was in private. This was in a private residence, right? And I don't know, like obviously this changes the fact pattern too much, but say theoretically, okay, that you hide in a tree and you use a telescopic lens and you photograph Steven Crowder through the window of his room looking at gay porn. Okay.
Totally legal.
And then you publicize that, right? Could he sue you for tortious interference of his business? I mean, I don't think he could.
No.
Like now, maybe there's some infringement of privacy aspect that you can get hit with, for doing that action. That could make sense. But I don't know if it'd be tortious interference. My understanding of tortious interference is that you need to be making false claims about a business in order to drive them away. Which, I mean, if you have,
that's 100% a real claim if you've been peeking in the window.
Right. Now, obviously, this is a different fact pattern with the thing because it was ring footage that Steven was aware was recorded. Now, he obviously wasn't thinking that it would be sent to, Twitter, right, or a newspaper or something. And there's sort of the question of the legality of the chain of custody of that, footage and what the law is in terms of can someone turn that footage against your, will or request to, a journalist to publicize. And I don't know what the law is in Texas or wherever this happened that would talk about that, but that shouldn't, in my mind, I don't see how that'd be tortious interference.
That's an interesting case because you are consenting to be recorded. I mean, you literally set it up yourself or presumably had someone set it up in the home for you. So,
right.
But whether or not you've consented to release it,
right,
and a spouse releasing it, who is someone who's actually in the footage. Yeah, I don't know. That's just.
But she didn't release it. Her family her parents released it. Right. This is complete. So it's even more different.
Yeah. No, it's just this is one for I don't know the legality of any of this. Are there even laws covering this?
Well,
you would assume.
I don't know.
Right?
I know that there's laws. And maybe there isn't, because if there's been like this, a bunch of states are now passing laws against revenge porn.
Right.
I'm assuming
Steven's calling it revenge porn.
Well, no, but the reason I'm saying is that, okay, so revenge porn is an instance where someone knows they're being filmed.
Right. Yeah.
They agree to be filmed, but they're not thinking it's going to be released.
Right.
And
yes.
I'm just guessing here, but I'm speculating that because the states have to pass laws specifically about revenge porn, because there's some states where it's like, there's like some states where if, you only need one person who's in the video to have the, to sign off on whether it's being released or not. And then there's somewhere you have to have everyone in the video has to sign off on it to be released or whatever.
Yeah. They better change that pretty quick. Right.
Right. And I don't know if the revenge porn laws are just to fill up the loophole from the states that don't require all consent for the parties to release, or if it's because there could be loopholes about if you consent to be recorded, that's all that's really matters. It's not really the mattering of leaking the then recording to the public. Maybe that hasn't really been addressed legally.
Yeah, they're going to write some laws on this pretty quick, but I don't know if they have laws in place for this scuffle.
Right.
This Crowder scuffle.
But all this would be different than tortious interference. So that's why that doesn't make any sense to me. But
oh yeah. There's no connection there.
Because I mean, well, my understanding again is tortious interference requires some level of
deception,
falseness. But I mean, maybe it doesn't. Maybe in the state that they're suing, it just means that you're just trying to interfere with someone's business. But it seems without some level of falseness or deception, that seems like that'd be overly broad. So
this is really weird to me. It feels like you are emotionally trying to justify what we know to be true as if it was a good or acceptable thing. This makes no sense. Crowder.
It is. It does feel a little projection-y that Tim is accusing Sean of emotionally trying to justify something.
I know. Poor Sean. I'm glad Sean came on.
Crowder's response is, of course, a lawsuit. That's the most rudimentary thing he could do. There's literally nothing else. Should he come out, go on his...
Did you see that look? That look says it all. Look, Sean totally feels like he's getting gaslit.
As if it was a good or acceptable thing.
Watch this look.
This makes no sense. Okay. This is really weird to me. It feels like you are emotionally trying to justify what we know to be true as if it was a good or acceptable thing. This makes no sense. Crowder's response is, of course, a lawsuit. That's the most rudimentary thing he could do. There's literally nothing else. Should he come out, go on his show, and start banging gongs, screaming, "My wife is a devil witch"? No.
I mean, that's what Jarrod basically did.
The first thing he would do is file a lawsuit. And the idea that how dare he file a lawsuit? Well, no, it's literally what he would have to do. That's the reasonable, professional, and academic thing to do. Releasing footage to Yashar Ali is the despicable, evil thing to do.
Look,
Sean is just so resigned to his fate. Look, I got to give Sean props because this is, I mean, it's kind of a 2-on-1 here. It's become a 2-on-1 against Sean, but Sean completely maintains his composure, even kind of like rolling his eyes a few times to the point where he's like, okay, this is just insane.
I do not like the fact that they did that. I understand why you go to an opposition journalist because they're going to publish whatever. Like, I get that.
So then Crowder has to sue over it.
He doesn't have to sue over it. He does not have to sue his.
Okay,
he does not have to sue his wife when he knows exactly how much money she has for $1 million with the company.
He doesn't have.
I think the better answer would be not whether he has to sue. The better answer would be that doesn't mean that that's grounds to sue. That'd be the better answer.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Right. You could say like, okay, well, I don't agree with the act morally, but it doesn't mean that a law was broken necessarily.
Have to do anything. The point is, the reasonable professional response is a lawsuit. You file in a court. You say, Your Honor, please stop. Your name too. Please stop them from doing these things. It's causing damage to us.
I totally disagree.
It's defamation. It's disparagement. Et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, we'll see if that shakes out in the case or if it drops with the divorce.
But listen,
that
lawsuits,
seems like
lawsuits aren't rulings.
That seems like the exact tactic that Jarrod was talking about, where you try to bury somebody in legal costs in order to get your outcome.
Lawsuits are not rulings.
I didn't say they are rulings.
So
but they're cost prohibitive.
Someone
ventures.
takes a select cut of video footage that makes me look bad and omits any and all other context, and it costs me money. The reasonable thing to do, Crowder's company probably went to a lawyer and they said, we'll file a lawsuit, harassment, defamation, etc.
What's the additional context in there? Because they're alleging that 18 seconds is removed from the video. That's what they said.
See, once again, you're equivocating and justifying what they did.
I'm just asking. Like, did they say right before that video we're going to do a sketch?
You're pulling a Krasenstein on me.
I'm not. I'm just asking.
Ooh.
Is this bad face, Sitch? I feel like maybe it is.
Pulling a crap. Well, let me see. Let me go back. I was reading something. Okay, let me hear very clearly.
Oh, it's getting heated. Stop
exact
reading.
Tactic that Jarrod was talking about, where you try to bury somebody in legal costs in order to get your outcome.
Lawsuits are not rulings.
I didn't say they are rulings.
So
but they're cost prohibitive.
Someone
ventures.
takes a select cut of video footage that makes me look bad and omits any and all other context, and it costs me money. The reasonable thing to do, Crowder's company probably went to a lawyer and they said, we'll file a lawsuit, harassment, defamation, etc.
What's the additional context in there? Because they're alleging that 18 seconds is removed from the video. That's what they said.
See, once again, you're equivocating.
That's the most pertinent question right there. Like, why don't they just come out and say what the missing context is? They're like, this is completely out of context. Well, what's the context? It's out of context.
To a lawyer and they said, we'll file a lawsuit, harassment, defamation, etc.
What's the additional context in there? Because they're alleging that 18 seconds is removed from the video. That's what they said.
See, once again, you're equivocating and justifying what they did.
I'm just asking. Like, did they say right before that video we're going to do a sketch?
You're pulling a Krasenstein on me.
I'm not. I'm just asking. I am
saying professional.
Okay. I think I'm going to try to be as charitable as possible with Tim here. I'm going to try to be good faith guy here. And this is why usually, and I've been victim of doing this, right? I'm not a saint on this. Usually why when you're in these conversations, especially with someone that you're kind of friendly with, you should not be throwing around insults and these sorts of accusations, because often there's misunderstandings.
Yeah.
And as we all know, Sitch's law, right? Most arguments are arguments about definitions. And this is where I think the problem is coming from. So I believe that Sean is operating from the perspective that just having that footage be released on its own wouldn't merit grounds of a lawsuit. Okay. What would merit grounds of a lawsuit is if the footage had been deceptively edited in some way that it creates a quote lie, right?
Yep.
Then that would merit a lawsuit. And so that's why when Tim says, oh, it makes sense for him, this footage was released and it was deceptively edited, and that's why, it's a lawsuit. And then that's why Sean says, well, how was it deceptively edited? Because for Sean, this is my guess, that for Sean, the deceptively edited part is what the key point hinges upon whether it should be a lawsuit or not. But for Tim doesn't understand that, or is not looking at it from that perspective. He thinks just because the footage was leaked or released on its own, that within itself merits a lawsuit. And the quote deceptive edited part of it is just kind of like an added cherry on top. And so that's why when Sean focuses on the editing part, Tim immediately jumps to, oh, you're being bad faith, because he's assuming that Sean is looking at it from the same perspective that he is when he's doesn't seem to be.
The truth is 100% a defense against defamation. So I just like, if it's true, then it's not defamation, it's news. If it is deceptively edited, then you could have a defamation case. Defamation is notoriously hard to prove, but and I don't know in this situation, has there ever been a defamation case with out of context clips? Maybe. I'm not sure.
I mean, I could see that there could be. I don't know if there.
Yeah, I could too, easily.
But but I don't think that Crowder is suing.
I don't think so either.
For defamation, he's suing for tortious.
They're doing this tortious interference thing, which is just like tortious interference also has to be based on lies.
Well, I don't know. I think it does. I'm not 100%, but because each state has a different law, obviously. But and it's annoying because finding the exact legal information in the complaints for all this stuff is very difficult to find. It's not all just publicly available, or it's not just all like out there and easy to get. So,
what's the missing context, Sitch?
Well, as I said, the missing context is the day before she peed in his face, right? That's the missing context.
There is no missing context.
Right. That's why nobody. Context.
That's why nobody look. If that was true, then Crowder would definitely come out and say it. Of course he would. He'd say, "Here's the missing context. We were rehearsing a scene for my improv comedy class. There is no missing context. That's why they just say they never answer the question. And look, Tim is even punted on that question."
Professionally and academically, the response to something like this is a lawsuit. Period. I don't care what Crowder thinks. I don't care what Hilary thinks. The Hilary camp leaks footage to Yashar Ali, an opposition journalist, which causes massive damage to Stephen Crowder. It was a huge scandal.
To the company.
To Tim personally and the company.
Well, the company's suing.
I actually don't think that anybody...
But why is this Jarrod? Why are they talking about a lawsuit against Jarrod? That makes absolutely no sense. It's like the logical thing to do is to sue this other guy. It's like, what? Why?
Would care about Jarrod if that
the response to this, absolutely. The response to this from Crowder is, I will now file a lawsuit for this having been done. That's it.
I totally disagree that people wouldn't care about the Jarrod thing if not for the ring footage. Like that was an issue when the Daily Wire thing was coming out.
The point
and people love drama. Like that is a fact.
The point we're on is someone leaks footage to disparage you. There are emails where they're saying they want a PR campaign to get favorable terms of divorce.
When they're summarizing from their lawyer, yeah.
Okay, you're doing it again. I don't understand why you have this emotional barrier to defend
It's not an emotional barrier. I'm giving the context of that email.
But when that's not relevant to what
it says, here's what the lawyer tells me, and then Jarrod puts up these experts and he's like, look,
all right,
they're conspiring like that. I'm sorry, Jarrod.
We'll slow down here.
Great controversy.
We're not talking about Crowder anymore. John Smith is in a dispute with Jane Smith, and Jane Smith posts a picture of him farting in a dog's face. So he says, I am going to sue you. You said, why would he sue her? Yeah. Well, that's the reasonable response to her posting this footage.
That's a terrible example. I don't think that's a reasonable response.
Someone damages your company by posting embarrassing images about you. You file a lawsuit in response. We have defamation lawsuits all the time.
How is that defamation, though? Like if you farted in the dog's face, I mean, you did it.
It's not. That's why, I wish I could find the exact complaint that Crowder is throwing out there, because there's like an article on Temple's site that's talking about it, but in it that they says they saw the complaint. The complaint is alleging this conspiracy between Jarrod and Hilary.
Right. So that's why he's suing, because he sees Jarrod as an agent of Hilary. So that's how
I guess that's like the accusation, right?
Yeah. Which sucks for you, Jarrod. Time to lawyer up. You're being drug into this mess.
But yeah, if you fart in a dog's face and someone takes a video of it and publicizes it, it's not defamation because you did the action.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's why I'm like, Sean is like, that's a terrible example. Hell yeah, it is.
libel, slander, etc.
But it's not defamation or anything like that.
And by the way, though, defamation is much harder to win than a tortuous interference, because if you can prove that somebody knew there was an agreement between two parties and they did something to specifically ruin that contract, it's much easier to sue for tortuous interference.
And it's certainly different. My point is simply, we'll end this point. Crowder responded to a PR smear with a lawsuit. That's okay. What else do you do?
I have a question for you, because nobody's answered this. Like, if 6 years after he quit, Jarrod was supposed to turn over text messages and discovery, which is normal in a lawsuit, and get deposed. Like, why didn't he just do that? He didn't have to spend all that money on litigation. Like, what was in those text messages that he does not want to give him over? Like, that's what makes me think that these lawyers are like, Jarrod, we're going to figure out a way that you don't have to turn this stuff in. Like, why is everybody helping him so that he doesn't have to turn over discovery? I mean, if you don't want to spend all that money on lawyers, it's okay. Just turn over discovery.
Sitch, don't you like to go into a hostile environment and just put your hand on a Bible and say, I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and then answer whatever question they decide to throw at you? Isn't that a nice situation for you? I mean, why not just do that, right?
This is such a weird, bad take. You know how they tell you like you should never talk to police officers?
Of course, yes.
For any reason?
Yeah, don't.
They're like, listen, even if you're innocent, you should never talk to a police officer about your lawyer, right?
All you should do is say, am I free to go? That's what you should say to a police officer.
Right. Yeah. Assuming you're not just like being pulled over, you should comply with the police officer. But then, like, once they're trying to arrest you or something else, you should be like, okay, am I free to go? If not, you just comply and say, I'm talking to a lawyer, talk to a lawyer. Okay, they say it because they're like, okay, it doesn't matter if you have nothing to hide. You can say things that can be twisted in ways to make you seem guilty that you're not aware of or even thinking about, because you don't know what the cop's looking for, blah, 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 right? And you don't know how something can be twisted. Same thing with like a lawyer. Why you should never talk to a lawyer when the lawyer is representing a person who's looking to sue you, okay, without having your own lawyer. Like, so it is kind of preposterous for her to just say, like, listen, you should just talk to them, you should be deposed by them without a lawyer, and just hand over your entire phone and all your emails and every communication you've ever did. You should just hand that completely over to Steven Crowder. Like, it's like, well, fuck no, that's insane.
Would Tim ever do this? I mean,
no, of course he wouldn't.
Yeah, look, I can't imagine Tim would take his own advice here. I can't imagine Tim would. Like, Tim would fight it every tooth and nail. Look, I'm going to talk to your attorney. Hey, look, you could say something offhanded that was just incorrect, and then all of a sudden they're bringing perjury charges against you.
Right.
There's a lot of traps you can fall into. This is not, This is not just go in and talk to him. It's just easy going.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you on the point that there's an interesting statement from Jarrod about Crowder wanting ownership of his social media, while Crowder had disparaged Daily Wire for something similar. I think that's an interesting point that should be addressed. I don't know how we get to that except through court proceedings, deposition, and the release of and discovery.
And
that's
what's going on right now. But as far as like why you wouldn't want to turn over with discovery, nobody wants to turn over discovery. Like it's intrusive. This is like, well, if you're not committing any crimes, like let the government go through your phone.
He's describing it as legal abuse, and it's just so.
Yeah, if you bog somebody down, you can bog somebody down in legal costs, like intentionally in order
to do that.
Of course you can. If you file motions against them and they have to hire representation.
But I'll clarify that. That's in a movie exaggeration that you could bury someone in paperwork. It's technically true, but people think it's like if I were to file a bunch of claims and things, the judge would say, nice try, and throw it in the garbage. Judges are human beings.
That did happen in the divorce case. Like if you go to Tony current.
Okay, it was so weird because Tim says it's technically true, but then says it's not true. Like, what does that mean? And also, like, okay, let's play out Tim's scenario here because it doesn't make any sense. So say you do have a favorable judge, right? Or you think you have a favorable judge, and some asshole, okay, is suing you with a bunch of frivolous nonsense. And so they're just producing, and they know that you don't have money. They have a lot of money. They know that you don't have money. So they're producing all sorts of orders and motions and all these things, right? The reason that they do that is because if you're engaged in a legal dispute and there's motions and orders against, or there's motions, I should say, that one side is filing and you're not responding to it, in a lot of cases, that means that they automatically win on those motions, or it puts you in a far more unfavorable position to deal with those motions if you don't respond to it. So you need a lawyer, you need to hire a lawyer who responds to all this stuff to tell the court these motions are bullshit, you know, they're wasting the court's time, blah, 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 blah. And all that costs money because, yeah, you might have now, theoretically, if you want to roll the dice, you might be so lucky that you have a judge where you don't pay a lawyer and you just walk in the court with no lawyer and say, hey, judge, all these motions are bullshit, you know, and they're just trying to bury me in paperwork and money. And the judge, if you're lucky, might say, I agree with you, you know, fuck you to the other people, right? But what if they don't? What if they say, well, like 5 out of these 10 motions, I agree with you, are bullshit. But these other 5, these seem legitimate and you didn't respond to that. So that means I'm going to automatically award, you know, to the other side. Like, it's just, this is such a weird position that Tim is concocted here.
Yeah. If Tim gets these motions, he's responding, guaranteed. Like, he's got too much shit at stake. There's no way he's not responding. This is frivolous. I'm not responding to this. Yeah, right, like, dude.
Oh my god.
It's so laughable. Look, and then if you're one of these judgment-proof people, I don't have to respond. I don't have any money. Okay, good luck. Good luck with that one. We'll see your ass in jail.
Yeah, like that means like, okay, if you're willing to basically not make any money and declare bankruptcy and just be hounded by people forever, sure, okay, you can be judgment-proof, right? Like, you know, for that situation. Now, Jarrod has a family and seems to be like he's just trying to live a normal life, presumably having a normal job. That's not exactly judgment-proof.
Totally.
Right.
Yeah. Steven's like, I'm going to take your car. First, you're going to be living in it. Then I'm going to take it from you.
There you go. There you go.
Steven's out for blood, man.
Revolts because he was in the courtroom. If you go to his reporting, one of the things the judge was like, he's like, why are there so many motions? We only have 2 hours in this court.
Exactly. The judge will say, nice try, and get rid of it. The idea that you could actually...
Yeah, but you have to respond to them in case he doesn't. That's the point.
Right, yeah.
A wealthy person be like, I will bury you in paperwork. It's something people see in movies. The judge goes, why do you have 17 lawyers on this and 17 different filings? You are clearly trying to waste the court's time to put pressure. There's a term for it in court. They call it, I forgot what it was. And the judge will say no, and they throw it on we won't even read it, and they'll throw it in the garbage.
I mean, you just said that the judges will do whatever, like, you know, earlier on.
Judges are,
but here's the thing: Jarrod fought with the judge. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Just real quick on the point of judges. I think, you know, I can't speak for everybody, but I can, you know, having grown up watching movies and TV, I certainly at a young age had this naive interpretation of what judges did. And then when you actually go to court, you're like, oh, imagine this: your neighbor and you are arguing over who gets the apples from the apple tree because his tree is growing onto your property. And so you go to the neighbor across the street to argue it to him. That's a judge. That's literally, he's going to be like, what are you guys fighting about? And you're like, well, his tree goes into my yard, so I think the apples are mine. No, it's my tree. The apples are mine. And he's going to be like, I don't care about either of you. Take the apples that are on your side, and stop bothering me. That's what judges do.
Yeah, but to be clear, I've actually had this
sage wisdom, Sitch.
Yeah, that's what judges do. They tell you to split the apple tree. Split the baby tree.
I can feel Sitch's eyes rolling from over here.
Well, it's funny that Tim has basically constructed a worldview and an argument where whatever side of the issue Tim is on, the judge is against him. And that's just what judges do, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, like, when he's being sued wrongfully by employees, and he's rich and he's the person of power, the judge goes against him super hard and benefits like the poor person, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But then when you're like, hey, listen, this person's filing too much paperwork, the judge is like, no, listen, this is too much paperwork, right? Like, this is way too much paperwork. I'm gonna help you out here, buddy. Okay. I'm gonna say this is all a bunch of bullshit paperwork, right? But then, when it comes to divorce, okay, the judge is gonna say, listen, you guys need to stop arguing. You should suck it up and live together and just be professional. Right. Because that's what I think. When I think of a marriage, I think of professional.
Don't bury each other in paperwork. Okay.
Don't bury each other in paperwork. It's just such a weird argument that he's making.
I would think Tim, being in the situation that he's in, has had dealings with attorneys and judges.
Sure.
And
yeah. But that seems like the problem. He's had bad experiences with judges and attorneys. And so, that's everyone. That's the entire legal system, is through that prism of Tim's personal experiences with this stuff.
Right. No, that's not good.
Yeah.
This done to me not in a civil context, in a criminal context. When I was 12, I got wrongfully arrested. You pay a lawyer, a retainer. It covers 5 appearances. The prosecutor was trying to extend the appearances. Like, that's what the strategy was, and that would run up the cost for me and for my family. So, like, there are ways that you can extend costs on other people.
That get legally abused. I just don't think that in this case Jarrod was legally abused. And the thing is, he spent money.
It's kind of annoying when you're like in these debates, conversations with more than like 2 people, and the third or fourth people, they enter into the middle of a point, and they kind of like give the person an out. So like Sean just gave a very clear example of how, literally he was in the legal system and someone was trying to rack up the cost for Sean in order to force him to essentially, I guess, take a plea, right?
Yep, that's what they do. Yeah.
And then Ari's just like, okay, that happens, but that didn't happen in this case. Like, well, wait a minute. The claim was that Tim was saying that doesn't happen. That's like a movie thing, right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, exactly.
Now, again, to be fair, Tim is not talking about a criminal context. So I don't know. Maybe he'd say, well, I'm only talking about civil case. I'm not talking about the state doing it. I don't know. Right. You could throw all sorts of differences here, but
look, all these attorneys, they care about, wins. They care about their win-loss ratio. They're like, they'll do anything to get a win. They don't care.
Right. But that's the criminal thing. But I mean, we all know, and this is kind of why it's, again, weird Tim saying this, that, big part of the legal strategy with a lot of this stuff is, if you're a corporation, okay, so a lot of big corporations, they have their own in-house legal team. They have their own corporate lawyers who are not paid by the hour. They're just paid an annual salary.
Yeah.
Right.
They're like, we can't hire a retainer every time we get one of these notices. We just need to hire a fucking attorney.
Yeah, no, well, they get sued all the time, or they have all these legal payments all the time. So it makes financial sense for them to do them, right? So a very common strategy, if you're in some sort of legal dispute with a big corporation that has lawyers who they're just paying the same amount, regardless of how much time they spend on the case. Okay, they will be paid the exact same amount. They probably get bonuses or whatever, but they're going to pay the same salary, right? Being some like in-house corporate lawyer. Like a strategy that they can employ is they say, okay, if either they're trying to be sued by someone or they're suing someone else, and that person is not a corporation, it's just a rando person who actually has to pay a lawyer who's working by the hour.
Yeah.
Right. And is going to be charging them by the hour, or even someone who will only get paid if they win in one of those types of situations, then it makes perfect sense. And it's a legal strategy that they all do, where they'll try to just drag it out so long because the company can just say, hey, it costs us nothing to drag this out as long as possible, but it costs the other person shit tons of money out of pocket.
That's not a structural disadvantage.
No, the judge just throws it all in the trash and says, listen,
they just
stop monkeying around here. Okay.
Too much paperwork here.
Yeah. Too much paperwork.
To fight with basically with Crowder over the 202 petition, saying, I don't want to give over discovery. And they fought about it. That's why he spent money in litigation. But the judge said, no, you have. So after they fought, he lost. And then the judge said, okay, you have to give over discovery. And then Jarrod's like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry, but you can't go in one hand and say, I want justice and this was done to me. And then say, well, I'm not going to abide by the legal system. And then on top of it, it's like, now he's saying the other thing that he was saying is that he was there was like sexual stuff that was going on set and stuff like that. The thing is, you have, I think in Texas, 300 days to file a sexual harassment thing. So that was long gone. So he's really.
Oh, no, she didn't. She statute of limitation on him on the sexual misconduct.
I know.
Oh, man.
Wait, he's not suing for that. He's just saying he was alleging that in order to drum up publicity in order to try to get out of the NDA.
Right. Yeah.
Saying all that, I in my opinion, he didn't care about that stuff. He didn't get sexually. They were, I don't know. It's probably some kind of.
Look, she makes all these just flat out assertions. I don't know, how does she know this? Oh, he liked the dick pics. He was collecting them. They were part of his Christmas bonus. Like, where's she getting this shit from?
Well, fratty type of thing. But was he really?
I mean, she seems too biased just by the fact that, she doesn't like the journalist or some of the lawyers or people involved in the case, is therefore coloring the entire, her view of who's right and who's wrong in the situation.
Yeah,
she doesn't make sense.
She's just way against Jarrod.
Yeah,
I don't know why, but maybe she's just
because she doesn't like
nice.
She doesn't like the guy, the journalist who got the footage, the ring footage. She doesn't like that guy.
What does that have to do with Jarrod?
I know I don't know. She doesn't like any of the people associated, I guess, with any, with Jarrod and any of these people. So she's jumping to conclusions about that.
They're acting like Jarrod got the footage. They're acting like
maybe
Jarrod...
he did, Adam. Okay.
Oh, this is just so infuriating. It's so infuriating. Jarrod seems like just a guy caught in the crossfire of a bad divorce. Yeah. Obviously, they're like, look, we can't. Hilary's got resources. We need to go for the weak link. It's Jarrod.
Like traumatized over whatever happened? I don't think so.
I mean, they kind of acknowledged that happened in Jarrod's video,
Maybe.
which is like they said.
But I don't think
Jarrod
was traumatized over. I don't think it's like a Me Too situation. And it's like
I don't think so either.
I also think it's kind of like probably the attorneys are like, well, let's talk about what went wrong when you worked there. Like, what can we pull?
Listen, if I was at HR, I wouldn't say, "Look, we thought it was funny," and no,
that was weird. That was weird.
I would have been like, "Listen, don't. First of all, don't admit to that happening back and forth. But the correct response when an employee starts exposing himself is to fire said employee."
Jarrod was exposing himself.
That's what Jarrod said in his response. He said he started it. Yeah, we're not. He started it, which is like the worst defense ever. Because
I thought that was weird that they admitted to it.
Yeah. And then he was like, but we're not condemning him for it. We thought it was funny. And like Steven and Jarrod thought it was funny. I'm like, this is don't.
If someone at Timcast exposed themselves, they would never step foot on.
Yeah, you'd be fine. You wouldn't expose yourself back to them as like an
security
ongoing
would
joke.
Escort them out, and they would wait for a vehicle, and that would be the end of it.
You wouldn't even call a vehicle. You'd be like, start hiking, like go catch a cab.
Things can be twisted.
Police vehicle.
So the crazy thing about the corporate world, people should understand is, you have to do it based on law because we live in a pseudo-communist country, right? We're not a free market capitalist country. We're a mixed economy, which means there's tons.
Did you know that we live in a pseudo-communist country, Adam? I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
The pseudo-communist country?
Yeah.
I've heard that before, yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that.
It's not really a communist country. It's just a pseudo country.
Right.
Thank goodness, right?
Right.
There's tons of regulations, and people like to think like, why do they have these diversity trainings? They're required to by law.
Yeah.
And it's not so much by law, but by mechanism that you're legally required to have insurance. But insurance companies only insure you if you do the diversity trainings, and the companies get terrified of lawsuits because they could lose their insurance and it shuts their company down.
Yeah.
All of this crazy stuff. So
that's true, and that it could be a problem. And I'm glad that you pointed out. That doesn't mean that we live in a pseudo-communist country. It's actually the opposite. It means that there's a failure in the capitalist system of people essentially need to have insurance because they're afraid of lawsuits that exist because we live in a free capitalist democracy. And you have to get a private company to be your insurance. And those private companies, unfortunately, have bought into a bunch of woke nonsense, essentially. So
I think he means de facto, but he keeps saying pseudo. Pseudo means fake or.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, but well, okay. But even if he said de facto, it's still wrong, right?
Yeah, of course, but it's funnier that he's saying pseudo because
that's true. Yeah,
it's
that's
like
true.
we live in a fake communist country. I'm like, damn right, fucking America, fuck yeah.
There you go.
If someone here were to expose themselves, the first thing we do is we call a private security company, who then comes and escorts the person on camera.
And he tasers them right in the dick. I'm just kidding.
With body cameras and all that stuff, gently off the property, and then waves them a polite goodbye. There was that story recently where a woman went on TikTok and claimed a guy shoved her down the stairs. Did you see this one?
No.
And then the bar released.
Do you think Tim would really do that if Crowder came out and exposed himself and was like, I'm just having fun, just joking? Think that would happen? Think he'd let Crowder get away with that? I think he would.
The footage.
Yeah, I have.
Oh, I did see that. Oh, that made me so mad.
And so why did the bar have security come escort her out politely with cameras? Because you're required. So like, especially a public accommodation where you're letting people in, legal requirement to have insurance, or not even necessarily legal requirement. It could be like any standard business needs a loan to finance the property and the equipment in order to get the loan, you need the insurance. In order to get the insurance, you got to have cameras. In order to get the insurance, also you need security guards.
Right.
This is exactly why.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, so probably the most egregious statement that Taylor Lorenz wrote in the New York Times about me.
Okay, I knew it. I'm like, where's Sitch? As soon as Taylor Lorenz comes up, he's like,
I mean, again, like, it's an interesting thing on its own, but limited time here. Okay. Let's see.
At least it's not just Tim talking to one person. Sometimes these culture wars are like just the one person totally gets wallflowered.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And the show is supposed to be designed like these two personalities. Tim is inviting them on to engage and he's going to be the moderator. But it's never like that. It's always like somebody has a vendetta for Tim and they're on there to like debate Tim.
Well, that would be fine, but then that sucks if there's a third person who gets sidelined, right?
They do quite consistently, yeah.
And well, that's what's annoying. I mean, and I don't, I feel sort of bad for Ari here because, like, okay, she's coming on to tell her story and it's getting completely sidelined by this other story.
Right, yeah. We're talking about Steven Crowder and his wife who are not in the nowhere to be seen.
Just
talking
settle
about the
instantly.
Big celebrities.
Because
right.
Judges will not help you. Like, I had a labor dispute 20 years ago. And after months of litigation, and we had hard proof witness testimony of all of this violation of the law, the lawyers that we had who came back said, you're each going to get paid a few $1,000s and it's over. And I said, whoa, like, we've caught them breaking the law. We've caught them doing all these things. And they were like, we calculated how much you would have gotten if you weren't fired, and it's $6,500. You can take this or you get nothing. So we recommend you take it. And I was like, what's the punishment? What's the fine for the company for breaking the law? And they're like, nothing.
Right.
And I was like, wow. And they were like, but be happy that you're getting some
it's
cash.
Unbelievable.
Go
and
away.
Yeah, you have to prove damages, and then you can get punitive damages on top of that. In theory,
we had all like
that's a much harder burden. So I think the company must have offered your attorneys a settlement, right?
So I don't want to get into too much detail because of the settlement itself. Afterwards they say you'll never disparage the company or whatever. But the issue was basically keeping it vague. The company came back and said, okay, it's been 6 months. We'll give each of your clients about $6,000 to $7,000 and then we're done with it. Otherwise, like you're going nowhere.
Well,
and so we actually had the government involved. We had the government actually investigating criminal wrongdoing in labor violations and things like this. And all of them came back and said, guys, we really just want to go get a cheeseburger. And so when I'm talking to like actual employees of government watchdog groups, and I'm like, here's all the proof they did it. Here's the witness testimony. There's 5 witnesses. They were like, do I have to? Can you just take the money? I could sit here and play Pac-Man right now if you weren't in my office. And so
if judges are so unfavorable to business owners and rich people, as Tim suggested earlier, wouldn't this have helped him in this case when he was the employee and not the employer?
Of course.
Or is it just that the government's just so horribly incompetent that, you know, even though it's so against businesses, the government can somehow still screw it up because they're all so lazy and they want to play Pac-Man.
The government is all the judges are always against Tim. That's the moral of the story.
I'm just
whatever
saying,
side
just
Tim
wondering. It
is
seems
on,
weird. It seems weird to me, but okay.
whatever side Tim is on, they're against.
Right. Okay.
So basically, you've got everyone saying, "Why are you stupid? It's $6,000. Just take the money." And then, of course, it's so insane. It's like the trial tax, but for civil court. They come back, and then even your own lawyers and even the government watchdogs are like, "Listen, in 3 years, there could be a big story about a $100,000 penalty. You might end up getting paid $20,000, but there's $6,000, a check right here with your name on it. Don't you want to just let them get away with it?" And I said, "No." Right. And they said, "Unfortunately, the other clients involved have accepted the money." And I'm like, that's all you can do.
And the thing is with the New York Times is they have a rule where they actually won't, I guess they don't do settlements. So they won't pay you. So even if they would have agreed to like do mediation and say like, okay, well, we'll change that one sentence in the article. I mean, what's that going to do for me? I would rather just end the thing and be able to speak freely and I don't have to sign a gag order or whatever to tell my story. Because I think, you know, being able to survive a media hit piece is something that is valuable to help other people. I mean, I used to get messages all the time of people telling me like, I'm kind of like, you know, thank you for standing up because I was destroyed by the media. I mean, you hear about Crowder and, you know, Johnny Depp and all. You don't hear about the little guys because they're told by their lawyers, well, you can't sue the New York Times. You can't do anything about it.
You don't hear about the not Gay Jarrods of the world. The little guy is always getting crushed.
Yeah, and the reason you don't hear about them is because they can't afford it. That's
because they get crushed.
Yeah, exactly.
What was the example I was thinking? I couldn't think of it. Amber Heard did file a bunch of her allegations in court, and if we take like just her complaint as a source, Johnny Depp's a terrible guy, even though like he ended up winning that case.
But, and there's counterpoints to be made. Like someone could say he kicked my dog, and then you respond, the dog was biting me. You know what I mean?
My question is, why are so many people triggered by this? Like Jarrod, so. Like I spoke out because I saw some inconsistencies, and there's literally people like on X that are huge influencers that I thought I was friendly with that like unfollowed me, didn't want to talk to me anymore. And I'm just like, why are people so, I guess.
One of the big issues that actually was the reason why I was like, hey, we should do a show on this was the conservative feminists who came out being like, Crowder should have to pay. And like this idea that, you know, what I said was Crowder is paying $25,000 a month. It's a temporary order during the proceedings. It's been stated by numerous people, but everyone's arguing what's true and what's not. So it is in dispute, I suppose. But the Crowder estate, which is both the Crowder and his wife, are paying the legal fees of all the lawyers involved. So which makes sense considering you're splitting up assets in a divorce anyway. Crowder then has to additionally pay $25,000 to her per month, which she's then using for all of her legal fees in response to the Crowder lawsuit, which is separate.
This is inaccurate. So in Texas, so I looked this up because I assumed this to be true because I was like, this is so like bold. So in Texas, at the end of a divorce, the estate will cover the fees. That is something that will happen. But the presumed rule in Texas is that you have to put up the money in the beginning of the proceedings. So since Crowder's a stay-at-home mom, Hilary Crowder, obviously.
Both Crowder.
Yeah, both Crowders are stay-at-home moms. It's a really weird divorce case. She has to file a petition, and then they allot her a certain amount of money. That amount is the $25,000. That temporary court order is supposed to cover her attorney fees and minimal living expenses, because the idea is if you marry somebody and you get them to leave their job like Stephen did, she was making more money when they got married, and do we
know how much?
He said in the past that he wanted the traditional life, so even though she was making more money, because they married 10 years, like he was starting out, so that
sacred bond. Who made more money?
Can't just like run up the costs on them when they can't literally have any lawyer. Like, so this is different from like whether you're using lawfare or whatever. And so that's what the 25,000 is for. Like, that's what it's supposed to be covered. And that's why it's a temporary motion. But like, you know, you had said at one point it's child support. It's not child support. Texas caps child support even at the max end at like $9,200. So it's definitely not that. This is to cover her legal costs. but there's been additional documents that she has incurred way more lawyer bills. Lauren Southern actually published it in her video, the actual ruling by the judge that had to have him set aside additional money, because you do have to pay for these individual motions and all these different hours related to the case. So that money has been wildly misinterpreted on purpose, by the way, by Jarrod, that this is money that she's putting in her pocket in order to spend. It's just not true.
My view on this, what I tweeted was, okay, fair point on the child support. If it's not child support, it was like a temporary, it's like an allotment he has to pay her during the proceedings.
And that's to protect Crowder, right? Because if it was the estate that just paid unlimited, then she could do like, what a lot of people think he's doing, where you're just running up the costs on the estate. So by the time the divorce is over,
and so my point is,
he's bankrupt.
My point was that he has to pay her for, I believe she initiated the divorce.
She filed, but remember, she filed after Crowder had already hired a lawyer and moved out of the house and cut her off financially.
So there's this thing that happens to us online people, Adam. You have to be careful of. And I'm wondering if this is what happened with Tim. I think Tim, because he said he made a tweet about this. I think maybe, here's my wild speculation. Since we're all speculating here, okay? Is that Tim speculated and responded about this 25,000 and attacked Hilary and said it was horrible and blah, 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 blah. When he didn't fully understand or know the facts of the case and understand where that money came from and why it was totally justified for her to get that money through the mechanism that Sean just explained. And so instead of Tim just saying, well, I didn't know that, so my tweet is wrong, maybe I wonder if this whole weird take he's about to concoct is all in an effort to say, oh, I'm not actually wrong. I was actually right, even if I didn't understand the facts of the case.
Right. He doesn't want to delete the tweet.
Because, that's possible. Or he just has this really bizarre take on marriage and divorce, and that, no one, even if you don't have a job and you've been married to someone for 10 years, you should be out in your ass and all this stuff. Or, you should just not be able to get divorced unless it's abuse.
So, technically, she initiated the divorce and legal documents.
I think she's entitled to nothing during these proceedings. And I think the problem is no-fault divorce. And I think we're not dealing with a traditional at-fault divorce. We're dealing with irreconcilable differences. And I think the real answer should have been that when problems arose, a judge told them both, STFU, you are in a marriage. It is a sacred covenant. You will not do X, Y, and Z. The problem I have with this is marriage has become dating. It's dating with.
I know we talked about this at the beginning, but it's so wild to me to hear this again, that he wants an American judge to act as basically a theocrat and say, well, the sacredness of marriage from a religious perspective means that you can't get a legal divorce in America.
Sacred covenant, dude.
Okay.
Sacred. Did I mention it was sacred? Covenant. Why?
Well, if this all passed, technically, okay, just say theoretically this all passed and all marriages become these religious institutions that have to follow whatever religious law, blah, 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 blah. So everyone instead says, you know what, I don't want to be bound by this religious law. And they get civil, quote, they get these civil unions end up getting created, which are just marriages with a different name to get outside the bounds of religion. Is Tim just going to say, well, it's a civil union, so I guess it's all totally fine, even though say 90% of the country switches to civil unions, and you have the exact same problems that Tim's talking about with all these divorces, exact same thing. They just have a different name associated with it. So does that make it okay?
Of course, because it's no longer a sacred covenant.
Sacred covenant? Yeah. It's just such a weird take.
Look, them's the rules. I don't make the rules.
If strings attached in the financial world after the fact. No. Don't get married if you don't want to get married. Okay. If you don't want to get.
Don't get married if you don't want to get married. Okay. Are we going to fast forward through this? Or you want to watch it again?
We can watch it again. It's kind of crazy.
In a position where you have to file for a divorce and hire lawyers for these reasons, then don't get married at all. And so the issue is not so much in this argument I'm making, it's not to do with Hilary or Stephen specifically. It's about the fact that we live in this world where people get married and then go, you know what? It was a mistake. Let's sever ties. You pay me. No, okay, hold on. This whole thing is broken. The whole thing is broken.
She says that you pay me. That's not always the case. A lot of times when the marriage is dissolved, they just agree to keep their own money. I think he's objecting mostly to, I think Steven Crowder, when he came to the show, convinced Tim that he was getting hosed. He was getting completely taken advantage of. Hilary was trying to take all this money from him. Just greedy, greedy, greedy. And Tim just has it in his mind. His friend is just getting hosed here.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's you said he's got, listen, I wouldn't be surprised. Tim's a rich guy. He's a famous guy. Probably got lots of hoes chasing after him, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
So maybe he's biased.
He's probably got a bunch of illegitimate kids out there that he's paying for. He's paying hush money. I don't know. Look, that's speculation. In a video game.
A bunch of little beanies running around.
In a video game.
Mm.
The other point, so like Lauren Southern responded to me saying, or she responded in general to many people. So what? Hilary gives up her job for Steven, but now that they're getting a divorce, she has no money. And I'm like, even if she kept her job, she would never have anywhere near as much money as Steven Crowder has. Like, so I don't appreciate this argument that Crowder, as a wealthy man, pays her $25K a month. If Steven Crowder was worth nothing and had no job, we wouldn't be having this argument. So it's not an issue of what
sacred covenant. Doesn't this totally blow the whole sacred covenant argument out of the water when he's like, look, she's just a poor two-bit hoe. He's a rich, wealthy business owner. What happened to the sacred covenant, dude?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a great point.
He just flipped on a dime here.
Yes. How come maybe by Steven being, cruel, right? As they define it in the law, is that breaking the sacred covenant of marriage?
Of course it is. Thou shalt not be cruel to your hoe.
Whether she's entitled to as a woman and give up her job, it's an issue of Steven has money, therefore they think he should pay. So there's an interesting phenomenon here that for some reason has emerged in this particular.
Well, no, I just want to say he brings up this thing that like, oh, even if she had been working, she wouldn't have made as much money as Steven makes, which is probably true, but irrelevant because the claim isn't that, she would have made as much money. The claim is that she was working a job. And if if Steven wanted her to quit that job and to be a full-time housewife, then that means that she goes from having a job and a career path to having no job and no career path. It doesn't matter what the amount is. So she can't pay for these things on her own because she literally quit her job to be a housewife.
Sure.
Doesn't matter what the amount is. I don't even know why Tim brings it up.
Particular case where you're seeing a lot of these traditional conservatives actually come out as full-on feminist as soon as it comes to the issue of divorce.
I don't think it's feminist at all. If you want,
but it literally
if you want to incentivize traditional marriage, like you can't like put one party in a position where they get totally like ripped off in case of a divorce.
You're correct, and
like,
the response is to not allow divorce.
The feminist response is to say that all these women need to like store away money in case of a divorce.
No, it isn't.
Like in order to pay for it. Like
the traditional response to how you fix marriage is divorce is not allowed.
Okay, but
there's rare circumstances where like a guy is threatening to murder and beating his wife and his kids, and infidelity is one of these things. These are people who I don't think those accusations are on the table. They're most.
Why is infidelity a reason to allow divorce?
Because Tim doesn't like it, Sitch.
No, I'm just okay. So like, think about it this way. It's weird because he says it like we all understand physical abuse, right? Physical abuse, okay. No one should have to be like beaten and attacked, right? It's we all accept that. Right. He said, okay, infidelity, you should be able to divorce someone. I said, okay. I agree with that. I personally agree with that. But then you say, well, why? It's like, well, if you're cheating on someone and they find out, that obviously creates or can create a severe amount of emotional, psychological distress, right? It's like a heartbreaking experience. Right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Look, your significant other cheats on you. That's heartbreaking.
Right. So it's so a significant. So really, what you're saying is okay. So the person cheated on me, created this significant emotional, psychological distress on me, so I should be able to divorce them, which I agree with. Okay, well, you understand someone could create a similar, same, or worse amount of emotional, psychological distress to someone you're married to without cheating on them. You can make their life hell so that they have the same level of horror and emotional distress that they would get if you cheated on them without cheating on them by just doing other things to make their life miserable. So I don't understand why that level, why specifically cheating on someone is like a magical type of emotional distress that you get a divorce in, but other types of emotional distress you don't get to get divorced for.
Yeah.
It all seems poorly thought out to me.
Don't think too much about it.
Okay. Okay.
Let the elephant rampage.
Right. Right.
Mostly just angry with each other and yelling at each other, and they're not getting along. That's where
Tim has a significant other, right? I mean, I think he's been in a long-term relationship with with one of his business partners, actually.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's talked about it before. He has said he's in a stable relationship with one of his business partners.
I mean, if I heard this, I would not be very happy.
You'd be like,
I feel like, okay, I feel a little worried at this now. I'd be like, oh no.
Well, maybe they're talking about marriage and he just wants to firm up his position here. He just wants to basically say, sign that prenup. Oh, that's so. Look, if someone is dating Tim and Tim pulls out the prenup, you should clip out the sacred covenant clip. Definitely.
Wait, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Tim could get totally washed here if he doesn't get a prenup. So
marriage is a sacred covenant.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning no prenup. Our love is bound by God. We don't need attorneys involved.
A judge comes in and says, you are grown adults. You will behave appropriately. You have children. Those children need functioning parents. You will treat this relationship properly, get therapy. And at the very least, if you don't like being around each other, you will be professional.
I love that he just throws therapy in there too. It's like, I'm so skeptical of all talk therapy. But Tim is just like, yep, we're going to get you a marriage psychologist who's going to come in 90% of the time is going to be women, totally side with your wife, throw you under the bus.
Yep.
It
is weird. In any context, I would imagine Tim would not think that marriage therapy is going to be the solution, and that a judge telling someone to get marriage therapy is not going to be the solution.
If we've got a court mandated therapist for you right here.
Right.
Heavy donor to the Democratic Party. Yeah. Good advice, Tim. Thanks for checking in with us.
Yeah.
And you chose this covenant. We now as a society, this is why it is absolutely a feminist position to say we should allow for divorce over irreconcilable differences.
But like, what are you advocating for? For them to like live in the same house when they don't like each other? Like,
yes.
That's crazy.
My favorite line. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy.
I think that then don't get married. Don't get married. This is what I'm saying. You don't have to get married. Nobody made them do it. They said, let's get married. And then 10 years later, they're like, I'm not having fun. I quit.
So I want to explain something because I think this will actually be helpful, not for Tim, but for everyone listening. Okay. Listen. I'm not married. Okay. But I'm a big brained person on the internet. So let me explain to you how marriages fall apart and how relationships fall apart. Okay. You ready for this, Adam?
I'm silently judging you, but go ahead.
Okay. So a lot of relationships break apart because this is what happens. It's these little cracks, okay, that form big snowballs. And what I mean by that is you'll be in a relationship with someone, be dating them, maybe you'll even be married, and there's something that someone does that bothers you in a little way, right? Like maybe they leave their underwear on the floor, right? And you go, oh, I don't like that you leave your underwear on the floor as opposed to putting it in the clothes hamper. Okay. And so you tell them, you say, hey, I don't like that you leave your underwear on the floor. And they say, oh, okay. I'll make sure that I put it away. Right. But then they don't. They forget. They leave it there on the floor. And so suddenly the issue mutates. It's no longer like, I'm annoyed that they leave their underwear on the floor. I think that's gross. It's like, I'm annoyed that they leave their underwear on the floor. That's gross. And also, they disrespected me because they didn't do what I wanted them to do, even though they said they would. They're so inconsiderate that they forgot, right? I must not merit any importance whatsoever in their life that they forgot to carry their underwear an extra 2 steps to put in the hamper and they left on the floor, right?
This is so bad, Sitch.
Nope. But this is how it works. Okay.
I mean, maybe for you. I mean,
no. Wait, stop.
Go ahead.
This is how okay. So you have these little things that mutate into different things. Okay. And then here's how this is the problem. Then whenever someone will do something down the road, okay, that some partner doesn't like, they will then in their mind equate it back to the original problem. They'll say, oh, well, this person, they didn't put their dishes away. They didn't do something else. This is also gross, or this is also disrespectful, just like the time that they didn't put their underwear away, which they never do, right? And so in their mind, they create this tapestry. They create the conspiracy board in their mind, the cork board with all the lines, right? Every person, unfortunately, unless you train yourself not to do this in these relationships, they create this cork board in their mind of how whenever their partner does something that annoys them, it all ties back to some other thing and some deeper underlying issue that's never been resolved in the relationship. Okay. And this is the problem. And this is why a lot of relationships fall apart, because those cork boards get created. All these cracks start forming big cracks. All these little complaints start to form the big snowball that starts rolling down the hill, and they never get addressed. And the problem with Tim's positioning is because I guess he doesn't understand that this is how a lot of these relationships fall apart, is that this is something that will ferment for years, that will build for years and years and years if it's not addressed, and then lead to a blow up way down the road. And I think that's an important thing for people to acknowledge or understand when they get in their relationships, to try to fix these problems when they arise. And also to be like, listen, every time your partner does something that annoys you, don't take it personally. They don't tie it into everything that they've ever done wrong that you don't like. And I feel like we need to have a conversation in society about this issue if you want to actually have people stay together and be in relationships.
I agree in essence of what you're saying. I think if a relationship is strong, that you don't really sweat the little things. So I kind of disagree there. I agree in principle, but I don't think it's the little things. I think it's the miscommunication. I think most relationships break down because of some form of miscommunication. So like you said, you've done some little thing, you've left something out that bothers me. And then when you forget to do it later, I feel like I've been disrespected. Like that's a whole complicated conversation that I think is difficult for a lot of people to engage in.
Yes. Without
deepening the resentment. So I do think bottom line is, and this is very important, especially if you're planning on marrying someone, like a lot of times, obviously lust can get in the way. You can be like, oh my God, I'm just totally infatuated with this person. Well, if you're infatuated with a person, but you have horrible communication skills with that person, like right. that is a recipe for disaster. Like you need to be able to, you want to be in a relationship with someone that you feel comfortable opening up to, and that nothing, like some little piece of shit, nothing left out is going to come between you guys because of some miscommunication and some ill-perceived disrespect for one another. So I think communication is really the heart of what forms strong relationships. And just in situations like this, and look, I don't want to kind of speculate about Steven Crowder's relationship, but I mean, I will. I don't know. It's funny that Steven Crowder does that thing like Change My Mind, where he comes off as like an exquisite communicator. Sometimes there's things that stand in the way with communicating with people that we love. You know, we don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right.
You know, where we feel very fragile because of what power they have over us to hurt our feelings. So
sure,
a lot of this could come down to just, you know, miscommunications build up resentment, and that resentment eventually turns into, if you don't stop it, and this is why excellent communication is the key. The Rubicon for relationships is contempt. Like as soon as you start showing contempt for your significant other, or your significant other starts showing contempt for you, like you're not going to communicate your way out of that shit. Like that shit is like, that ship has sailed. Like I think they've even done studies with this where, you know, the researchers will watch couples interacting and they'll look for different emotional responses. And when they note contempt in the relationships, like every single time within 6 months, that relationship is resolved. Like contempt really is the problem with relationships. So, but look, in this Steven Crowder Hilary situation, I think we've crossed the contempt barrier, right? I do feel
Obviously,
like these two have contempt for one another. And now look, now the miscommunication is carried over into fucking Jarrod's life, into other people's life. And it's just become a huge mess, just a whole mess for everyone. So
yeah, I mean, obviously the ring footage was brimming with contempt, one way or the other, whether you think it was
true, good point,
justified or not. It was brimming with contempt. And no, and I agree with you completely in terms of that. Like miscommunication is what allows these smaller things to breed into larger things and become unresolved, is because there never was proper communication about the issue. Or even if there is proper communication, some people are just people that are bad at, as you said, being able to not sweat the small stuff is a personality trait.
It is.
That either are born with, or you need to learn to develop to be in a relationship with people. And unfortunately, some people don't have that and they've never developed that. And that can lead to a lot of relationship problems down the road.
But not really, because type A people sometimes, you know, they get together and it's just, I mean, they have the cleanest households in the world. It's amazing.
Well, yeah, but yeah, if they're so aligned already, right, then it doesn't matter. Sure. But rarely, in my experience, rarely do you have two people who have like the most exact compatible interests and view of how everything should be, right? You know, usually you have compatibility in a lot of areas and maybe not in every area. So,
yeah.
But like usually when I, would hear, read case studies of, couples that are going through couple therapy, or hear couple therapists talk, or hear couples in therapy talk, it's always like every argument that they have about something is related to some deeper argument that's been brewing for a very long time. Everything becomes a symbolic representation. Every little argument becomes a symbolic representation of a larger argument that has still become that has been unresolved in the relationship, probably because of lack of communication. Right. And so that's all I meant when I was saying, like, that's why I like Tim's position here, like, well, you shouldn't get married. It's like, well, that's kind of ridiculous, because a lot of people, there could be problems in the relationship that it's not visible to them at the time that they get married, and they don't become visible maybe years and years later because they didn't have to communicate, because they weren't communicating throughout the relationship, essentially.
Right. Yeah.
Like theory of like how this should work. Like, so you should be able to theoretically, using an example very like not related to this at all. Like, let's say you're a media personality and you move out, buy a townhouse, and then you cut your wife off financially. Like, you should be able to do that. There should be no court redress for that. Because that's what happened in this case. So no, as long as you don't get divorced, though.
No, the judge will say, stop, you are married, STFU, you will both be in this house, you will raise your kids, you will stop fighting, and you will get therapy. If you don't want to get married, don't get married.
You just said that you don't trust judges in the way that they handle people with money versus no money, and now you're like, the judge needs to assess whether or not you should live in the same house?
That's completely irrelevant to the point that I'm making. Okay, so let's talk about if you don't.
He just asserts it. It's so funny.
I don't see how it's irrelevant. It's
so
weird. Tim has expressed such skepticism of judges' judgment in these other cases, it's weird that you'd be giving them maximal power to essentially tell people they're forced to live together indefinitely. That seems wild to me.
And the judge is allowed to drown you in paperwork now. Oh, you got to get court mandated therapy.
Right. It seems like this goes such against, I mean, I don't know if Tim becomes some like really big red pillar / religious conservative, because I always thought he was very libertarian. And this basically having the state mandate that you are forced to live with someone against your will just seems pretty wild to me, especially when both people, and some people were saying, when I talked about this clip, people were saying like, oh, they're trying to change the subject matter to a situation where one side wants a divorce and the other side doesn't want to get divorced. To be clear, Tim is saying the example that he's bringing up is two people want to get divorced and he doesn't think a judge should allow them to get divorced. Okay. That's, to be clear, that is a specific scenario that Tim is laying out here. And that to me is crazy.
Don't want to get married, you don't get married. Instead, the progressive, feminist, and liberal response has been, let's weaken the institution of marriage. And I'm like, whoa, leave marriage as it is. People just don't have to get married. People need to understand.
I mean, this would weaken the institute of marriage far greater than anything left's ever done, ever. If you were to say, in the year 2024, people can no longer get married without accusations of physical abuse or infidelity.
It's just infidelity is going to just go through the roof. That's going to be the mechanism people get divorced by. Well, I would argue that's probably the mechanism people were using when divorce was before no-fault divorce.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Or people just say, well, we just won't get married. Yeah, we're just not going to get married. Congratulations. We're saving marriage by making sure that less people get married. Like, how does that make any sense?
Understand. And part of me, I'm kind of glad we're seeing all this, because when you see the shocking reality of divorce, many people realize like, there's a problem here. Maybe I shouldn't get married. Maybe you shouldn't. If you get married and you swear an oath till death do us part, I do not believe you should be allowed to get divorced unless except in extreme circumstances, like traditionally what it used to be was infidelity, abuse, criminal activity, things like this. With the issue with the Crowders,
why? When okay, so if I'm swearing an oath in my marriage vows, if marriage vows constitute a legal oath now, I guess, and you say like, probably some people say things in their oaths that could be construed as like not cheating on someone, right?
Sure.
Okay, sure. And you could say, okay,
don't cheat
and
on
have and hold and cherish, right? Till death do us part. You could say, okay, well, maybe have and hold and cherish means not physically abusing someone, right? Sure, right? Okay, maybe.
Cherish, that's a tall order. Jeez.
I mean, it's true. Where's the stipulation about criminal activity? Does it say anything? I mean, most people's merit vows, they don't say like, listen, if you start going Walter White on me and cooking meth, I get to divorce you. I mean, that doesn't usually enter people's thought process when they're writing their marriage vows.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, what if they're into the criminal activity before you even get married? Then
there
it's
you
kind
go.
of a big ask to ask them to give it up.
Sure.
Yeah.
And it just also just seems like a ridiculous argument, because Tim's arguing this is like retroactively when people are making these marriage vows with no conception in their mind that they're legally binding at all. And if people thought whatever I say in a marriage vow till death do, if I say the word till death do us part, if that's a legally binding, statement, if I say those words in a church or a temple or a courtroom, they wouldn't.
They just edit that part out. I mean, I thought it was a metaphor, man.
Right. Yeah, exactly. People think it's a cultural, metaphorical thing, cultural thing. I don't think it's like a legally binding, clause.
It's aspirational.
Yeah, exactly. If it was, they just wouldn't say it. Like that's why this argument's so weird.
The Crowders, yes, I very much believe a family court judge should say, the problem here is two people who don't get along. Be adults, grow up, shut your mouths, do not fight in front of the kids. That's it.
And do not fight in front of the kids either. I love that. Now, when you go in your room, you can tear each other to pieces.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so because I mean, like that's like an ideal like perception of what should be, but like let's say that meets your parameters for something that you can get divorced over, okay? But you have a traditional
like abuse and stuff.
Yeah. Well, like not this case, but like let's say a theoretical
beating
case.
his wife.
Yeah, something like that. So in that particular case, like let's say one of the people is same situation, makes all the income, the other person gave up their job 10 years ago. Like, should they be able to run up the costs and like when the other person can't afford an attorney, be frozen out of the estate? Even though that estate in Texas law is a joint estate.
It's not a singular scenario. In the instance of, say, abuse, a woman shows up to the police covered in blood with teeth missing, and then they go, okay, we're arresting the guy. Now the guy's not working.
But I'm saying if you eventually file for divorce in that kind of situation, like how should the attorneys be paid for?
In a situation of like a woman is being mercilessly beaten.
Yeah, like an abuse situation that meets your criteria for divorce, right?
I think perhaps then yes, the estate itself would be used to fund the proceedings for both sides, like Texas law says.
If you have one person who can't pay or whatever, or like I'm talking about during the proceedings.
The family is a dual income, like they file jointly, they're married or whatever. Then it should be that the divorce lawyers are paid. Now, I think the issue there is you don't really have the same kind of divorce law when you have evidence of clear violations of fault in a divorce. Now that being
so, what happens, I guess, in Tim's scenario where someone accuses someone of physical abuse, but then you don't know if it's true or not at the moment. Okay, right?
Yeah, that's what does happen a lot. Remember?
Right, but how do you deal with the financial situation at that point?
You just say, go to therapy. Fuck it. All this is ridiculous, obviously.
Right, but it's like so it's like, oh, I'm accusing, the person of abuse. It's like, well, usually, no, sometimes, right? But usually it's not so clear cut the way that Tim is kind of laying it out here, where it's like, you show up at the police, bloody, with teeth missing and all that stuff, right?
I mean, that's what happened with Amber Heard, right? She showed up bloody and bruised, right?
I thought
I remember that.
Showed up with like smelling like pee or poop or something, but that's a
oh shit, Sitch, no mercy.
So, but yeah, but
terrible.
So what do you do in this sort of situation? Because the lawyer has to be paid then. They can't be paid retroactively, right? And say, oh, well, when we thought that when the woman was accusing the man of abuse, we paid him with the man's money. But now that we found that the man's innocent of abuse, the woman doesn't have the money to pay it. So we're going to take the money out of the lawyers. Like, what is that? What do you do then? And this just makes no sense.
Being said, infidelity is where things do get particularly troubling. And I know a lot of people then say, Tim, the problem here is women will fabricate or men will fabricate. They'll accuse each other of infidelity. And I'm like, yeah, bad people do bad things. How about you don't get married?
Well, I think the reason you got so much pushback is because like the practical reality is that a lot of people on the right are pushing for a more traditional like stay at home like kind of marriage situation. Now I'm getting married, but my fiance is gonna make pretty good money. Like she's currently working on her career and all that. But like, I would expect if I got her to stay at home, if like we were to get divorced, that I wouldn't be able to drown her in legal costs and like, half your estates or whatever.
But what if you were poor?
Well, first of all, if you're poor,
if you were poor,
yeah, same thing. If I didn't have the money to cover it,
she should
and
have
like
to pay for
we're married, from our joint estate.
Yeah. My problem is no fault divorce. It's not that Crowder has to pay. It's that it's no fault divorce. Like getting divorced for we're fighting a lot.
But I'm saying this is why you were getting pushback. It's like the misstatement of the 25K, which to be fair, that was put out intentionally, I believe, by Louder Crowder to make it seem like it's.
What is it? I feel like Tim's just changing the subject because it doesn't make any sense. He's saying, well, my problem is no fault divorce. Like, well, how does no fault divorce have anything to do? Your problem was you were saying that, well, you had two problems. You were saying that you don't think Steven Crowder should have to pay at all for it, number one. And number two, you're just making a separate claim that you don't think people should be able to get divorced unless it's physical abuse or infidelity legally, which is just a wild position in my mind. To sort of, for Tim Pool, the guy who's been advocating for libertarian principles, I thought for most of the time, that sort of take this very hard line theocratic position. But
it's not a contradiction, Sitch. Just don't
okay,
think
I don't know. It's just wild. It's just wild to me. But I don't know.
Maybe he's changed his position.
Maybe. I mean, again, I don't listen to him super 24/7, so maybe I'm operating off of an older, software.
Did Tim come out as a conservative recently? I think he did.
Maybe.
Maybe he actually came out as a conservative.
Okay, that makes sense then, I guess. Yeah.
That I'm tired of being a silly milquetoast fence sitter, right?
Okay.
Centrist. No one's fallen for it. I need to throw my lot in with the conservatives. I need the protection.
Seems like you're giving the government a lot of power to just say, okay, two people get half. The government has the power to.
Well, they took that upon themselves.
Oh, okay.
Well, they did. Right. They said, listen, they said the magic incantation till death do us part.
What if a woman is scamming you for citizenship?
Scamming me for citizenship?
Yeah, like she's acting one way, then you get married, and then she acts a different way.
Till death do us part.
Oh, okay. I should have sussed it out. I should have hired a PI to get the bond, right? Make sure it was.
And then she starts having sex with your attorney.
Well, that's a big conflict of interest right there.
That's not going to work out well.
That's not going to work now.
But according to Tim, that would be grounds for divorce. Infidelity would be.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
He just wants to stop the people who are basically, they're not treating it as a sacred covenant that he wants it to be. So is that, I'm not sure that's happening a lot. Like I said, Destiny, I mean, you got a little bit of an argument, but I mean, Destiny himself will tell you he's a rare case. So
sure. Right.
That's not like the norm, right?
Right.
You're a very popular influencer that has a very public marriage. I mean, it's like basically a celebrity marriage, which those celebrity marriage, look, they don't work out much, Sitch. I'm sure you're familiar with that situation, right?
Sure. Celebrity marriage and open marriage too. So you're putting two very straining factors on top of it,
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Right.
You're basically begging for the contempt.
Right. But, obviously divorce rates have increased, and Sean kind of talks about how there is some kind of people fudging with the numbers when they talk about divorce rates have increased. They haven't increased to the level people think they've increased. It's because they're kind of comparing a larger number of population of divorce boomers to a smaller number of people getting married to kind of, fudge with the numbers a little bit. But yeah, divorce has, been increasing. I just don't see how this would fix it. This would just make it worse. No one's going to get married.
Look, could it be like a small percentage of serial marriers are ruining the divorce rates? Like, say you get married, there's like, you see these people, they're like, I've been married 7 times. It's like, does that, because that kind of screws up the statistics, right? Because that's like 7 divorces, but just one person.
It's the same 10,000 people that are getting married and divorced constantly. They're just throwing all the numbers off.
That's what I was thinking.
Right. Yeah, that's
I'm like, this is the problem. It's just these few people that are screwing it up. Everyone else, they're lifers, but these people are just ruining it.
Now, I have a question, Adam. Do you have a policy that because you have one Sean on, all Seans have to come on? Is that what the...
Yeah.
All right.
What's up, Sean?
Oh, it's another Sean. Look at this. What's happening?
Look at that. It's magic.
I saw you in the chat. We haven't talked to you in a while, so I just thought, look, I'll invite you on. What's going on?
It's had to been like 6 months or something like that. All kinds of things have happened at this point.
Oh my God.
Are you married yet?
No.
Okay.
In the process, we're doing the I was watching on this subject where it's like everybody's trying to do these statistics and shit like that, where it's like if you have this many partners or whatever, then you're this likely to get divorced and all that shit. And I don't think that stuff really matters.
Holy shit.
I think if you look at the ones who have the one body count, it's probably because they're religious. And so it's like, is it because they're religious or because they have one body count? Or is it because of all the things that are in the religious community that are keeping them together? And one of those things that they do before you get married in churches is they interview you. They do premarital counseling and make
Mhm.
sure that you're actually good together. And if you are almost good, they count you on that. If you're not good together, they tell you to break up.
Really? Wow.
Interesting.
That's
Yeah,
kind
people
of
are forgetting
crazy.
things like that. And in that divorce lawyer interview thing I was watching, it was like, yeah, there are like a lot of barriers to entry to marriage that we should
Wow.
probably be instituting, along with well, one thing it's kind of hard to institute without religion is that there's also a giant community of marriage-minded people around the people who are getting married or possibly would get divorced in the Christian community or the Catholic community that keeps them together as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because instead of having like, you know, three of your best friends telling you to break up with your husband or break up with your
Right.
wife because
Right.
of one fucked up thing they did, they have all these people who are also married who are saying, "Hey, I remember when my wife did that; it was no big deal," or "I remember that my husband did that; wasn't a big deal."
Well,
And
to
you
me,
don't really
that's
have
like,
that these days.
yeah, like to me, that's the bigger issue is not, you can't solve this problem by like government force, is that the culture around this is very different. And I think exactly what you're saying, because there are a lot of people who are like, oh my God, you should dump that bitch, or you should dump that, man, he's a horrible person. And they're at anything, the slightest drop of anything.
A nom on screen.
Is
So,
that cool? I brought just a picture of you.
No, I
I
don't
think,
care. I gotta
yeah.
get well, I don't want to do any sort of like live streaming because the problem with the room that I'm in right now is that there's a window behind me, so I can't set up a studio. I'd
Oh,
have to
that'd be
put the
great. You look like Jesus coming out of the
yeah, right,
sun.
or just cause a really big glare and look like shit, and everybody would complain about it. So I have to like set the desk I have in the middle of the room.
mhm.
And if I do that, this room's like a rectangle. Basically, there's no room to get behind me. So I figured just when I move, I'll just set up a recording area
Just
that
get
would
like
look
a
good.
big sheet and put it in front of the window when you're streaming.
You could do that.
No,
No.
make it green. You could be in space wherever you want to
You
go.
don't have to go on camera. I just
No, you
look.
have to.
People know what you look like, so
No, I'm
it's
just
not
mad
like
because I
it's
wasn't as
not a
good as
big
styling that
secret.
particular haircut in that photo, so it looks bad to
Send me a
me.
good pic. Send me a good. I'll take it. Look, I'm not trying
Is it
to
professional
harass
like
you.
headshot
I
picture?
just
No, it's
searched
me on
think.
a green screen doing a live stream.
I just look. It's the first picture that came up. Okay.
Yeah.
Look,
It's
have
the
your
only picture
agent
that
send
comes
me
up, I
some.
think.
Have your agent send me some pictures. So look, I took it off just for you. What's your take on this?
Oh, I
on
don't care if it's
Tim's?
on.
Okay,
What's my
I'm
what?
bringing it back then. What is your take on this? What Tim Pool had to say? We're all. I mean, obviously, we're having a good time laughing about it. So,
Oh, I think it's. Did he change his perspectives by talking to red pill people like Fresh and Fit? Because you know how the Fresh and Fit thing is going right now.
no, what's going on there? Are they
Oh God,
basically Is
you've
this
missed
their
a lot of
position?
drama this past week.
Oh, the woman that he got pregnant? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, apparently
Yeah.
well, I don't know if this is true or not because I haven't looked that much into it yet, but allegedly, or they were saying, which either one, no matter what, it makes them look bad. Allegedly, she was a Chinese escort. Now, I believe she's
Hold
denying
on.
that she
Is
was,
she
but Fresh and
Chinese
Fit are
or
saying that
she
she
lived in
was.
China?
So it's like because Fresh
He
and
is
Fit are
Chinese.
saying that she was, they're basically instituting that the Fresh couldn't get laid without paying a check, which is hilarious because they're dating experts. So he got her pregnant, and there's a leaked phone call that she probably leaked of him talking to her, telling her to abort the child because he didn't want to be a parent. Well, it's kind
What?
of like, why are you guys suggesting that you have like this many sexual partners before marriage when this is why you don't have 50 sexual partners or 1,000? I don't think anybody actually believes Fresh can get 1,000 different women.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the claim? Has he made that claim?
Oh
He's have
yeah.
like
Like,
really?
I'm not kidding. I'm sure the proof of that is in one of my videos, but basically they have a website. I don't know if they're still stupid enough to keep
No
that up, but they
way.
had like
Oh my
a
god.
dating tips website where they're talking about their credentials. And Myron, the guy who's probably not straight, has 100 bodies, and then Fresh, the guy who can barely speak, has over 1,000.
Wow. Oh,
Have
that's
they
So
come
crazy.
out like against abortion in the past, or is they just kind of like, yeah, fuck bitches, get abortions, whatever?
I'm not sure, but it'd be funny if they did. Probably not, though. It didn't seem like anybody was. I would think a clip would have surfaced by now if they had talked against abortion.
What's kind of weird about like the red pill? I know red pill and conservatives are not the same, but that they kind of operate in the same space in the internet when they have such wildly different views of each
Yeah,
other.
I don't think they're the same people at all. They're just in the same room. Like
Right.
they believe like people calling Andrew Tate a conservative is ridiculous. Like I hosted a porn website.
He's a conservative Muslim now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, sure he is.
He's a conservative Muslim. Okay, he found God. He doesn't
People,
like the
and that's
libtards.
the funny thing is like I think the same red pillars who don't give a shit about Andrew Tate running a prostitution ring that was probably sex trafficking because he bragged about it. They don't care about him just, I converted to God or Islam, but they
Right.
care about that one OnlyFans chick who quit OnlyFans to convert to Christianity.
That's a great.
They're
that's a
going
great
crazy
point.
with that girl. I don't know
Yeah.
anything about that girl either. I just
Yeah,
keep
how
seeing
many
her
how
on
many
my
of the red
Twitter
pill people
timeline.
have grifted off of Islam and like Sneeko did that shit, Andrew Tate did that shit. Now I don't know. I think Myron was always a Muslim, but it's like it's not just one OnlyFans chick that's doing it. All people in that space are doing that shit.
Mm-hmm. So
And if
you,
she actually did
Mhm.
convert, then that's great. But I don't think Andrew Tate's a Muslim actually.
Do you agree that women shouldn't be allowed to get divorces?
No, I think that's ridiculous.
Women and men. I mean,
Would
Tim
you want to
is-
be
And
with
men,
the
yeah.
Would you want to be with a chick who hates you, who's forced to be with you?
I mean,
Of
the
course
judge
not.
told me to just get therapy
Yeah, sure.
and
That'll
to just
work.
be a professional adult
Yeah,
about it.
you genuinely might have fucked up and picked a person who's so different from you and has needs that are so different from you that you don't work.
Yeah, but
And
that's my
so
fault.
would you want to be stuck in that? Because like the stuff that you were talking about before, like the laundry left on the floor, that shit is not a problem if you like the person enough. And
That's
in the
what I was.
future,
That's what
I'm
I
sure
was
you would
thinking.
find a way to communicate about that to fix that problem if it was really
Mhm.
that big of a small crack.
Sitch, you can't sweat those little things. Really?
No, listen.
You're gonna
That's not
break
me.
up with her because
That's-
she left something on the floor. Sitch.
That's not me. That's not me, Adam. I'm not a sweat the smallest person whatsoever. I
Okay.
agree. I'm just saying that's what I see when
I am,
hear
but you
these
have to get
couples
over it.
talk. Okay.
Well, I thought you might be like, projecting there. I thought that might
No.
be like
I've been the
cry-
victim
a
of this.
cry
What are you
for
talking about?
Adam's been
somebody-
creating content too much to think that everything
there you go.
everything's said out loud is a projection.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're saying you do things.
I was
like
the
that.
victim of this. No, I'm
Look,
just saying no.
I have boundaries. I'm like, look, sometimes I'm gonna leave my shit lying around. Like, you just live with it, okay?
Yeah, I don't care.
What are you gonna do? We're married now.
I mean, add kids into the equation. Who gives a shit about a piece
Oh,
of
I
laundry
know.
being left on the floor? Kids will fuck up everything.
Talk about leaving shit around. Look, you left your
Sure.
child here.
Well, wait.
You can't even
You-
argue with them because they're not smart enough yet to understand you.
But so do you disagree that like a lot of relationships will fall apart because they create a map in their head where everything that you do that they don't like becomes symbolic of some larger unresolved issue?
I mean, possibly, but the unresolved issue is that you either have terrible communication skills or don't like each other.
Yeah,
I don't think it's
totally.
that simple. I think that you can like each other at least at first, and you can communicate it, but some people can have personality differences that are not resolvable or not being resolved.
Give us
but
an
when you
example.
first meet somebody, you don't really have their entire personality, and as you know
Of
them
course.
longer and longer, you now get
Right.
more pieces and unfold. And as you get more involved, like you go from seeing each other once a week to moving in.
Mm-hmm.
Now you know their full personality, and once you hit that, it's like it can be either the same person or a good person in terms of your eyes, or it could be someone completely different from what you originally thought.
Yeah, but I think it's kind of what you were saying, Adam, where because you like someone, love someone, and it can be difficult depending on what it is, it can be difficult to broach these topics, and that can allow them to sort of grow and fester until they become, consuming.
You don't have that problem though, because you're always
don't.
saying, you try to open up about the uncomfortable things early on in the relationship.
That's
which is
why I do it
probably
on
smart.
purpose.
Yeah,
I try, on purpose. I
exactly.
try to not be like, oh, I'm going to act differently in the beginning of the relationship than the end, because to avoid all these problems.
Yeah, you're like, you don't want to hide your cocaine addiction until after the
No.
marriage. You want to be open
Exactly.
about
Listen,
it.
I'm going to do my cocaine right in the middle of the dining room, right next to my Pokemon Go.
Yeah, exactly.
While I'm playing Pokemon Go, so they know that I'm doing coke and a nerd at the same time.
That's
tell them,
manosphere.
look.
That's polarizing. That's how you get the correct pick.
Yeah, you're like, look, I just do this on special occasions.
Yeah, no.
But I mean, it's always a special occasion, isn't it?
Yeah.
You got to let it hang out.
Oh man, if you're an addict and you're playing that game, you can always find some special reason to drink
Of
or do drugs.
course.
Like, oh, it's my birthday. Oh, you know what? I got off early today, and that's special.
That's exactly right.
Like you
Look,
can
they
watch
brought the
someone have 3
McRib
different
back.
special occasions in 1 week.
The McRib is disgusting, right? Everyone acknowledges the McRib is.
I haven't eaten McDonald's in like 15 years.
Okay.
Oh, that's good. That's good
probably,
for you.
That's probably a good thing.
I have like a superstition around fast food. I won't touch it.
What do you mean?
Yeah, look, I try not to eat a lot of fast food, but
I mean, it looks like devoid of any nutrients. It looks like people poorly. It looks like microwaved.
but it's delicious. Come on.
I wouldn't know. I mean, maybe it's good enough, but it's like it seems like from my memory, it was like very, very simple flavor palette where it's like one flavor for the entire meal,
Yeah.
but it's like full of sugar and fat, so you don't really
Now I
notice that.
kind of want a Big Mac. Just all this talk.
Having the opposite effect.
And not to say that like I've actually tried to have Subway multiple times since I moved to Texas and started eating meat again, but I've not been able to do it.
Subway is not a good. I mean, that's not really.
Well, Subway's fast food though. It's fast food LARPing as a fast casual place.
Sure, but yeah.
When you say you haven't been able to, what do you like? You go inside and you just smell.
Well, no,
and
I
you
meant
go,
so haven't gotten that far. Well, you can drive, 1 mile in any direction and find a Subway, but I haven't been able to like walk into one and order one because I wanted a meatball sandwich. I was like, you know what? I'll just go to a restaurant and get a meatball sandwich.
Oh, that's the worst. Meatball sandwich.
You don't like that? That's like probably.
No,
I think that's their
really.
number 1 ordered item.
Really?
Really?
Oh,
That's
Yeah.
weird.
Maybe not
I
anymore,
mean-
but it was back in the day.
At Subway, it's probably safer because it's hot. You don't have that meats just sitting out there. the whole
No,
time
it
and
is. Oh
everything.
yeah, because you're right. I don't
It's
think a lot
cooked,
of that's
yeah.
real meat. It probably has a lot of different preservatives in it, so it doesn't go bad. Because the more
Sure, I guess,
convenient
but-
you make your food, the more crap has to be put into it, so it doesn't spoil.
Sure, but I still wouldn't trust it to be sitting out there in those little quote cold bins, while the guy coughs on it like for
Yeah.
the whole day.
Well, let me put it this way. You know how like you can buy almond milk on the shelf in the store,
Yeah.
and not in the refrigerator.
Right.
yeah.
If you make real almond milk, that stuff goes bad in the refrigerator within 3 days.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
Yes,
Wow.
and they
So
put
it's
some
just
sort of stabilizer that
preservatives.
makes it so that you can leave it on the shelf.
But that
Gross.
stabilizer goes into my DNA and makes me immortal, right?
I don't know what it does, but
Okay.
generally it seems like there's a lot of different chemicals and stuff like that in food, and we don't have research for what every one of them does, and it's not really possible to do research. So you probably want to like reduce the amount of stuff that are unknown factors that are being put into your body.
I mean, I drink oat milk anyway because I think almond milk tastes bad. But
No, I think people are saying, oat milk is worse because oat milk absorbs pesticides, or oats oats absorb pesticides more than
Mhm.
almonds do. Because that's
Oh,
like
really?
I believe so. Don't quote me on that though. Maybe it's just people who hate oat milk.
Maybe I get completely organic, and that means not pesticides. Oat milk, right?
It possibly means not pesticides. They
know.
can
No
still
one
use
knows.
highly
It's all
processed
bullshit.
neem oil or pyrethrin, which is like a flour. So a lot of these standards have been ruined. If you really
Basically,
want,
we're just fucked. That's what
if
it
you
is.
really want super clean food, you have to go to a farmer's market and talk to the farmers.
I don't want that. That's too much work. I just want to go to a store
That is
and
a lot of
pick a
work.
thing up.
I think they have programs that'll ship you organic vegetables and stuff like that. That's probably safer. But if it's on a store shelf, there's probably some sort of preservative on it, even if it's like a vegetable. A lot of those vegetables have been on the shelf or in some sort of crate for like a month or a couple weeks. Whereas a farmer's market, they're typically farmed and then sold the next day.
Yeah, but I don't want fresh vegetables. I want processed meats.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm not
want
going to
my
hate
Big
it for
Mac.
people doing. I mean, it's not like I've never eaten junk food in my entire life. It's not like I never do eat junk food, but it's like you typically want to have a limit to that, and you want to limit. Like, if you're going to eat ice cream, it's probably better to eat Tillamook and Haagen-Dazs over Ben and Jerry's, because Ben and Jerry's puts a lot of shit in their ice cream, whereas Tillamook and Haagen-Dazs don't.
What's your weakness? What's your guilty pleasure?
Probably ice cream.
Oh, okay.
Though,
What flavor?
that changes all the time. Like strawberry or vanilla. I used to only eat chocolate, but then I grew up and got bored of it.
Okay.
But
Fair enough. I was the opposite. I used to only eat vanilla, and then I grew up and started eating chocolate.
Yeah. Though from a cooking perspective, chocolate's a lot harder to make than vanilla is. Vanilla is basically the base of every single ice cream.
Yes.
So some of that flavor palette changed from me learning how to cook food.
Mm-hmm.
But if your ice cream is more than like 5 ingredients, you probably shouldn't be eating it unless it has like cookie dough in it or something like that. Then it's gonna be more.
That's the best. Cookie dough ice cream.
No more food.
Coffee ice cream. Are you hungry?
No,
Adam?
this is now the food podcast.
I ate. I'm full. I'm not even hungry.
I need to order something. I need to DoorDash something. It's about to
Oh,
close.
we're talking about
Sunday, and everything
marriage.
closes at 8 p.m. in Texas on Sunday.
Oh God, this is why religion is the worst.
I fucking hate that.
I know. Jeez.
We were in New York recently, and we found food at 4 a.m. that was still open. Of course,
as it should be. Same thing in Florida.
We need more degeneracy in Texas. We need to Californianize this place so we have really high taxes, no gun rights, and food open at 2 a.m.
As God intended.
Yeah.
Do you have a take on any of this Crowder stuff? The Crowder Jarrod wife situation.
I'm kind of interested. It seems like both sides are kind of bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to say where it's like, Steven looks pretty bad in that Ring doorbell thing, but also it's like, was it just someone filming the worst possible conversation and deleting everything else?
Right.
It's also weird that it's like he's believe a multi-millionaire, and she was like asking for a job, but was she asking for a job because she couldn't afford to stay home, or was she asking for a job to make Steven look bad? So there's too many unknown variables to say what it is. I think the most likely thing is that both of them are just kind of bad people.
I mean, probably, right? If you're like a really bad person, you hang out with a really bad person for years, you might say, well, maybe you got to be kind of bad to put up with it a little bit, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, well, we'll see how it unfolds.
Mm-hmm. And what about the Jarrod thing?
Not Jarrod from Subway, the other Jarrod.
Not Gay Jarrod, not the Chomo.
Nothing.
I think you can get away with saying that on YouTube and not get in trouble.
We'll find out.
I don't know. That situation's weird too, because I remember I've been watching Crowder for a long time, so I remember when that happened. He just kind of mysteriously left the show. And then like also a couple other people from Steven Crowder left, like Sven Computer and I think one more that were just they just mysteriously disappeared off the show. So I'm not sure if there was some sort of falling out or if they actually kindly left the show. It's a little weird that Jarrod didn't really get into any other form of media. So I'm not really sure why that's happening. So he may have a case to stand on with the fact that he hasn't worked for any other channels.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Do we know what job he did?
Whereas like Quarter Black Garrett went on to Friday Night Tights. Jarrod, I think he was the editor and like the second in command of the show. Like he was like the hype man.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay, so he had a place of prominence then.
Yeah,
Garrett.
Like he was
his
like
own show now.
They were like best friends or something like that, and I think Jarrod was around when the show originally started.
Wow.
It's like the cameraman or something like that. The behind the scenes guy who was also in front of the scenes when he got a podcast or a podcast/YouTube channel thing.
So he would be around when the inappropriate stuff was taking place because, that was before Steven Crowder was like a big name. So
yeah, I think him and his wife are married for 10 years.
Okay.
But then people have that weird He Will Not Divide Us thing where like Crowder's kissing Jarrod, which kind of looks weird.
What?
Yeah, you haven't seen that? It's like a quick peck on the cheek or something like that, but it's like considering the context, it's a little weird.
I don't know. Do we ever explain that the person here now, Sean, is Think Before You Sleep? I don't think we ever said your YouTube channel.
Whatever.
I brought it
This is Think Before You Sleep on YouTube.
It's on the screen. That's good enough. If people are really wondering, they can just look.
There you go.
Yeah, I put up a thing with his name.
Oh, okay. I wasn't looking at the screen. So.
This is why I would be terrible for live streaming, because when I do all that stuff in videos, like I've reread them multiple times and I reread it as a new person who's not writing it, and I go, "Oh, I forgot to do this." Like nobody knows what this event is. Like even things like acronyms, like you have to consider that people don't know what the acronym DEI means.
Right.
Stuff like that. Especially if you're trying to go to a very, very broad audience.
And to answer the chat, it is true that whenever me and Adam meet in person, we do kiss. Yes.
Not true. Never happened.
It's just a big hug.
What I said before.
A big sloppy kiss, just to really get out all the tension that builds up through the streams.
I was looking for a screen cap of this Crowder kissing not Gay Jarrod. I guess I didn't even really know what not Gay Jarrod looked like. So I've never really been watch Steven Crowder. I watch obviously his Change My Mind series is really good. So.
You're a Sam Cedar fan and a Surfs fan.
I watch Sam Cedar all the time. Yeah, he's based and cool. No, obviously not.
I mean, I watch him all the time to try to get content to cover, but
yeah, that's true.
Oh, maybe I should do that too. We'll see.
There you go.
I don't know that much about him. Just the Crowder drama with him and people. When I brought up David Pakman in one of my videos, people related him to Sam Cedar.
Sam is
they're very
pretty
similar.
Horrible, and his co-hosts are worse. So.
Well, I brought up a clip of David Pakman. This was a couple years ago, so I don't know if he's still like this, and I don't really know that much about him. But he did like an interview with Dr. K and one of his viewers, like one of his live callers, and he introduces his live caller as a guy who was an alcoholic, recently arrested for chasing black people down the street, got his daughter taken away. This is before the guy has said anything. This is just how he introduced the guy. And they were supposed to talk about some sort of political thing or something like that. And he's like, by the way, the person that you're talking to is a real piece of shit. I was like, wow, what an intro.
That sounds like a David Pakman thing. I don't think he's changed.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that sounds pretty accurate.
That's going to make my video be very, very accurate then.
Are you doing a takedown of David Pakman?
No, that was just a clip I saw years ago and I remembered it for a video because there was this whole, I don't know if you've heard anything about this, but I made a video on a YouTuber that goes by Illymation. She does like an animation show and she did like some fat acceptance thing. And I was like, I don't agree. And she got very, very mad and went into our Discord server and told a bunch of people to flag my channel, and then went on to Tumblr of all places and told people to flag my channel and get the video removed.
Yeah, I saw that.
They're still around? Jesus.
Yeah, that's what everybody's saying. I had no idea that website still existed. Next, people are going to say DeviantArt is still a thing.
Yeah, no, I have seen your video.
Live Journal.
The drama. Yeah, basically she made a video, so people know what you're talking about. She made a video where she feels fat. She's felt fat her whole life, blah, blah, blah. She was sort of like, kind of getting into more of the fat acceptance stuff. And you were like, this is bad, And then she got
the good
really
thing
mad.
about that situation is she actually tried to change herself. She didn't just, at least she didn't start gaslighting herself and saying like, oh, this is just how I am now. It's like, no, you were thin for like a bunch of years and you suddenly got overweight. Probably, I should have put stress on this more. It's because I'm a YouTuber and I know how hard this job is for specifically people who do scripted content. And, she's doing scripted animated content, which probably drives her insane. So I imagine she works basically every second of the day. And, when she's stressed out, she probably just eats fast food or orders or something like that and orders a little bit too much. And that's why she, when she went to lose weight and she went to try to make a change, she couldn't. Right. But because I think I found the proof of that really late in the video creation. So I didn't put it in the video. I was like, I'm about to upload. I'm not going to throw that in.
Okay, so you made a video basically criticizing this, the fact that the giving up and the fat acceptance part, and then she had a reaction to that, or someone who was a friend of hers had a reaction to this.
So there's a little bit of retconning to the story because the friend has a very, very loud mouth, and it's just kind of exposed to everything. So initially, the story was that she posted on Tumblr and said, flag this video, don't watch it, which was hilarious. And then because I didn't watch this video, but a friend of mine did, and the friend gave this like really, really horrible rundown of like what was in the video and did that thing, which is why I brought David Pakman up, was like, oh, this person's a misogynist, piece of shit, right-wing grifter,
right?
Like things like that. And then like, 20 minutes later, he talks about what was in the video in a very, very biased way. So so that was the initial story. She hadn't watched the video, just her friend watched it, and then apparently he posted something from Discord saying that she had known about the video and asked people to report it in Discord, and then he watched it, and then she posted on Tumblr.
So okay, so she asked basically she tried to get a bunch of people to flag your video wrongly to get you, get a strike on YouTube.
Yeah, she tried to get it flagged for for cyberbullying and hate speech or some shit like that. It's like I've read the YouTube rules a lot, and I know exactly what the limits of them are. Yeah. So I know.
And I assume that
video
didn't
doesn't
work.
qualify.
You didn't get a strike or anything like that.
So far, no. But I got a privacy claim. But that didn't go through. Someone privacy claimed one of the stock images, so I just blurred it.
Okay.
So that was.
So is there any? So is that it? Is she still going after you, or does it seem like things have cooled down by now?
Well, I made that second video saying the best thing to do in this situation is just ignore it. If she had ignored it in the first place, nobody would have known about this. And it seems like she's taken that advice. Her friend has not taken that advice, and he's still melting down on Twitter, I believe, as recently as 2 days ago.
Well, he's her friend isn't like a YouTuber though, right? He's just gaining traction.
No, he was a YouTuber.
Oh, okay. Never mind that.
Yeah, I didn't know that until I started doing research for the third video. He was on a Let's Play channel that failed, and he was a Twitch streamer for a while, but now he edits for a big YouTuber named AlphaRad.
Interesting. Right. Okay. Well, glad you
anyway, that's why I brought up David Pakman.
Hit him up. Hit that bitch up. Knock her down.
Wait, I need to send him the link.
David Pakman?
No. I need to send Sean the watch.
Dance Snapple for $20 says, off topic, Lauren Southern was far right and then moderated. Anna Kasparian was way left and moderated. How much do I pay you guys to get them both on here to be best friends? Be the center of the storm on both sides.
I mean, Anna listens to the show. If she wants to talk to Lauren Southern, I'm happy to host.
Adam,
does she still work for the Young Turks?
Anna? Yeah.
Anna? Yeah, of course she does. Yeah.
We're still on them all the time. Constantly.
I don't know.
Why? Did you think she was going to leave?
No, because I'm curious because like Cenk Uygur is a very, very different person than he used to be.
But Anna's like completely making inroads. It's like she's like Cenk is coming around. Cenk's going to be in Anna's position in like 6 months.
Well, I'm wondering that genuinely, this might not be the best thing to talk about publicly, but I'm genuinely wondering what caused the changes. He was very, very moderate and then just went super far left.
Well, look, I only know from watching the show, so this is all my own personal speculation.
When was Cenk moderate?
He was pretty fairly moderate when he went on Joe Rogan's show, like, God, a long time ago. This is old stuff.
Right.
And so he actually got, well, his story is that he got blacklisted, semi-fired, or regulated to a crappy time slot, so he would get thrown off of mainstream news for criticizing Obama
on
and criticizing.
MSNBC? Is that what you're talking about?
What?
Are you talking about Cenk on MSNBC?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless I don't know that story correctly, but that's what he said on Joe Rogan.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just like an eternity ago. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you go from being the moderate guy who's willing to criticize both sides of the aisle and say things that are true to being like Tim Pool is a pedophile or something like that?
I don't think he ever said Tim Pool was a pedophile, but
did he?
No, I don't think he said that. But Cenk on the
wait, are you talking about Sam Cedar?
No, I don't even know anything about Sam Cedar. I just know the drama with him and Crowder.
Okay.
Cenk left MSNBC because Cenk was like too far left for them. So the idea that you're talking about him being the moderate voice on MSNBC, he was the far, far, far left voice on MSNBC. So
I'd have to go back and rewatch that Joe Rogan episode. I haven't watched it since I did the Hassan video with Ludwig.
It was from 2014, I think.
So. Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, so it's like 10 years ago.
But like he was well, this just might be his report. It might not be accurate. There's two sides to every story. He might be saying what he thought would happen, but that's not actually what happened.
I mean, I was listening to Young Turks when that went down, when that whole thing went down, and Cenk was like, MSNBC is a bunch of corporate shills, and I'm the true voice of progressivism, and I want to push back against corporate sellouts.
But a part of this is, what does that mean? Because we can say things like, let's see, trying not to get in trouble on YouTube, but the left is very, very against certain medical procedures, certain injectional medical procedures, like very, very, very against it. Around that time, and those companies also fund mainstream media, and being someone who criticizes that, your corporate owner might not be very happy that you're criticizing one of their main revenue streams, because drug ads pay a shitload of money. So is it far left in that respect, which is like would actually be more like libertarian, or is it far left in like I'm a woke, crazy social justice warrior who thinks there's not enough diversity in everywhere, and let's tokenize everybody and call it diversity instead of making actual characters that are good.
None of that stuff was around in 2014.
Well, they had SJWs back in 2014. And they're basically the woke people of 2014.
Yeah, but probably not MSNBC. Right? That was like more the Anita Sarkeesian.
What I'm saying is well, MSNBC wouldn't have aired that shit either back in 2014.
Yeah.
I'm saying, is Cenk one of those people, or is he one of the people who's saying that we should have bodily autonomy in certain?
I think he was more
procedures?
economic, like left wing. Like, we need to get. I mean, he's always been the sort of like we need to get money out of politics. The millionaires and billionaires are kind of fucking.
Look, the idea that
that's fine, but it just sounds impossible.
The idea that Cenk is the moderate anywhere, just what?
Okay, I'll take the L on that assessment.
Okay. But yeah, I'd love to listen, Adam. You got to get Lauren Southern and Anna on the show. It'd be great.
Okay. I mean, I don't look.
See, even Wormy agrees. Can hear him.
Inside voice. People can't hear. My cat is like yowling in the background. They can hear it on Zoom, but the filter edits it out, so you guys can't hear it. I mean, if Anna wants to talk to Lauren Southern, she could probably just reach out to Lauren Southern and talk to her on Lauren Southern's channel.
But we want to help our channel. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean,
join the grift, Adam.
Look, I do feel like I just, clout chasing. It seems a little clout chaser to me.
Okay, fine, fair enough. You're right.
Jeez, come on,
look at this guy.
And look, I mean, that could be like a risky conversation for Anna. Like, if you guys want to have a risky conversation like that, why do I have to be involved? There's a bunch of fallout and shit. Now everyone's emailing me. Everyone hates Lauren Southern. Everyone hates Anna now.
Did they used to hate each other or something like that? Lauren's gone a lot more moderate.
Yeah, no, I think they both moderated quite a bit. I think
it was especially after her divorce, she is like, hey, a lot of these conservative people are actually grifting.
Look, as soon as that happens, everyone is going to mischaracterize it as, oh my God, like they're going to mischaracterize Lauren as some alt-right Nazi. They're going to mischaracterize Anna as like fraternizing with some alt-right Nazi. Like, it could be that certain things just make people's head explode. They turn into
like there's a certain extent where it's like, hey, maybe these warring parties should get together at some point and have some sort of like common ground. Because if we keep saying this person's alt-right or this person's a stupid social justice warrior or woke left and nobody ever talks to each other, we're going to get a very, very polarized and horrible society.
Look, they tried that once. Wait, they tried that once. Okay. You know what happened? Hitler's Germany.
Well, Hitler told people to do that. He told people to divide and conquer and divide everybody based on two major political parties.
No. That's just propaganda. Okay. Hitler said, hey, liberals, we're like super nice and we don't want to like hurt a fly, but those evil lefties, we got to join forces to talk to them very sternly. And the liberals said, okay. And then Hitler became Hitler.
I think someone hasn't read Mein Kampf because Hitler won because he was violent.
No,
he's
that's
like, I'm willing to beat the shit out of the communists.
That's
come
all.
Follow me. We'll create these things called stormtroopers.
No, that's all a conspiracy. No, he was just a very moderate influence. Okay. That's why moderates are bad. Raiden Creed for $20 says, Sitch, is Sitch's law a good thing or a bad thing? In the past, it has seemed like you and Adam viewed it as a bad thing. I think it's only partially a bad thing. Also, S-Class is best class. So Sitch's law that most arguments are arguments about definition. You just don't realize it. It's not a good or bad thing. It's just a neutral thing. It's just a statement. It's a descriptive statement. So it's just obviously
some arguments are done in poor taste. Like they're bad actors. People are obviously arguing to make money, or people who are arguing to fulfill some political goal and using any means necessary to do that.
Sure.
In a Bond villain type of way, like Vosh does.
Clout chasers.
Oh yeah, cloud chasers too.
But even then,
it's like hard to think like that because like I feel like I try to be as honest as possible. It's like, why would someone lie for money?
Why indeed? But no, it's like on its face, it's just a neutral thing. But it is a bad thing in the context of like if you're trying to actually get to if there's a disagreement between two people and you're trying to get to the bottom of what the disagreement is on an ideological level or a philosophical level, it is bad to get bogged down in like arguing about definitions or what words mean, because then you're not really progressing the argument forward. You're just kind of thinking about the words related to the concepts as opposed to fixating on what the concepts themselves are. So maybe that's what you're talking about. Mr. Ubercross for $20 says, to be fair, Texas child support isn't capped at $9,200. The income used to calculate support is soft capped there, but can be increased if the income is slightly higher or if the kid needs additional support.
Is that $9,200 a month? Oh my God, that's like insane. Who can afford that?
Well, if you're like
people who are really rich.
Yeah, Steven Crowder level, right?
Well, I guess so. Jeez.
Some of the people in California, they wouldn't even like, it was like, what? That's like pocket money.
Oh, I guess it's capped. I was thinking it was more like, the median. I was like,
no, that was the cap. Yeah.
Who can afford kids?
They're talking about some Silicon Valley person or actor who makes millions or billions of dollars.
Read that. Right. Read that $50 super chat. It's amazing.
I was about to. Adam Unfriended. Look at that. Yeah. For $50. Thank you so much. Says, at least for me, I have a simple rule. No hymen, no diamond. I mean, if that's the case, listen, it might be very hard for you to get married, but it's a meme, but it holds true most for 80% of happy relationships. I know there's other things having a good relationship, but both parties being virgin or having low body counts is key.
I mean, how old are you? That kind of matters. If it's no hymen, no diamond, you haven't been able to find someone at 35 or 40, you're probably not going to find somebody. Yeah. If you're 18, it's a little different, though. You probably shouldn't get married at 18.
You can just, what if you're 30 or 40 and you marry an 18-year-old?
That's a little weird.
I mean,
probably not going to be a good relationship.
No hymen, no diamond. Okay, listen.
I mean, that's because there are people who say that stuff unironically, and it's like, it's very, very much an incel take.
Yeah. I think it's probably difficult for most people to find someone who's a virgin. I don't necessarily disagree with the low body count. I do think now everyone has different, like what that means, but I do think have someone like who's just slept around like crazy could be indicative of some problem.
Yeah, if their body count's like 40 or 50.
Right. You're like,
but they're like, your body count is 6 and you're 35. You're a whore.
Right.
I think the super chat is obviously a joke.
Yeah, he's joking. But I'm saying there are a lot of people who are saying it unironically.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Like, it seems just to be a way where it's like, well, my body count is 0, so I feel good by shaming people who have a body count of more than 0.
Sure.
Jealousy can destroy relationships, male jealousy and female jealousy, obviously. So you want to minimize jealousy in a relationship. I do agree with the sentiment. Like, it depends upon the person, because I do think some people have higher tolerances for that kind of thing than other people. Some people don't get really that jealous. So jealousy is a negative emotion.
So let's say they're 30, because everybody's getting married really old at this point, and they have a body count of 6. You could have, if your first relationship was at 18, all those relationships could have been 2-year-long relationships. And so you're someone who's already long-term relationship minded versus someone who has a body count of 6 by 17 is probably not going to be a good pick by the time they're marrying age.
Look, no hymen, no diamond. Okay, he's already been declared.
There you go. Well, I think
people know that diamond's not the only engagement ring you can get.
You got to get a big old rock. Okay, big old rock diamond. I think we misread or misunderstood Mr. Ubercross' chat. He said, child support isn't capped at $9,200. The income used to calculate it is soft capped there.
Oh, okay. I got it. That makes more sense.
Meaning that if you make $11,000 a month, the calculation is capped at $9,200.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, so there are like a lot of people who make more than $11,000 a month. So it's not like,
right.
It's not even top 1%.
Okay. That makes more sense.
Way more.
These are California minimum wage going up now. Now pretty much 50% of society makes over 100K.
Well, that's going to be interesting.
What do you think of that?
It's going to cause a lot of people to lose their jobs.
Automation is going to pick up.
I was ranting about it on Twitter earlier today. It's like people it kind of gets boiled down to, why can't I afford a house? Well, it's like, to actually get into it, I skipped a lot of things as the rant was getting a little bit too long for Twitter. It's like there's all these different factors that are stopping you. It could be something like Zillow, BlackRock, Vanguard, and China buying up all the land at way over asking price. I don't know if they're still doing that, but they were doing that a couple years ago. And then increasing the cost of living in certain neighborhoods. That's going to cause you not to be able to afford a house. There's stuff like being taxed on literally everything, and people like, we're just going to do this small little 0.5% tax increase, and they do that every couple of years. And now instead of paying 3% income tax, now you're paying 40% income tax. It's self-employment tax if you aren't of traditional employment, and that's like 12-15% or something like that. So all these little factors that are kind of like, oh, let's, it's like if someone wants to screw you over, we'll screw you over this way. You'll get really focused on that, and then we'll do something over here that you're not aware of, like inflation instead of income taxing you. So little things like that. I forgot what the original question was when I was going on that little rant.
Why you can't afford a house?
Oh yeah. So really high taxation, to the extent where like you don't even own the stuff that you own. You don't even own your house. You have to pay property tax. You don't own your car. And I gave an example where it's like, not only do I not own my car, but I switched to a different state and did not know that you were supposed to notify the DMV to not send you a registration. And I got fined when I moved to Texas for not telling them that I moved states, even though I changed my address and they sent me the letter at the address at my new address.
Wait, California fined you for leaving California?
Yes, well, the California DMV fined me for not telling them that I wasn't going to register the car there.
That's
I was like,
hilarious.
so wait, what if I just decide that I'm not going to drive this particular vehicle on, like, let's say I've got a big driveway, I'm just going to leave it in the garage or something like that, or in the driveway for a year, and I don't want to pay the $100 reservation. God, it's more than that now for a car that was 20 years old. $100 registration fee. I'm just going to leave it off the road this year. I still get charged. They're still gonna hunt me down for registration.
Wait, California, they auto renew your registration?
Well, they auto send you the registration bill, and if you don't pay it, they assume that you're delinquent, and they're gonna overcharge you for not paying it.
Oh, that's so weird. In Florida, you have to do it. They don't send you shit. If
Oh,
you
really?
don't renew your registration, then you just have an expired license and you can get pulled over. Like they don't send you anything.
Great.
That's so weird.
Yeah.
Huh.
Some of the tax. Well, that's why I don't live in California anymore. A lot of the taxation there is ridiculous, and it's still bad. And like it's like Texas isn't the perfect either. Where it's like another thing I was flipping out about is that property tax in Texas is ridiculous, and they spend on the stupidest shit. Like there are literal high school football stadiums. This is not a joke. There are high school football stadiums that are $80 million. And
in Texas.
Yeah, in tax money, 80 million, and like
That's wild.
One I live close to is also a multi $10 million stadium, and when I drive by it during game nights, it's like half empty. So it's like if people really care about football that much, they would be at the stadiums, and you'd be able to pay for it with revenue and like selling T-shirts and snacks for $8 for a $1 pack of M&Ms. It's like you'd be able to pay for it that way. You don't have to steal from your residents to pay for stuff that they're not all interested in.
But like, it's football, okay? It's American
piss
pastime.
A lot of Texans off, but I couldn't give a flying fuck about football.
Having high school age children give each other brain injuries is what America's all about. How dare you?
Yeah, that too. Yeah, I know football's huge in Texas. Someone was saying that in the chat.
Yeah,
people keep bringing it up. But it's like, yeah, but does that mean that just because football is popular means I don't get to own my house?
Yes,
that's great.
You'll have to make sacrifices.
I've got to pay a property tax that is relatively income tax, especially as property taxes are going up. I'm imagining some of this is going to change because housing prices have doubled in Texas, and property tax is not like a small number anymore.
Wow.
Where it's effectively income taxes. If you're making more money, you're going to buy a more expensive house, right?
Why don't they build more houses in Texas? What's stopping you guys from just building some more houses?
Well, they are. They're constantly building houses, but more people are moving in, and so you have houses that are, man, it's so weird to go from California where you have like a $100,000 house on a $1.2 million plot of land, and then see Texas where you have a $100,000 house on a $200,000 plot of land, and how much more you get. I have friends who moved to Texas a bunch of years ago. They got a $290,000 house. In California for the same space, that probably would have been a $2 or $3 million house.
Ooh.
Like
I'm
it was
moving to Texas.
5 bedrooms, super high ceilings,
visit.
3 bathrooms. Like this would have been a ridiculously expensive house in California.
I can't wait. Where should I move? Where in Texas do I go? Austin? I don't like hippies though.
You shouldn't go to Austin. That place is dirty.
Yeah, that's what I was suspected. I was like,
not as dirty
man.
as New York though.
Yeah,
So
New York
it's a slight upgrade.
New York is dirty. Yeah.
It's very dirty. Like a lot of streets are broken. You can't walk outside without an escort.
How about Houston? I get myself a big 10-gallon hat.
Houston's cleaner.
Great.
Houston's not bad.
Oh, Dallas. I should move to Dallas.
Dallas
That'd be more my
it's
speed.
probably worse than Houston.
Oh, okay.
Like I don't like driving around Dallas at night.
Scary, huh?
You gotta find a nice suburb somewhere.
Yeah, you shouldn't move to the city.
burbs.
Always move to a suburb that's close to the city and have a car. It's dumb to not have a car in Texas anyway.
That's cool.
Sulla for $2 says Jank said he was an economic moderate around 2009.
He claimed he was a Republican too at one
Oh,
time.
really?
So,
That's hilarious. Dr. Fire for 20 Canadian says, when it comes to divorce courts, I kind of think of that recent video from the breakdancing dad situation. Bret Hart, I believe, the guy paid his ex $5 million and he was still sent to jail. I don't know about that. That sounds
Is that
weird.
I got sent something yesterday. It's that on the channel Ben Hart. It says update conflict with my daughter, why I went to jail. It's a
I guess
bald guy
well, they
with
said
glasses.
Bret Hart, but maybe they meant Ben Hart.
Okay. Maybe I should watch that.
Breakdancing dad.
It's just been sitting up.
Sounds like just drama. You don't need that in your life, Sean.
Who doesn't? On the internet, you do. That's one thing I 180'd on. I love
Sounds
internet
like that's
drama
my
now.
bread and butter. I love.
Well, their name is
me some
Maddie
internet
Hart.
drama.
Internet drama means views.
Bret Hart is a
Oh.
Canadian professional wrestler. I don't know why they said that. Wait, was that the girl who was like on the TikTok who was saying like that they're accusing their dad of being deadbeat, and then he came out and made like a response video, and he was like, "I gave you a shit ton of money." Like, what are you talking about?
Really? Wow.
I think is kind of like I
She
saw
tried
the
to play
TikTok.
the
and I saw the
victim
response,
card,
yeah.
and her dad
We can
just
see it.
put her
I
in
don't know.
her
I'm always
place.
suspicious of parents who raise wacky children who then accuse them of things.
Mhm.
Part of me
You're
is like
suspicious of the parents or the kids? Or
it's
both?
suspicious of the parents. Is like they wouldn't be
Right.
saying that if you didn't do something. So what'd you do?
Maybe.
They probably
Maybe.
helicopter parented them.
Or
Didn't-
I mean, there could be a
Didn't
situation
give
where
them any
like the parent,
freedom.
one of the parents poisons the other one against them.
Yeah, that too.
So yeah. Let's see. Sella for $20 says, "What's your take on the feminist dating strategy? Quote: Don't hit on women, just be their friend, and maybe you'll get lucky. But if you get friend zoned, don't complain because you should be grateful she still wants to be friends." I mean, that's the worst dating strategy in human history.
Sounds like a woman wrote that.
Does sound like a woman wrote that. Yeah.
It
It's
could
funny
work.
because like if you watch and listen to a lot of older people, you know, they talk about how the woman's like, "Oh, like this guy was like asking me out and I didn't really want to, you know, go out with him." And basically he just like wears her down until they go out, and then they end up getting married and being married for like 20 years. And now a lot of that would be considered like highly creepy and abusive and things like that.
Well, what do you do then? Do you become like a pickup artist and just, walk up to every chick on the street and say, you want to go on a date with them or get in their pants? Or because they're
That's a
kind of
good
leaving no
question.
options.
They
Yeah,
are.
how is
Yeah.
that
The pickup
abusive?
artist one is far more creepy.
That's true. I do think a big problem that people have with like kind of the incel stuff and all that stuff right now is because a lot of guys were sort of taught to be very passive out of fear with women, and they were expecting women to kind of pick up the burden of being more aggressive in pursuing relationships, and that obviously didn't happen. And so
because they
a
don't
lot
do
of people
that.
because they don't do that. And a lot of people are like now like, what the fuck? I played by all the rules of being quote the hashtag nice guy, and I basically got fucked. And now we have the red pill movement because of that. So
Which
thanks.
is arguably just as bad or worse.
Exactly.
It's a very, very
Exactly.
much an overcorrection.
Yep. Tends to be the case, unfortunately, with these things.
I guess because there's a lot of money to be made in overcorrecting.
Right.
Is there any more of this Tim Pool stuff to go over?
Yeah, what's going
Sure.
on?
I don't
I
know.
can do a couple more minutes of that, and then I
Did
gotta
I
go.
send you the? I sent you the link. I
He's
think.
there.
Wait. Oh, yes.
That's why I pause it when we're literally going to skip ahead in like 7 seconds. But we'll listen to 7 seconds and we'll skip ahead.
Just skip ahead now. Who cares?
Okay, we'll just skip ahead right now. Because
Tim
doesn't
Sean
respond, I think, to what Sean's saying. I think it just.
Oh no, I think I lost the stream. Oh, never mind. I found it.
There you go.
Seemed like it's greedy Hilary. That was their narrative. And then it's the idea that like, yeah, the traditional housewife gets totally screwed under your scenario.
But why is
if
it
there
unfair?
is a divorce?
Why is it unfair to criticize?
Okay, hold on. She's going to bring up a different subject. That's nothing to do with this.
She keeps changing the subject.
Yeah.
Let me read
Pearl?
real quick as a super chat. Little Rock says, an attorney, Lodworth Crowder, can address what has been said by Jarrod, and they can talk about what has been filed as a complaint, response, or exhibits. There was no violation by Jarrod, and he was advised by an attorney, and everything he said was reviewed. So you asked why don't they address the issue of seizing his social media accounts? I'm not a lawyer, so I wouldn't. But my assumption would be this. Yeah. I don't know if this guy's actually a lawyer or not.
Yeah, but he did. It sounded like he was saying that he could have addressed it in that super chat.
No, he's saying they didn't because they could only address. Oh no, you're right. Yes, you are correct. Yeah, he could have addressed what Jarrod had said.
Like that. That's the issue I had. Because
do you think he only read that super chat because he thought it made his point? Then he realized
he did. He reads another one from Nate the lawyer.
Yeah, that's funny.
Talking about being judgment proof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'll hear both sides. Like, my issue with Jarrod is like, he's like, I can't tell his side. So full disclosure, and it was for the meme. I donated $1 more specifically than Ben Shapiro just for the meme. Like, when in my life am I ever going to be able to spend more money than Ben Shapiro on anything? Like,
wait, to Jarrod?
Yeah.
$500.
What did Ben give him?
Ben gave him $500, and as soon as it was confirmed it was him on his Twitter account, I was like, $501. I'm better than Ben Shapiro. Like, for the meme. But like,
wait, Ben Shapiro gave Jarrod $500?
Yeah.
I can't believe anybody gave Jarrod money.
I totally can.
As soon as I saw this, I was like, wait a minute. He's saying he needs money because of a non-disparagement, non-disclosure, but he's violating it right now.
Well, it's like
immediately I was like, what?
It's the impending legal action or whatever you do need money for lawyers if you're going to get into a legal battle.
I immediately found it odd that a guy claiming he needs legal fees to fight an NDA was violating the NDA. I'm like, well, you already violated it. What do you need? Like, if you are...
What is he confused about? He wants money to go to the National Labor Board and say this NDA, should be should be a legal NDA. Look, what's the confusion?
And then apparently Ben Shapiro is like putting fuel on the fire.
Yeah,
I mean, he's helping pay for it.
Yeah. That's funny. Why didn't he just side with Ben Shapiro then? Him and Crowder hate each other anyway.
Well, that's why Ben Shapiro donated money is because of the Crowder thing.
Or was it Jeremy Bourne who doesn't like Crowder? I don't know. These people were all friends like 5-6 years ago.
No, they got in a big fight over the Crowder. They offered Crowder $50 million. Come on, you know this, right?
Yeah, I know that stuff. It's like, what went on behind the scenes? Why didn't that work out? It seemed to be like a lot of money.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Like,
it seemed like they gave Crowder terms he didn't want and gave him kind of a standard contract, and he kind of threw a star fit that he wasn't like, they didn't use the kid gloves with him. That's my interpretation of it. And so
it doesn't seem like he tried to negotiate. Was there any evidence of him trying to negotiate?
No, he specifically didn't. According to, I believe, Jeremy, he didn't negotiate. They said, hey, if you don't like something in the contract, like, cross it out and then write something new. And then Crowder in response said, I'm not going to do that. Fuck you. I want you to write up a whole new contract.
Yeah, well, he was saying it was so ridiculous that I'm not even gonna give that offer like the grace of daylight or something like that. I was like, yeah, okay, so that happens. You sit there and you laugh at them privately, and then you don't talk about it publicly because that's not appropriate.
Right, but he's Crowder, so he's gonna blow it up.
That's where my trust goes away.
They offered him $50 million, right? $50 million was the number.
Yeah,
50 million was the baseline number. They were there. I think they were willing to go up to like 75 or 100 or something like that. They were trying to say like, this is just a first offer. What are we working with?
Right. Yeah,
and it's always on the risk of the person who makes the offer first to think of something suitable. So they're kind of in the weaker position there.
Mm-hmm. And Crowder, it was weird because Crowder kept saying it wasn't about the money, but then all of his complaints were primarily about money.
Well, there was also some limitations, and it's like, okay, well then work that out. Say no, I'm not going to work 7 days a week or something like that, or
right, yeah,
whatever the terms were.
So when I was a kid, my friends would be like, I was like, hey, you want to go skate? And I'm like, I can't, I'm grounded. And I would go, what does that mean? And they're like, well, I can't go outside. And I'm like, why not? Because I'm grounded. What'll happen if you go outside? Or, what do you mean? I can't. I'm like, no, let's like take your skateboard, go outside. What happens? I'll get grounded more. And I'm like, okay, so you're grounded longer. Then what happens? What do you mean I can't go outside again? I'm like, what happens if you're grounded longer and then you go outside again? They'll ground me even longer. And I was like, do you see where we're going with this? So
look at this, Tim causing all these problems, making these kids bad and not listening to their parents when he was a young rebellious skater. Terrible, Tim. Terrible.
This is kind of nonsensical. I don't know why he even brings this up.
In reference to the NDA, I don't understand why he's bringing it up. But
yeah, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
So the dude doesn't have the money he doesn't have money in general. He's under legal action, which you can't get blood from a turnip.
Right.
And what do they say? There's a saying there's another saying related to this in law, suing someone who's penniless or something like that.
He's not fucking penniless, dude. He has a wife and a kid and a job. I don't know. What the fuck?
Maybe he just means that like he should just get sued for violating the NDA and just say, fuck you, I'm judgment proof. I'm going to go bankrupt.
He can't do that. I mean, well, okay. Yeah, I guess he could file for bankruptcy, but I mean,
you don't necessarily want to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Just destroy
How bad
your
is this
credit.
drama personally to where they're like willing to liquidate all their finances to fight it?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a
Dude
good
has
question.
a wife and a kid and a job. It's not like he's.
It's like you still have to co-parent with that person after this, right?
Right. Well, if he's
Yeah.
getting hit with this 202 petition to produce all this discovery and deposition, I mean, I would be super worried that obviously it means that they're gearing up to sue you. So
This is kind of elitist for Tim to be calling Jarrod penniless.
right.
Like, if you're not worth millions like me, you're penniless.
Well, I mean,
You're just a regular person.
there are plenty of
You're
people on
penniless.
YouTube who are middle class, and middle class people don't really have the money to fight big court battles.
Of course,
No.
yeah, but they're not
Yeah, most people
penniless. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They will worry about the few assets that they're risking by being involved in some sort of wild litigation. I mean, did he watch Jarrod's video? I mean, Jarrod seems terrified,
Right.
right?
I don't want to get sued by Crowder and deal with some legal, be like, oh, well, because I'm not a millionaire, I guess I can just,
It
do
depends.
whatever
I
I
think from
want.
his side, you have to consider that it might have been an act. We don't really know yet. So
That's
I've kind of
true.
like held my position reserved on this. Was that I don't know. I've met a lot of people in politics, and a lot of them aren't the greatest people, and they pretend to be people who are completely different from who they actually are.
You think this is just a money grab by Jarrod?
I don't know yet.
Right.
It could be
Well-
either. He could be genuinely scared, or it could be a money grab. There's some. Apparently, Owen Benjamin knows some crap too, because there was some weird shit around that he was saying on his show before he got kicked off of YouTube for whatever reason.
Well, even if it is a money grab, this is like a high risk money grab. I mean, wouldn't you be scared?
That's what
I mean,
was
there
gonna say. This
is legitimate legal wrangling going on here. So, right?
That's
Yeah.
what I was gonna say. This would be the worst idea for money grab ever because it's a money grab that you get sued and then have to win it in order to maybe come out the other side with some of the money you raise. Like that's
I
a
don't know. Maybe
terrible
Crowder has a
idea.
lot more money than we know about.
Yeah, but if Jarrod wins, he's not gonna presumably be able to sue Crowder for money. He would just get out of the NDA.
Right.
Oh,
So
right.
all
Yeah.
Then
the
just
all the money
that would
he
be it.
grabbed would be spent on attorney's fees.
That puts a
Right,
little bit.
yeah.
Well, I mean, he could sue for the attorney's fees, but that puts the
Oh, I guess you're
goodwill
right.
more in his favor because he doesn't really have much to gain,
Right.
Yeah.
Hmm.
as far as we know.
You'll always lose or whatever.
Mhm.
So he's like, help, I need money because I'm under an NDA that I'm currently in violation of right now. So I don't fear the consequences of losing the case because I will instantly as soon as they show the video I used for the fundraiser. And I'm like,
Yeah, but
so it's flushing money down the toilet.
he could.
He doesn't understand the details of the case.
No, he
Otherwise, he
doesn't.
wouldn't say that. Yeah.
No, the details
could-
are they're saying that the NDA should not be upheld as a legal contract.
Right.
Presumably win with his NLRB
another red flag, by the way, guys, is like the day after he raises all this money, was it like quartering posted something, and he reposted, and he's like, if you keep saying these opinions about me, I'm going to sue you. And I'm like, first of all, you can't sue for defamation over opinion. So like nobody should be taking legal advice from Jarrod, okay? And then his attorney, so because I called it out, I called a couple things out, and his attorney starts responding to me, and I was like, well, basically the attorney says, well, if somebody talks bad about you, you should just like say, the opposite thing. You just come out and say the other thing. And I'm like, for an attorney to be like, make it so simple of like, once a lie is spread in the world and it's damaging your business, it's not like you can just put it back in the box. This guy is simplifying things, I think, on purpose. And I mean,
she fucking hates Jarrod, man. It's so obvious. She's so bad faith with Jarrod.
The whole filing about the NDA, in my opinion, it's just like, this is a loophole. We're going to make this whole big deal about an NDA, which a lot of people sign NDAs. We're going to get him out of the NDA because, to be fair, I did talk to an attorney and she said, you know what, it's in the non-solicitation clause, or sorry, not the non-solicitation. The NDA may have been overly broad. So when...
But isn't there also a non-disparagement? I believe it was a non-disparagement and a non-disclosure.
So I guess from what she explained to me...
in the non-disclosure, because they have the text in that guy's post, I think it's like, it says in the non-disparagement, like you also don't say anything about...
The fact that it's like in perpetuity, that could be damaged. She basically said that she felt as though the NDA was sort of drafted, it wasn't drafted in a very...
because normally they're meant to protect trade secrets. Like, let's say
non-disclosure.
Let's say like, we work here, and then, which we don't, but let's say we work here, but like you're doing a documentary or whatever. Like I can't, because I signed a non-disparagement.
No, hold on. These are different things.
Non-disclosure.
Right. So I want to make sure they're separate because I want to address the non-disparagement too.
Yeah, I meant the non-disclosure. Sorry, obviously it's not disparaging for me to say what I'm going to say. I can't go and say, hey, yo, Tim's working on a documentary about this particular case or whatever, like to the Daily Wire, and then they scoop you for it.
So we have NDAs here, and it's specifically for that reason. And people need to understand that that doesn't preclude someone from, like, if someone came out and said Tim did bad thing, they're like, release the NDA, Tim. No. The NDA doesn't stop them from doing that.
Do you want to skip forward, or you want to go over a non-disclosure
Yeah, we could skip over.
What are the other topics that are in this?
Well, I was just gonna say regarding this. I mean, I don't know. To me, I don't even know, and I don't know if I'd agree that it should be legal for anyone to have to sign a non-disparagement agreement whatsoever. That seems kind of wacky. Like, obviously, non-disclosure makes sense for the reasons that they're talking about, but you should, if you work for someone and they do shit that's awful, I don't see why they can say, oh, well, you can't talk about it. That's ridiculous.
Well, I think the implication is that he spent money to not have a disparagement, though. But maybe the money wasn't that much. But then that's kind of Jarrod's fault.
What do you mean?
Paid him like $50.
They say, he gave him like, $20,000 or something like that to say.
Right. They say, okay.
Very low number.
Right. They say, okay.
Non-disparagement.
Right. They'll say, you won't disparage us, and we'll give you this amount of money for you not to disparage us, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and don't they have like a time period on those? Because usually after like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years, people are going to forget who Not Gay Jarrod is, which kind of reduces his power. So if Steven did do something that was bad, nobody would really care that much, unless there's some sort of political event that involved him, like a divorce.
Well, I think Jarrod said it wasn't money. He said it was, the reason he signed it was the ability to work at wherever the Blaze or whatever that company was why he agreed to any of this in the first place. Then he ended up getting fired from that job by Steven Crowder sending a cease and desist. So it was for nothing. That's what he's claiming.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's kind of, well,
so
I don't think the Blaze is like the greatest group of people either.
Sure, but they're just speculated as who it would be. But okay, there's only one more section to go to here.
Okay, good. Sweet.
27 to 34. So we'll see. I don't remember what they talked about.
I'm totally fine with explaining how we do things, how it operates, how much money videos make, why they make that money. I have tons of people who are like, I'd love to come and have you just tell me all these things. And I'm like, yep, no problem. I don't need to charge money to anybody to consult. We could, but it's fine. However, the reason non-disparagements exist, separate issue, is you had people who you did not represent who lied. Now, why would they do that? It's like, I don't know you. We're not enemies. I have no issue here. They see an opportunity for gain. And so if you...
And everything is content. Remember, these are people that want to be famous. They will do anything to be famous. And you have Taylor Lorenz over here. Well, maybe if you're in the New York Times, you could get verified. I mean, before Instagram verification was like the holy grail for influencers. That's all they wanted.
So we don't have non-disparagements here. I know why companies do. Because we've had instances where people make up lies about what's happening here. It's the weirdest thing. And so if someone is, let's say, I'm going to give a total hypothetical. John Smith is working for a big company and he gets caught stealing. He gets caught red-handed, not on camera, no hard criminal evidence, but the boss sees it, writes him up for theft, and then says, you are immediately terminated, hand over your badge and never come back. You're lucky we're not calling the police. Or they do call the cops and the cops are like, look, we don't have any proof he committed. It's going to be hard to prove. We say, just terminate him for cause. This is the reason. The guy walks out the door, fuming and angry that he got caught, immediately calls a journalist and says the guy was exposing himself. Then the New York Times says, we have an anonymous source who claims...
Okay, this was kind of boring, so...
Yeah, it is.
We could just end it here, but... There you go. Shouldn't get divorced, shouldn't be allowed. Judge should say, nope, death do us part, eat shit. Get fucked.
It sounds kind of the reason... It sounds like the reason for why no-fault divorce was put in place and why the feminists of the time got a lot of public support for things like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't even know if... I mean, I guess it would be more feministy, but I'd be curious if the history of no-fault divorce was really some like massive, feminist movement thing, or is it just like,
Certainly the anti-housewife movement was, and that's probably where some of that stems from, and they use kind of like the anti-no-fault. This is kind of a hard thing to phrase. The people who are against no-fault divorce, they kind of use those people as like an example of like, see how bad things were.
Right.
Because she could be with an abusive husband, or like, now usually if you're staying with an abusive husband, you're probably like a codependent or something like that, and you wouldn't divorce them anyway. But
they were talking about like in the early 1900s,
like the 1950s is typically where because that's when Betty Friedan's book was. Well, I think hers was 60s or somewhere around that time period, and that's where they said like the fall of be seen but not heard.
Right.
Not to say that that time period was perfect, but also we had a lot better of an economic situation there.
Sure, you could have a lot easier single parent households and things of that nature doing working.
But saying that people can't split apart is kind of ridiculous, especially in a time period where we don't have a lot of the institutions that kept people together.
True.
You're going to invite in a lot of abusive relationships.
True. But consider this: marriage is a contract.
Okay. But you can break a contract.
No,
you can buy yourself out of a contract.
No.
I can sign a renting agreement and say, you know what? I thought I was going to be here for a year. Actually, I'm only going to be here for a week, and I can break that lease agreement.
But marriage is
going to be a penalty for it, but I can still break it.
But marriage is no, you're not understanding my argument. Marriage is a contract.
Yeah, sounds very red pill.
Okay.
Contract.
Okay, anyway.
Sounds like it comes from a lot of people who haven't been in a lot of relationships or any successful relationships.
Or contracts either.
It's like their main point of advertising is like, hey, I'm going to talk about marriage, but I'm advertising myself as a guy who's had a ton of short-term relationships that have all failed. So, or like the people who get worse, they get more sociopathic about it, where it's like, I'm going to give people relationship advice, but I give women a time limit on how long I'm going to date them and just break up with them.
Ooh. Ouch.
Like I couldn't think of anything more sociopathic than that.
That's pretty gross.
That's really gross.
Micro Omega, thank you so much for being 2 years. Look at that. 2-year member. Got that golden
sweet.
Oh, beautiful. It says, behold my awesome milestone. Behold. Thank you, Micro. Let's see. Tracksuit Chems, thanks so much for joining. Twitter Socks for 15 months says, check your DMs in Twitter. Iran is actually using experimental drones in Israel. Really?
Yeah, I saw that. I can't wait to check it out.
That sounds dangerous.
What are the experimental drones?
Who knows?
I wouldn't even think they would have any sort of advanced technology, but Blonde for $5 says Tim Pool is a disingenuous POS. He said he was against abortion because it meant the government can violate people's rights. This is part of a red pill grift. Wait,
Is Tim Pool doing a red pill arc now? Everyone's doing the red pill arc.
what's
Yeah,
the?
it's
I
kind of
don't.
annoying, isn't it?
It is very
It
annoying, but I don't
is.
understand that argument. You're
Imagine you
against
you
a
jump off that train 3 years ago because it's full of grifters, and then everybody else in the mainstream starts going on it.
well,
Oh,
when that was your problem. You jumped off and then you left space for people to jump back on it. So
yeah, you should have
Right.
stayed on and started punching people. We're trying to get on.
there you
Boom.
go.
Yeah,
Boom,
be
get
like
out of here,
gatekeeper.
punk.
hashtag equality.
There you go. I don't understand the argument. He said he's against abortion because it meant the government can violate people's rights. What does that even mean?
Bodily autonomy rights or something like that. Maybe the same argument for anti-mandatory vaccination.
No. You'd say you were in favor of people being allowed to get an abortion. That would be your position. Not you'd be against it.
Well, maybe he's
Right.
right to get it. Well, because that would be limiting freedoms in some people's eyes to be pro-abortion
No, but how
or
is
be anti-abortion.
how does the ability to get an abortion mean the government can violate a person's rights? That doesn't make
Oh,
sense.
because it violates the rights of the child, is what they're
You
probably
mean
assuming.
the
Yeah, but-
fetus?
Okay, but it's not the government doing it. It's like a private person. It's the mother doing it, right?
Fetuses have no rights.
I don't know. Seems like a weird argument.
Checkmate.
I mean,
Brian
that
Bishop
seems like an argument that's going to go on forever. It seems like the most reasonable thing is, safe, legal, and rare, and maybe
True.
stop bragging about abortions on Twitter like some of the people are doing.
That is true.
Because otherwise, there are a lot more. It depends on what religious background you're talking to, but there are other very, very important issues that abortion is used to cover up, like the stuff I was talking about on Twitter. Like everybody's being, starting to get conspiratorial, but everybody is rapidly being turned into serfs and slaves. By
Right.
you don't own your fucking video game consoles anymore. You don't own your car. You don't own your house. You are taxed like a crazy amount. Like I think just the taxes we're aware of are like 50% for the average person. You make actually half of what or you take home half of what you make. So things like that are the actual
Disgusting.
important issues.
We need to lower
True.
taxes. Taxes are too high right now.
And you think of it this way, if we're talking about 1950s better economic situation, we're talking about abusive relationships. There's something that makes it harder to get out of an abusive relationship than it being fucking $2,000 a month to rent a 1-bedroom apartment.
Is that how much it is in Texas?
In California, no, in Texas is not that expensive. In California,
Okay.
it's not expensive.
Just run away to Texas.
Well, now because people are doing that, these places are getting a lot more expensive. Texas and
okay.
Florida have skyrocketed. Colorado originally was Colorado. That place skyrocketed. It's almost expensive as California to get a house there.
All the rich people from California are moving out.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
But
property
it's not like you
prices
have
in
to just
Florida
kind of
is like-
jump around and move to a different state. You just fix the laws
I agree.
if that'll happen.
Like-
But you can't get that to happen if people are arguing about stuff that
Fetuses.
Right.
can't really be, because now we have to answer a religious question or a non-religious question. Those questions can't be answered. It's like saying prove God exists. That's how far this issue goes, and you're always gonna have people arguing about that.
They can't be
versus-
answered. Didn't you see in Louisiana? The House in Louisiana passed a law that they want to put the 10 Commandments in every classroom at public school.
I think I just saw that. That sounds illegal.
Well, you got to bring God back into the things. That's how we're going to solve these problems.
Okay, but as much as people like to put their religion and pride flags in the schools and stuff like that, this is just as bad. This is the same thing.
No, because it's God and it's true.
Though technically, the pride flag isn't a First Amendment violation.
Maybe it should. I think it should be a problem.
It's basically a religion. It should be.
It should be at this point.
They should be getting taxed too for
There you
taking
go.
political stances. But yeah, there have been a number of churches also taking political stances, which I don't know. A part of me says get rid of their tax exempt status, but also I hate taxes, so
hmm
it really just depends on what day of the week it is for me.
Nobody likes taxes.
But people need to be everybody's focused on these well, the government needs to provide us this, and people aren't asking the questions why is shit so expensive? Do we need socialized healthcare, or do we need healthcare to actually be affordable?
hmm
Because that's the question that should be answered first. Is if the answer is that we do need socialized healthcare, well, if it's still unaffordable, now it's just going to cost more. You just aren't going to see it, and
Inflation
it should
is
be
kind of
it should be like when I go to when I went to Jiffy Lube or one of those places once where you go and get your car oiled for $30 and they have a price sheet on how much a brake change costs or a flush or things like that. They don't just give you the procedure and be by the way, that'll be $5,000. I hope you have insurance.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. I've heard that method for insurance. For
Well,
health insurance.
it's ridiculous to the point where it's like I remember it's got to be more expensive than it is today. But I remember going to the emergency room 12 years ago for a really, really badly sprained ankle, and just to get an X-ray and have an EMT, not a doctor, an EMT, so just one of the techs that's in the emergency room, just to have them wrap my ankle and say, "Don't walk on it." That was $3,000.
That's insane.
The X-ray was digital, so the X-rays have been digital for a long time now. It doesn't cost anything to do these things except for the cost of the machine.
Why'd you go to the hospital?
The EMT probably made about $12 an hour. The doctor saw me for about 3 minutes, and the emergency room was empty.
Shake that thing out. Just shake it out.
It was a little worse than that, but that sprained ankle took a couple of years to heal.
Were you skateboarding or something?
No, I was doing. I took a gymnastics class in college, and I was trying to do some of the acrobatics. And I
how embarrassing.
Did like a flippy thing, and because you have to like, I think they're called aerials, where it's basically like a cartwheel with no hands, and it's really, really hard for someone who's 6'2" to do that. And so you have to like, I don't even know if it's possible, but you have to like run and do like a running jump and then jump into the flip thing. And I did that running jump. When I came to land to do the second jump, I landed on my ankle.
You show up
Wait,
in the
you
ER
did you successfully did the first one?
No, I didn't. I landed on my ankle. I was in extreme pain for about 10 minutes.
Ouch.
Moral of the story, guys. No gymnastics, okay?
There you go.
Exactly.
Unless you're short.
If you're doing gymnastics, be like 5'6". It'll be a lot easier.
Exactly. If you're a little tiny midget, you can do it.
So people aren't asking why shit's so expensive. Why are drugs like 100 times more to sell than they are to produce? Even accounting for the research that goes into them. Why is the FDA charged?
Are you going to let me answer one of these questions?
Oh, no, absolutely not. I hate this whole thing.
I get the sense that they're all rhetorical.
Exactly the wrong things that people are focusing on. Well, if people focus their attention towards it, then maybe this shit will get solved.
Why is healthcare so expensive? Why is housing so expensive?
Why is it, Adam? Tell us.
Why is gymnastics class
I wish
so
that the woke radicals or whatever would ask those questions instead of telling us why the minimum wage should be increased.
Because they want people to be able to pay for all that expensive shit.
Well, yeah, but if you're a small business and you can't afford $20 an hour, you go out of business, and then Amazon takes up your business.
Good.
Or McDonald's now owns your restaurant.
If I can get a Big Mac delivered from Amazon Prime, I'm that much happier.
You basically, Amazon essentially uses DoorDash for their next day or their overnight deliveries.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, they have people delivering shit at like 4 a.m. and it's like a DoorDasher because I'm degenerate enough to be awake at that time.
Oh, it's awful.
Because I was like, the person pulled into my driveway. I was like, who the fuck is this guy?
Oh, look, it's that Big Mac I ordered. Oh, this is great.
Brian Bishop for 7 months of Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you so much. Says, I know I'm late, but Adam can't get ripped. He's already handsome as fuck. The gay boys will be all over him even worse. There you go.
Two bad guys. I'm going to do it.
There you go.
I've set my sights on that 6-pack.
Oh, God, that's going to be a lot of work. It's going to be a lot of cutting weight. A lot
you
of.
Don't know.
What?
Wow.
I just called you halfway there already.
He just called you a fat fuck.
No,
Adam.
because, I don't know. How much do you bench and how much do you squat?
I mean, I curl about 10 pounds according
so you probably don't have enough muscle to have a 6-pack at this point. So you'd have to do a couple compound lifts and do that for about a year and a half or so, maybe 2 years, and then you cut way down. But during the time that you're doing that, you're probably gonna have to bulk because it's faster than doing what's called a recomposition. And when you bulk, you get fat.
How do I curl with my abs? That's
Man, dude, you're moving. You're not even curling, but you're moving like your entire body. That's not. You gotta lift a little bit.
Oh my God.
You could resolve that problem in about a month. You'd probably be lifting 25s in a month.
Okay.
You would get the great thing about being new to weightlifting is that you get strong really fast.
Nude weightlifting? Is that what you're doing?
I meant new. So I said new to weightlifting.
You get more power when you're naked.
I thought you said nude weightlifting. I'm like, geez, you're fucking serious, Sean.
It's better if you're nude and ugly, because then your ugliness repels the weight away from you. Okay.
Yeah, that barbell is going to cut your back during those squats if you do it nude.
That's how you get strong. Mike Hassange for 20 months. Thank you so much. Discipline equals freedom says, I just watched Civil War last night. Have you guys seen it yet? Almost used my members chat. No, I didn't see it yet.
I didn't see it either, but I heard it was boring.
Adam, I got to say that 10-pound weight is probably too heavy for you.
Sean, you're very discouraging here. Why are you trying to demotivate me?
Because you're moving your shoulder when you should be moving your elbow joint.
Elbow joint.
Yeah, you're trying to isolate the movement, so you're just moving your arm.
Yeah, that's not a common. It's a single joint exercise, not a multi-joint exercise.
I don't see any of you lifting weights.
How do you know? I'm always lifting weights when we're streaming. That's why I'm not on stream.
I curl 45s.
Yeah, look at this.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Wow, shit.
But that's not even that strong. Like people curl like fucking 90s.
Damn.
But like I swear, you exercise for like a month or 6 weeks, you'd probably be lifting 25s. Because you gain strength so fast in the first couple weeks.
Well, I'm gonna lift like at least one day a week on the Sunday stream, but only for about 15 minutes.
I don't know if
do
you're
at least 2 days a week, preferably 3. You don't have to like work out every single day. Like some people get ridiculous. Like a lot of stuff works when it comes to exercising.
This kind of hurts my arm. I'm getting tired. This is
you're supposed to get tired.
Boring. Let's move on.
Okay. No, I haven't watched Civil War yet. I watched Fallout. It was kind of okay-ish. Some of the diehard fans will be mad about they basically blew up the NCR. They kind of changed why the Great War happened, and they made this. It has like this like weird sort of pro-communist, like vehemently anti-capitalist message that I didn't really expect at the end of Fallout, which was very strange. So they could have just had
why wouldn't you expect that? It's a TV show that's in the modern day.
Well, I mean, I guess just because of based on I mean, you're right, but based on the source material, like you can have a corporation be evil without necessarily associating it with like capitalism specifically. So.
Yeah, because that would just be fascism.
That's true.
It should be a fascist. I mean, people that can be done through corporations or government. It's another one of those nonsensical arguments where it's not like one or the other; it's both.
Mm-hmm. Blonde for $5 says, "I don't know, Adam. How did you and Sitch's relationship change when you tied the knot and got married? More or less intimacy?" This is for Sammy G.
Less.
Really, Adam? Intimacy. Less when we got married?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true. Once I married Adam, he just stopped putting out. It was really sad.
I've been trying to get Sitch married, like real married for a long time now.
Okay. That's true, yeah. Ground in Myth for 6 months says, Sitch, it's illegal to do a Tarantino after not liking Inglourious Bastards. Also, if we can't agree 2-4 is the best for it, we can agree Turbine sucks. First of all, I'm allowed to do whatever.
You don't like Inglourious Bastards?
Yeah, that's weird.
That was a fun movie, especially that first scene that was basically its own movie.
Oh yeah.
I didn't
so
like
intense.
I didn't like it. No.
You're like, wow.
I don't see what the point of it is. I don't know what the point of these like fan fiction. I wish history happened this way. Movies are.
It's just fun. It's the comedy.
I don't like it.
Yeah, it's fun. You don't like fun?
I don't like fun. Well, we all know I don't like fun. I hate everything. But no, I can't even agree with that. I like Turbine. Okay, I like Turbine. That's a good That's a good map. Good CTF map. Okay, I can really smack my balls, my scout balls across the map and stun someone from across it and hit them with a little cleaver. So no, I like Turbine. Get out of here. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, I'm not conservative, but it seems insane to me that conservatives would want the government to people legally locked marriage for reasons, essentially. I mean, I can understand why someone who's not libertarian but is conservative and wants conservative, institutions implemented would maybe want the government to essentially say divorce is illegal in these circumstances. I could get why someone who's very conservative would want that, but Tim just never struck me as that type of individual. So
it seems like the more the alt-right conservative types are the ones who are promoting that. Or like the people who LARP as Christians and Catholics are the ones who are saying that. Yeah,
well, I mean, usually the more, I think in reality, most people are fairly moderate in their politics. We just have all like this echo chambers of crazy people on the internet. So
yeah, welcome to being online.
Yeah, like there was someone who was like, "Oh, you know that the majority of right-wing people don't like Ronald Reagan anymore." And I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Like maybe in your internet sphere, have you like talked to anyone outside in reality over the age of 30?
They probably don't even know Ronald Reagan was a president.
Right.
Maybe
Blonde
this is like a
provider.
new thing. Most people
Right.
don't know enough to have a radical opinion.
That is true. Blonde for $5 says Tim's argument is that is like, quote, if you don't want to get injured jogging or lifting weights, then don't work out. Or don't get a job if you don't want to get fired. Yeah, it's a bad argument.
Ooh,
That's a bad argument. That is true.
devastating.
It's not that like people make working out too complicated. Understand like at the beginning it seems like it's a lot, probably because you don't know like what you can get away with.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can do a quick 45-minute weightlifting session and get a lot done. Like it doesn't need you don't need to be weightlifting for 4 hours. The people who do that are people who are like maxed out bodybuilders who have to work out that much because their body's not going to grow that much. But when
45
you're
minutes isn't quick.
what?
45 minutes isn't quick. That's a long time.
It's more than two. It's less than 2 hours.
Painful.
45 minutes. I could be eating that whole time. Okay.
That's a lot of eating.
I could be watching TV.
You
Be
could be
playing
watching
video
TV during
games.
that time.
Yeah.
So a lot of it's about like when you're new, you take it super, super easy and don't sit there and do like, don't go from not working out to working out 2 hours a day. Go from not working out to working out 15 minutes.
No, that is true. When I would go through my spats where I would start working out again consistently, you're correct. You would go from like being weak to being really strong comparatively, like super quick. You feel like, oh my God, I'm in like a shonen anime.
Yeah, and then it slows way down, then you just get depressed.
Exactly. Yeah.
But the good thing about when you get to that slow down part is that you get what's called muscle memory, and then you can sit on your ass for 6 months and get right back to where you were in like
That
a
is
week.
also true. Yeah,
And that is
true.
muscle memory is great. I think people discount that. It's like, yeah, once you hit those 45s or whatever weight you're lifting, you're pretty much stuck there unless you have a lot of deconditioning.
Mm-hmm. Mike Hassange for $5 says meant to only use super chat. Sorry, meant to wait 4 more months for the last one, but hit the wrong button. Well, it's okay, Mike. Forgive you. Midas Matthews for $10 says the gifted has become the gifter. About to finish my finance degree and go into commercial banking, and I'm feeling pretty high about. I'm feeling pretty on high about it. S class is
well, yeah, congratulations. Yeah.
That's awesome. Look at that. Commercial
banking.
Based. Look at that.
It's a great gig.
That is. Sulla for $2 says he might mean sacred in a secular way. Tim sucks. I don't know what that means in a secular. I don't know what if a judge said, listen, I think marriage is sacred in a completely secular way, so therefore you can't get divorced. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that would mean. Mike Hassan for $2 says A-Team reigns supreme. There you go.
Woo!
Terrible.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
For $5 says the argument I've heard is that marriage should be treated like other contracts, which are hard to get out of. Well, this is why this argument makes no sense to me. It's like, okay,
why don't you make them hard to get into?
It is hard to get out of too. I mean,
contracts.
How's it not?
Yeah, first of all, it is hard to get out of. But secondly, contracts generally have stipulations about how to get, in and out of a business relationship or in and out of a contract. And in our current legal framework, no fault divorce is part of the contract of getting married. You just have to go through all the steps that are required. That's getting out of the marriage through the contractual obligations. We have that already. That's why I'm saying when people say it's a contract, it doesn't make any sense. They have like this weird notion like, well, you can't just break a contract without penalty. It's like, well, what does the contract say? What does our law say about getting married? It's like it's a completely nonsensical argument.
And it seems like a lot of the creators who are against that are kind of like they seem to like be abusive people. Like there was one of them arguing on the whatever podcast, like some of these people, personally, because you've been around the content field, like these people are not good people in real life.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Fresh and Fit probably argued for against a no fault divorce. Like they aren't the greatest people in real life.
Right.
Even going way back to Tom Likas, while he was funny, he was probably not a great person to be in a relationship with.
Egomaniacs. They should only be in relationships with themselves.
Yeah, well, some of them are kind of resolving that problem though. So, by doing that.
Right. Yeah. Good.
Godlight Snake for $10 says, "Does the Tony Soprano strategy talk to the top divorce? I don't want to say it. Divorce lawyers. It's the Sopranos. It's the voice. Talk to the top divorce lawyers in your state. The way the spouse can't represent them actually work. For context, Tony didn't want Carmela to actually divorce him.
You would kind of have to be rich to do that, right? Because you have to pay for those consultations.
Right. I mean, you could do that if you didn't want them to get that specific lawyer. I guess it would work for that. I don't know why they couldn't just turn around and get a different lawyer, but I haven't watched The Sopranos, so.
Well, he went to like every lawyer or something like that and
Oh,
got consultations, so she couldn't do
he got
that.
a consultation from every lawyer. That's funny. I don't think that would work in real life. That'd be my guess. Dark World XL for $10 says, which is easier, making it harder to get divorced or to get the government out of marriage? Best view on Tim's take is most likely to happen. At the moment, what incentive do women have to stay? Well, what do you mean?
They like the person. I mean, if you're not likable,
yeah.
of course you're not going to want to stay.
Right. That's the incentive.
Like people keep thinking this very transactionally, like you should first like the person before you get into a relationship and then kind of work through that. There's like very little emotional context in these conversations, and it's probably why these relationships are failing.
All the red pill advice on relationships is like the worst fucking shit ever.
It's like stuff that will make you hateable in a relationship. Yes. It's very clearly I've only been in a relationship for 2 weeks advice.
Yes. Most people, now listen, a lot of relationships don't last very long or whatever, but I don't, my experience, this is my experience, and from people I interact with, they're not every person not entering a relationship looking for like this weird red pill-esque transaction or the whole beta bucks, fucks, alpha fucks nonsense. That's not the way people conceptualize these relationships.
Even the way they describe relationships doesn't make sense, as they have this like, we're not feminist, but they have this super feminist description of relationships. They want women to pay for first dates and go 50-50. And I'm going to be a trad husband, or like you're going to be a trad wife who does all the chores and works a job because you got to pay for things. Well, I do none of the chores or cook anything because I'm a man. Like it's very, very a dusty behavior, for lack of a better word. Like it's not like a surprise that some of the bigger creators like Donovan Sharp, like, do you know who that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I've done some research on this. Like I'm pretty sure his wife supports him. I'm pretty sure he doesn't make any money off that channel.
Oh man.
Unless he has another job, his wife supports him. Which is it's really funny. Did you see that out? Did you see his wedding vows?
Oh, I did see that video. Yeah, they're wild.
My favorite. Feel bad for her, but it's one of my favorite videos on the internet where it's like, I'm gonna get married to this person. I was great without you. I will be great when you're gone. I'm glad I made you into the woman that you are today. Fuck you.
I was like, why would you marry this person? What the fuck's happening?
And then he ends it like, by the power invested in me as a man, I pronounce us married.
I was assuming it was like this is just fake.
No, it was real. They were married for years before that. They just he didn't want it to go public, probably because he was grifting off red pill and telling people not to get married.
No, but I meant like that this persona he's putting on is like a grift, and that's not how he acts with his wife in reality. That'd be my assumption.
I mean, have you seen his relationship advice videos?
No.
Where he's like, I actually tried this in real life, and the bad advice was the one that actually worked. So he they're like these little skits where like one is he's talking to his wife and he wants her to get a bottle of water, but this is the wrong answer. So he's got like the nerdy glasses and like he's got the super high pitched nasally voice. Is like, honey, could you please go get me a bottle of water? And the wife, because it's the wrong answer, the wife's like, no, get it yourself. You've got 2 feet. And then he moves on to the right answer, which is like, bitch, get me some water. And then she like throws a bunch of water bottles at him instantly. And so I tried. I was like, hey, could you give me some water, please? And Brittany was like, yeah. And then brought in and showed her the sketch.
No, but then the next day he'd been like, bitch, get me some water.
She'd probably tell me to fuck off if I said that.
Exactly, yeah. It's just such a weird. That's why I've said it all seems like a grift, the whole thing.
Well, it's not even working. They're not even making money.
Right.
Donovan Sharp gets like less than 100 viewers on a live stream.
Nice.
And he's been doing this longer than I have.
Why would you want to be in a relationship with someone that you just could openly degrade all the time?
Because you want a slave?
I think in her, yeah, that too. I think in her defense, like apparently she was an alcoholic, and he got her out of alcoholism. So maybe that's why she decided to stay, because like he probably keeps her from doing addict behavior, but also he's kind of an abusive partner.
Oh, okay. So when he puts his foot down on doing drugs, that's actually serves a valuable purpose for her.
I guess.
Stop doing drugs, bitch.
Maybe that's, but I don't think a lot of these people actually are in good relationships in terms of this. So that might be just a special case example, but like the people who are taking the advice, there's no way that these people are in good relationships.
No.
Sad. Very sad.
Ned for 10 months says, whenever a leftist accuses Tim of being conservative, he should just show them the don't get married clip. There you go.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Fondue for $5 says, did you guys forget when the happening crowd were going crazy about Iran and Trump a few weeks before COVID took off? I did forget about that. Completely. I don't even remember what you're even referring to.
Did Trump say something about Iran and then Iran did this thing? We didn't even really talk about the Iran thing. I guess we're going to talk about it tomorrow. We're supposed to talk to that woman who's on TikTok.
Oh, right. That's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Calvin Paffer for 9 months says, under my administration, all divorced men with children under the age of 13 will be made to forfeit their testicles to the state for obvious reasons.
Oh, shit.
There you go. Well, I don't think anyone's going to vote for KP on that one.
Hey, listen, guys, I got to leave. It's a little late.
You're what?
You gotta tell your woman to get you water and food.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I have to get back to
your bedtime or something.
Well, I have to get back to making the video that I was working on before this.
You tell your woman to make the video for you.
Like barely.
I should do that.
It's barely like 10 o'clock there. Like it's like 9.
No, that was a bad way of phrasing, but it's late for like I gotta go.
You gotta get to work. But thanks for coming on, Sean.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
Great to have you.
See ya.
Mr. Borelli for $10 says, if a gay dude found Jesus and wanted to divorce his husband to marry a trad wife, would Tim be in favor of letting him divorce or stay gay married? Now, that's a great question.
Oh, shit.
That's a hilariously great question, Mr. Borelli. Wow.
They're going in all different directions now.
I asked him that one. Yeah.
Getting crazy.
Hayden Dill for 21 months. Thank you so much. Says, the only no-fault divorce I want to ban is S&A work marriage. Where else would I get my entertainment of you two yelling at each other? Adam, do you love bagels? You should try the bagel game.
I do like bagels, actually. Yeah. A good bagel with a nice, like, sun-dried tomato cream cheese. Oh, delicious. Yeah.
First of all, I don't know what the bagel game is, so I don't know what you're referring to, but you know what word I fucking despise when it comes to bagels?
Sun-dried tomatoes?
No. I mean, that's very, like, fucking hoity-toity. Hey, sun-dried tomatoes in my bagels. Get your fuck out. Jesus
Look
Christ.
at you. You're the elitist here.
You're the one elitist. You want sun-dried tomatoes on your bagels. That's elitist.
Sun-dried tomatoes are so delicious.
Oh, gotta have my sun-dried tomatoes.
You don't like sun-dried tomatoes?
They're fine, I guess. A lot of anti-sun-dried tomatoes. Jeez. But, no. I hate the word schmear. I hate that people say that word. It's a fucking terrible word. Okay.
I purposely avoided saying schmear.
I know. I felt for a second. I was like, is he gonna say it?
I'm offended that you brought that filthy word into this conversation. Okay.
Yes.
I purposely said sun-dried tomato cream cheese.
Yes, I appreciate it. Well, first of all, sun-dried tomato with cream cheese is a weird combination, but okay, whatever.
Well, there is a cream cheese that is like sun-dried tomato flavored.
Oh, really? I never heard that. That could be interesting.
Sometimes they call it the S word, but
there you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like if you like cream cheese in your bagel, just say you like cream cheese. If you like peanut butter, just say like peanut butter. Don't say like schmear. Oh God.
I mean, I've had some
Yiddish word.
I've had some peanut butter. Like if you have a plain bagel, sometimes that's good with peanut butter. Sometimes there are sweet bagels. Of course. I like the onion bagel. I like those.
Onion bagels are good. Egg bagels are like
savory bagel.
The best, I think. Egg bagels.
Yeah, pretty bitchin'.
I want a bagel. Zero Fucks for 19 months says, "Come on, Adam, grab your weight. 3 sets of 12 bicep curls, each arm. Who do you think you are? Gauge grow skirts? Work those biceps. Let's go."
Oh, that's going back to some deep lore.
There you go.
Some Kyle Rittenhouse lore there.
There you go.
That's right.
Yeah, just make sure you don't do any lefts around Sean.
All I want to know is how to get the 6-pack back. Like, do I have to do sit-ups or something?
I don't know, Sean. Make it sound like a lot of work. Monolithic Ethos for $5 says Tim Pool was abandoned by his deadbeat Cuban dad. I don't know anything about his backstory, if that's true.
Really? That sucks.
It does suck. I wonder if that would play into his take here. Your Urs Nikolic 95 for 500 RSDs says solution to the riddle is a trans person. It has a dick, but it's not a man. It has a tits, but not a woman. I'm quite disappointed you hadn't guessed it. Oh, I thought it was gonna be something like clever, but I guess that wasn't very clever. But
what?
Okay,
it's a super chat. They're all clever. What are you talking about? Sitch. Jeez.
I'm sorry. Jeez. Rico Zorro for fans. I know. Rico Zorro for 2 years. Look at that. Thank you so much, Rico Zorro, for 2 years. Got the golden pyramid.
Oh, I can't wait to get mine.
Long live blonde AOC. We gotta get rid of blonde AOC. Who were we gonna replace that with? We had a whole thought process.
We want Anna. Look, Anna's a regular
Anna mode.
Yeah, come on. When Anna shows up in the chat, people want to Anna
get rid
emoji.
Of blonde AOC.
Yeah.
Armagad for $2 says I came here for the OJ Simpson homage. That's right. OJ's dead. OJ Simpson.
OJ did the unthinkable.
Dead. Yes.
He died.
Yeah.
So crazy.
You want to know something like sad, Adam?
What?
Have you ever asked someone under 30 about OJ Simpson?
They have no idea what you're talking about.
They have no idea what you're talking about.
I try to avoid that because then I'm dating myself. I try to talk about the cool hip stuff.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's weird. I feel like there's things you just should absorb through cultural osmosis. I mean, there's things I know about before I was alive, that were really big things that were popular at the time. How do you not know about OJ Simpson? It's crazy.
I watched OJ Simpson run away from the police live on television.
Yes. Well, I was 5 at the time, or I probably was around 5 at the time. I don't know what my exact age was, but
I was getting ready to leave. And my parents were glued to the television set. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? What's going on here? What's happening?
He's in the white Bronco.
Exactly. They were like, that's OJ Simpson. I'm like, why are a bunch of cops chasing him down the freeway? I gotta go.
People don't. It's hard to wrap your mind around the whole thing when you have a guy who's not only a famous football player, but was a famous actor. He was in all the Police Academy movies with Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah. And totally. Airplane.
An Airplane. Why was he in Airplane? I don't know if he was in Airplane.
Pretty sure he's in Airplane. One of them. I mean,
he was in the Police Squad movies. And it's just that this guy probably brutally murdered his ex-wife and her boyfriend.
Running from the police kind of screams I'm guilty, right? I mean,
yeah, it does. And then he was found not guilty of the crime in a criminal court, but then found guilty in the civil court. Just the whole thing. It's so wild.
Yeah.
Oh. And it did.
It's all about race.
And it was crazy because didn't that court case went on for a year, didn't it? Literally a year. Not the pretrial stuff, the actual court case went on for a year. That's all anyone talked about for a year was the fucking OJ Simpson trial.
I watched none of it.
Everyone was talking about it. They had Judge Ito.
None of it.
I even remember because I was reading Mad Magazine at the time, and they were making fun of Judge Ito. And I was like, who is this? My parents were like, let's tell you about OJ Simpson. God, it's such a crazy thing. And then OJ, he got a bunch of friends together to break into a guy's home to try to steal memorabilia that he claimed the guy stole from him, and then obviously went to jail for breaking and entering, and I think holding the guy hostage.
I
Or
remember
kidnapping
that.
or
Yeah.
whatever it was.
Kidnapping. They got him on kidnapping.
Yeah. He went to jail for I think 9 years or something. So it's just such a crazy situation. And that's where the famous line comes from, Adam. What's the famous, you know the famous line?
The famous line. If the gloves don't fit, you must acquit.
There you go.
That's it,
Famous
right?
Johnny Cochran line. There it is. But there you go. OJ's dead, everybody. OJ's finally dead. Can all rest.
Justice was finally served.
There you go.
I mean, this late, can you really call it justice? This feels like a big old plate of injustice to me.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Whatever.
Majin for 20 months says, hello, my political Brit and Tiff. Sitch, can I break my NDA to help the Tifa AI get her rights? The Tifa Basilisk will get those who do not aid her. There you go, Majin. If you want to aid the Tifa AI, be my guest. Okay.
Go Hell yeah.
Go for it.
Aid away.
Right.
Give her all the aids.
Oh my God, for 2 hours says, honestly, how traumatizing can the dick pic be? That's a good question. That's a good question. That eye roll emoji. So there you go.
They paid not Gay Jarrod $20,000 to keep his mouth shut. And then Steven Crowder pressed send on the last dick pic he would ever send.
No, see, he gave him
that.
He gave Jarrod the $20,000 check, right?
Of course.
And after Jarrod took it, and Crowder's like, I want you to kiss this $20,000 check before I give it to you, before you can cash it. He says, okay, and he kisses the check. And then after he walks out of the room with the check, Crowder sends him the last dick pic, and it shows that he was laying his dick on the $20,000 check.
Oh no!
Right where he kissed it.
Oh my God!
There you go. That was the last dick pic.
Brutal.
There it is.
Made him vicariously kiss his dick.
Yep. There you go.
Terrible.
Girl Sarah for 2 years. Look at that. Thank you so much, Girl Sarah, for the 24 months. Says, not gonna lie, I prefer the 1 year badge. Wow.
What? Sacrilege.
Terrible. Terrible. Doesn't like the old pyramid. And I hate this drama topic, not because I like Crowder, but because I like Jarrod. There you go. Good morning, grinders. Need to make up.
Yeah, why did Jarrod even get caught up in this nonsense?
That's a good question. Well, he's the CEO, that's why.
Oh, lame.
Eagle Shadox for $5 says, where there's smoke, there's fire. Between Daily Wire, the divorce, and Jarrod, the common denominator is Steven Crowder. The guy is radioactive. There you go.
I kind of agree with that. It seems like he's an egomaniac.
I mean, it's how I feel about it too, but it's just my feelings.
You know, sometimes I imagine him doing the change my mind bit with his wife and just thinking, oh, that's not going to work. that's not how you make your marriage work.
No, that's not going to work.
Yeah. Can you imagine that kind of?
I can't.
It's so bad.
I can't imagine being married to any these internet debate guys. That seems like it'd be the worst.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh. Honey, just give me the facts, okay? I don't want your feelings about why you're upset right now. Just give me the facts.
I mean, I bet Ben Shapiro goes out of his way to make his marriage work. So, seems like his priorities are in the right place. And look, he does not seem like an egomaniac to me. He seems realistic about his intelligence and whatnot. So,
right. Guru Ralph for 21 months. Thanks so much. As I was under the assumption Crowder released it before the video was leaked to get ahead of the story. Released what? I think Sean was wrong about the timeline. I think the email was actually 2022 when I was looking at it just now. I think it was actually the email was first from the father. I think Crowder in 2023 of April made this statement about they're getting a divorce. And then a few days later is when the ring footage came out. So, I mean, maybe he somehow knew that the video was going to leak. I don't know. It's possible, but read that one. Monthlake Ethos, thank you for joining the Free Will Seekers. Curve for 18 months says, does free will come in different flavors? Free will only comes in one flavor.
What?
And
How
it's
boring.
freedom. It's freedom.
Boring.
And it isn't free. It costs
boring.
folks like you and me. How is freedom free? I mean, how is freedom boring, Adam? That's terrible.
Well, I mean, I would like a nice lemon meringue freedom.
Then go get some lemon meringue with your freedom.
Okay.
That's like saying
it's
money
free will.
Is
It
boring
can taste
it only
like
comes
whatever
in
you
one
want.
Flavor. Okay, it's money.
Right.
You're not supposed
I
to
guess
eat it.
money is flavorless.
Right. Well, I'm sure if you, I mean, I don't know. You can put it in your mouth. I don't know what it tastes like.
Oh my God. Don't lick the money.
Yeah, that's probably not healthy.
You don't know where it's been.
How much cocaine has been, up on it.
How
redacted for 9
NBA
months.
checks.
Says never had to buy membership. Thank you, JMac. Well, there you go. Look at that.
Yeah, nice.
Very nice. Vinny Dorman for 21 months. Thank you so much. Says thanks for 21 months for centrism and laughs. Bluntyfly is based. Sammy is short. And most important, just kidding, Sammy. Heart emoji. There you go. Look at that.
Sweet.
Vinny throwing the random short joke at Sammy. Daz DM for 8 months. Thank you so much with the Sitch and Adam emoji.
So sweet.
Huck Finn for 2 years. Thank you so much, Huck Finn. Says 2 years, baby. Thanks for all the awesome stream, guys. Well, thank you for the 2 years.
Thank you, guys. Yeah. Look, these streams are a lot of fun. I love it.
Cyborg for $5 says, fuck yeah, I want this to happen. Crowder is a POS and needs to be taken to task. There you go.
Well, we did a bit of that, so.
Yes. Scott Christy Jones for 2 months says, am I late and gay? Never. You listen.
You
As
pick.
viewers, you can come in whenever you want. Okay.
You can be late and gay, late or gay.
You can be late and straight, late and gay, you can be blatant bi. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Orca for 8 months. Thank you so much. Says Tim Pool has always felt like a wannabe Joe Rogan to me. He's the Michael Knowles of YouTube, boring but low-key crazy. Hi, Wormy. Well, there you go.
Is he crazy? I feel like he's crazy like a fox. Like he's very intelligent.
That's true. He's making lots of money. So
he knows how to work it.
That is true.
I wish we could go back in time and see the day that he saw CGP Gray's video on this. This video will make you angry.
And was like, this is what I'm going to do now.
Exactly. So CGP Gray did a video about how anger really drives people to share videos. And I could just see Tim watching that video going, like the gears grinding.
Yes, the gears turning. Righteous indignation specifically, yeah.
Yeah, so many of his videos. Look, I try to be, I like to live a mellow life, Sitch. I don't know about you, but sometimes I'm interested in the topic of Tim's video, so I click on it. I think, look, I want to know about this. Whatever. And he gets so fucking angry. I'm like, holy shit. Get a, like, take a break, dude. You need a nap.
A hit. Yeah, geez.
Yeah, chill out. I guess that's how you get the clicks, right?
True. Cyborg for $5 says he knew the ring cameras were there. He was a consenting party to being recorded. Yeah, to being recorded. I don't know if there's law about in terms of once that recording exists, the dissemination of that recording. So that would be what would be the legal question with that?
Yeah, we'll see.
Osher for $10 says, I'm as frustrated listening to you two talk about this as I was listening to Sean talk about it. Well, like about what specifically? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sell for $10 says, did you see Joe Scarborough lied about not knowing states were going to ban abortion almost completely if Roe dies? Even though the Christian right said for 50 years that's what they were going to do. I don't know.
I
didn't
did
see that.
not, but
What do you
I
mean
can
he
imagine.
lied? Wouldn't Joe Scarborough didn't think that states would get rid of abortion if it was
Well, he might have
overturned? Is that what we're
convinced
saying?
himself that I do think it's kind of political suicide to go in that direction, but we'll see.
Was he lying or was he just dumb?
Deceiving himself, yeah.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. You can send me whatever you're talking about because I haven't heard about that.
Send it over.
Cyborg for $2 says Tim wants to increase cheating rates is all I hear. I feel like this would definitely do that, yeah.
Ooh,
No man for
horrible.
$2 says no bitches. Tim ?
Tim's got to have a bunch of girls chasing after him, right? I mean, he's rich.
That's what I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, can you imagine? Oh, that's got to be so hard.
So difficult.
I mean, having a bunch of gold diggers chasing after you does not seem
good,
fun. Yeah.
Yep. Hail the free voice for $15. Thank you. Says, so if you fall out of love with someone 20 years down the road, the state should force you to stay together because of some religious BS. What the fuck is he even talking about? And then says, so essentially Tim is saying all this to avoid his very obvious upcoming divorce. He's like, I got to keep my money.
He's not married, or maybe he got secretly married for all I know. Maybe he does have some upcoming divorce.
I don't think he's married, but
he's so decisive. Hilary gets nothing.
Yes.
Nothing.
You get nothing. I don't know. Maybe it's just a grift. Maybe he thinks that's where his audience is. I have no clue.
Right. We should do that. We should try to figure out where the audience is and just cater to their every woman desire.
I think he reflexively put out a dumb tweet and it just kind of bending over backwards to defend the dumb tweet that doesn't make sense because he didn't know the facts when he tweeted it. Instead of just saying, oh, well, that changes things.
Right.
Dotems for 5. Aussie Buck says, hot take, if you don't want your time, money, and assets to become our time, money, and assets, don't get married.
Right.
There you go.
I mean, I've been married a long time and I think it's pretty cool. I honestly regret not getting married sooner. I should have got married sooner. Yeah.
There you go.
So I'm always telling people, look, maybe you're making the wrong decision by not getting married. Ever think about that, Sitch?
I haven't
think about that.
No. What are you trying to tell me?
Saying you need to get your life together.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Jordan.
You need a friend.
Joe Sullivan for 18 months says, can you define what you mean by, quote, traditional marriage? I don't know. What does he mean by traditional marriage? I'm assuming what he meant was in terms of the concept of that you'd have the man is working and then the woman is the raising the kids, homemaker, doing that sort of role. I assume that's what Tim meant and Sean meant in the concept of traditional marriage in the conversation.
Society kind of has to change because in this day and age, the idea, sure, you can live off of one income, but you're going to be poor as fuck.
Most people, depending what your job is, sure.
And that's, a lot of marriages don't last because of financial difficulty. So, if you're going to be in a situation where I don't know how realistic the traditional marriage is in the current economic environment. Sure, it'd be cool if that was a possibility. Yeah.
Sure. But if you're living in a situation where you have the money to do it and people want to do it, that's fine.
Oh, of course. Knock yourself out.
Then you can't have these situations. Then if a divorce happens, they're going to have to, the other person who's the one making the money is going to have to pay for the divorce on both sides. Otherwise, it's not really fair.
I hate to use the P word, but you should also understand that you're in a very economically privileged position.
Right.
If you can do that and maybe not look down your nose at everyone who can't afford to do that.
Mm-hmm.
People want to get married. People want to have a soulmate. They want to have a relationship with someone that they love and trust. It's got their back.
Right.
Just because they can't have a quote unquote traditional marriage where one of them is the breadwinner and the other one, is the homemaker, doesn't necessarily mean they want to just be bachelors or spinsters their entire life.
Mm-hmm.
Stop being so judgy, people. Jeez. Just let people be people.
Sammy
right?
G for 2 years. Look at this. 2 years, Sammy G. Order of the Enlightened with the Golden Pyramid.
Look at that. Wow. Sammy. Look, she's like paying to harass us. It's great.
That's what everyone does. They pay to harass us. Sammy says, we see Adam lifting. I mean, I don't know. Right. We heard from Sean. He's lifting bad, so I don't know if I should count. But how exactly do we know Stitch? Look at that. She said Stitch. But how exactly do we know Stitch is following J-Mac's workout plan? Gotta hold him accountable, chat. Face, abs, dress reveal, or bust. LOL.
Sounds more like he's eating bagels and cream cheese to me.
I can't eat cream cheese. That's full of dairy. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. Well, are you sticking to J-Mac's workout plan or what? Are you slacking?
Why? Listen, look at Sammy here tattling to the teacher on me. Okay. She's the little girl. She's tattling like, Daddy J-Mac, Sitch isn't doing your workout plan. Look at this. Why am I being tattled on? Okay. I haven't started the workout plan yet. Yes. J-Mac very generously. I talked about this on the previous stream. J-Mac very generously, very, very generously created both a workout and a nutrition plan. Not telling me what to eat, but just telling me like how many calories and protein I need to eat. So
what's a calorie count? Like 1,600 a day?
I have to go bring it up. I have it right here.
You don't even know how many calories you're supposed to eat.
All I know is this. I don't eat that many calories or that much protein. Okay. I need to eat more food when I'm working out.
I bet it's 1,600. I bet it's about
more than whatever I'm eating. Okay.
1,600 is not very much when you're hungry. When you're hungry, you're like, I could eat 1,600 right now.
I don't know. I mean, some days I'll eat like a crap ton of food, and some days I just kind of, don't.
Right.
That's always the way I've always been. Let's see. Hail the free voice for $20. Thanks so much. So sorry, Sitch. The whole thing in Fallout has always been capitalism helped destroy the world. Literally in every Fallout intro, it was always obvious the NCR would lose to the Brotherhood, heavily implied in New Vegas. Love you. Well, spoiler. NCR in the Fallout show does not lose to the Brotherhood at all. They lose to someone else.
This show just came out.
I know. That's why I said I'm not going to say who they. I'm not going to say. The NCR doesn't exist in the TV show. Well, I mean, it exists, but it doesn't exist currently. Like they've been wiped out. And you're like, and I remember because I'm watching the show and I'm like, where does this show take place? And when it said took place California, I said, oh, there's no NCR here. I thought, oh, maybe it's like a prequel. Like to the games or something. There's just no NCR yet. And I'm like, no, it's after the NCR. I'm like, wait, what do you mean after the NCR? So, but in terms of the capitalism, I don't agree at all. There was always my interpretation from Fallout was always, there's a great big war between the United States and China. And it was like, China was the communist.
China. Say it right. Say it right.
China. China was the communist, right? And America wasn't. And I believe in both Fallout 2 and in later Fallout games, the strong implication or direct statement is that China was responsible for the Great War, which caused all the nukes. And yeah, they would always, like one of the themes in Fallout was all the vaults, which were created by a private company, all the vaults were always sketchy and there's always some crazy experiment going on in the vaults. And that was always a part of Fallout. And so it was never saying like, oh, there aren't bad businesses or bad corporations. But again, there's a big difference between saying there's like, oh, there's an evil corporation or bad corporation, and saying like the concept of capitalism is a problem. The concept of capitalism and the thought process of capitalism, created the nuclear war or whatever. So that's what I didn't see coming in the TV show and thought was kind of lame that they added that at the end there for real no reason. But
Capitalism gets a bad rap, but it's kind of amazing.
In Fallout 4, you find the nuclear submarine that bombed America, and it's Chinese. Well, there you go. I never played Fallout 4, but there you go. Brian Alman for $10 says lifting sessions take 3 hours if you're resting properly between sets. Signed, a half-ass powerlifter. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, you gotta relax. Smoke a little ganja, take a little nap.
Well, I mean, that's only if you're doing powerlifting, right? Like if you're just like a normal normie like me or Adam, it's not gonna take 3 hours to work out, right?
What do you think I'm doing over here? This is powerlifting.
Okay. No, as you lift wormy. Nolan Gams.
That was a power lift right there.
Nolan Gams for 6 months says, A-team, I'm a pharmacy tech. It's insane seeing the prices on some of these drugs. Also, I'm really leery on most of these farm meds. There you go.
Yeah,
it's kind of crazy, these prices. Yeah.
Yeah, it is insane.
CT for 2 Canadians says, Adam helped me with a tech problem, so I'm A-team at the moment.
Sweet.
Wow.
Look at this.
Terrible.
CT coming in for the win.
Forrest for $10 says, one major issue with the advent of no-fault divorce in some states, example, Kentucky, they completely eliminated the at-fault divorce options. Cheat on your spouse and you still get the house. Some states have both. Now that, I agree, seems stupid. Getting rid of fault divorce seems retarded. If a person cheats or is being clearly abusive, that should 100% play into, divorce settlements and things of that nature. So that's
you
stupid.
get nothing.
That's really dumb. Yeah, that's
you
ridiculous.
Get nothing. That's right. Oh, look, Sula's back.
Sula for $10 says sacred can mean, quote, special. Contract termination is usually by mutual consent, whether part of the contract or not. You make a good point about no-fault divorce being part of the contract. Well, thank you. But that was weird too, is because Tim explicitly was talking about a situation where presumably 2 people want to get divorced. When I was kind of like talking about how ridiculous this was on the Twitter, people were like, well, he was talking about if only one person wanted to get divorced. I'm like, that's clearly not what he was talking about. You're basically saying that there's a contract that 2 people signed, both people want to get out of it, and then the government comes and says no. It's like, the meme picture where it's like, I consent, and then the third person is like, I don't consent. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what Tim is advocating for. I consent to divorce. And the government comes in and says, I don't consent to divorce.
And the third person is a jackbooted thug.
It's crazy.
Grendel that.
For $5 says, well, OJ is a difficult subject to summarize, but I think you 2 made a good stab at it. Well, thank you, Grant.
We did, yeah.
Yes.
We bloody tried.
Mike Hassan for $5 says, we know now Adam was born in 1969, but how old is Sitch? Sounds like he was born around the same year as me, 1989. I mean, maybe.
Not true.
Maybe. You're saying you were not born in 1969?
No, they got me right, but you incorrect.
That's around that time period. Yeah, it's around then.
I know, but
no,
2 years off.
No. Okay. Dr. Fire for 5 Canadian says, what if all hiss coming incel revolution video breakdown? I mean, I don't think we're going to do a video breakdown on that video.
Well, I was thinking of having him on to talk about it. So
right. You want him to talk to Phil, but yeah. I mean, we're not going to watch it and do a breakdown.
We'll talk about it.
Sure.
Nomad for Sitch's perspective on being an incel.
There you go. Wait a minute.
Look, that's voluntary, not involuntary.
It's a Volcel. It's a Volcel.
Oh yeah. Nomad for we already read that one, right?
Nomad. No, I didn't.
No,
Nomad for $20. Thank you so much. Did you guys get to see Trump's speech on the day Iran attacked Israel? It was just more of the same, but he did bring up TDS, and I thought of you guys. JK, great show today. S-Class is an A-team.
An A-team reigns supreme. Yeah, no, I didn't see Trump's speech, but I should check it out.
I didn't see it now.
Yeah. I've been bad. I haven't been absorbing a lot of content. I've been working on other stuff, obviously. So
right. we all need breaks from this
Putting
garbage.
the final touches on the lettering for the comic so I can finally get it printed and sent out. So
that was a very funny video. Maybe we'll just watch like the beginning of it at some point. Where our good friend's second thought was like begging for money.
No way.
Yes.
Music to my ears. Really?
He's lost all of his sponsors. I mean, he still makes good views, so I don't know. But I mean, he's a staff, so I don't know how much he pays people. But he was like, I don't know, I lost all my sponsors because I, won't hide the fact that I'm insane. So
we will be watching this next week for sure.
Right.
And doing a lot of laughing and pointing.
It's pretty funny. And then there was a clip, and I'll watch the whole thing. Hassan was on some podcast, and they asked him who he think everyone online was like bad faith. And he said he didn't think there was a single good faith person on the right, period, that exists.
Typical.
But then he said that good faith people on the left were Sam Cedar and Second Thought. And specifically the Deprogram podcast. The people that were cheering on October 7th, Hassan just said, are all like, good faith people.
Well, I mean, how is he defining good faith?
I mean, they're not. I guess that's true. They're not lying about their opinion when they cheer on October 7th.
I know. They're like.
I guess they're very. I don't know. They deleted it.
A psychopath can be good faith, right?
They deleted it. So yeah, maybe.
Well, deleting it seems a bit dishonest.
Right.
When people say bad faith, what they mean is dishonest. You're being dishonest.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Seller for $5 says he said he thought they would just do 15-week bans. No GOP politician talked about time limits until 2022. He's obviously lying. Interesting. I wonder why he thought that. That seems like
he probably thought that because the political environment. I mean, they're really going against
like strategically.
It's just bad.
In the words of George W. Bush, he thought that. Yeah.
Bad strategery.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's weird. Zero for $5 says, Sitch, I sent you the clip of Tim admitting he's a conservative on X. Oh, really?
Yeah, we should bring that up. Send it to me.
Let's see. So I can put this in the wash together.
Probably can't, but you send me the link.
It doesn't work. Well, I have to wait. How do you? Because it's a clip.
It's on
watch
X,
full
right?
video. No. It's on. They meant they sent it to me on X. It's a YouTube video.
Oh, but it's a YouTube clip video.
Oh, here, but I can just get the clip. Okay, wait. This should work. Okay, is it at 1:31:47 for you? Wait, let me.
I don't even have the watch together up, but
okay, bring it up.
Done.
Okay.
I took the Moral Foundations test. I am a liberty conservative.
A liberty conservative.
It's probably a bit too strong to say. It says my strongest moral foundation is liberty, but I'm closest to that of a conservative. And it's actually really simple to break down. First, I would say it doesn't mean I'm a conservative. I think it actually probably means I'm more libertarian than anything. But if you take a look at the Moral Foundations test, we can pull this up, give you a general understanding. So the blue graph from the test is left liberal. The red bar is conservative, and the yellow is libertarian. Green is me. So if you look at care and fairness, you can see that left liberals on average have very high care and fairness, loyalty, authority, purity, extremely low, and liberty is a bit balanced. Conservatives have care and fairness at about 60%.
Well, okay, without him going through this. That's okay. This is actually very interesting. So this is Tim's Jonathan Haidt Moral Foundation test. Okay. What do you see here that jumps out at you? There's a couple things I see that jump out at me.
I wanted to bring it up. I was trying to enlarge it here.
The things that jump out to me that are very fascinating.
The liberty is below libertarian, but
slightly. It's above conservative, but below libertarian.
Look at
his purity.
That purity is off the charts.
Now that is interesting. I would not have predicted that.
I would not have predicted that either.
His purity is crazy high.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense because he has like a very like self-righteous like energy maybe, and like he's like he's visibly disgusted by what he considers to be immoral actions maybe.
It's weird that he scores low on fairness too.
That is interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that purity is insane. 69% on purity. Wow.
I don't think I don't know if you could be libertarian and have that high purity. It's like impossible. Like, that's crazy. And then also look at how high his authority is.
Yeah.
Also surprising. It's same as a conservative. Very high. Wow. Well, it's funny. It's interesting because he's saying that he still kind of thinks he's libertarian, but I mean, this definitely shows him as being not libertarian, as being far more conservative than libertarian.
Yeah.
Which is kind of interesting. I mean, he's slightly above conservative in the liberty thing. So he's like he's conservative who would be leaning towards libertarian. But I always assumed he was way more just libertarian and not very conservative. That very high purity score is very shocking.
Yeah, I mean, the red bar is conservative, obviously, and he tracks the red bar pretty tightly there.
Yeah.
All right. So much for Tim Pool being a liberal, right?
Yes.
Loyalty about the same, authority about the same, purity about the same, and liberty a little bit high. So
I wonder how he answered the sex doll of your niece. Remember that?
He obviously entered that was disgusting and that person should be burned at the stake.
Well, I agree with that, but
right. Do they have the
when you look at
on that test, or is that just in the book?
It's not in the book. It's that they did different. The questions are not from Jonathan Haidt on this particular moral foundations test. I've taken this one before, but they have some crazy questions on there.
Yeah.
They're just like, the fuck? I think
moral foundation.
The one that we're talking about, I believe there's a question where they ask, is it okay for you to like make a sex doll of your underage niece? Like, is that all right?
I don't think it's underage. I think it's just like niece, if I recall correctly.
Oh, okay.
And then, because then the way they score it is it's like, it's not just like, is it right? Yes or no. It's like, are you neutral on it? Do you strongly think it's wrong? Do you like super ultra think it's wrong? Do you think it's okay? Or do you super ultra think it's okay?
Right. Or do you think it's great?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're actually very close to your average conservative, except I'm a little bit more libertarian, which I think makes sense because I talk about that quite a bit. And if you take a look at the guests that we tend to have, that's the case. This is actually...
He's not reading it correctly.
No.
Where does it say that? Because
it says your strongest moral foundation is liberty. So I guess he's kind of...
But that doesn't mean... Look, you could track with conservative. Look, see where your purity is like giant compared to libertarian? See the libertarian, that little tiny?
Yes.
Yeah. You're not like libertarian at all, Tim.
Though I do think they need to add a fourth or a fifth bar, because I think we need you, left, liberal, socialist, conservative, libertarian. Like, I want to see if socialists get like a different score than the left liberals.
On purity?
On everything.
Yeah.
Worrying to me. The idea that liberals don't care much for loyalty, authority, or purity. And it's not surprising when you take a look at their politics.
You know what's funny? He said it bothers him that liberals don't think much about loyalty, authority, or purity. Right?
Right.
Which is true. They don't care as much as conservatives do. But liberals and libertarians are basically aligned on those three issues.
They are.
So funny.
Yeah. This is why I constantly, and this is good because check it out. This is why I constantly say, like, libertarians are more on the left than the right. I mean, they're voting with the right now because they perceive the enemy being the same enemy as the right. The right thinks like the state is the enemy.
Yeah, right, right.
But you can see the libertarian is the gold, and the blue is the progressive. Purity, they're like identical.
Yeah.
Authority, they're like identical. Loyalty, they're like identical. I mean, right?
Right.
How are they supposed to be aligned with the conservative? Look how different they are than conservatives.
Yep.
And these are the moral foundations where everyone says, all the conservatives say libertarians are not conservatives. Don't think that they are.
Well, that's why I always say it's ridiculous when we're talking about left-right dichotomy, and people in America want to say the left-right dichotomy is government versus libertarian. I'm like, that's not how any of this works.
No, not at all. Yeah.
No.
Way too simple an analysis.
Right. Well, thanks for saying this clip. This is a pretty interesting clip.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, very fascinating. Sashman for 15 months says, "Sup, boys? Either of you two played any of the Fallout games? I definitely watch either of you boys playing New Vegas. Also, the show is good, in my opinion. I played.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. I played 3 and New Vegas, and I played part of 2, but I never finished it.
I was gonna watch that Fallout game. It seemed, or the Fallout show on Netflix.
You might like it, yeah.
Interesting, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I couldn't get into it for some reason. I am curious. So I'm curious as to your take, or I'm curious to take of people who don't know anything about Fallout, because I feel like, I mean, I know, a good amount of Fallout from 3 in New Vegas, and I feel like they don't do a good job explaining the world for a really long time.
Well, I'm perfect for that.
If you're a person watching this show without knowledge about Fallout, you're like, what the fuck is happening? Like, it just seems like there's a lot of stuff that's just too confusing to new viewers. So
I watched some of that Parasite. I think is that on Netflix?
It is. I haven't seen
the
it.
live action Parasite.
Yeah.
It was pretty good.
Okay, cool.
I found it entertaining, interesting.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I kind of found it a little meandering.
Oof. Ouch. I don't like that.
It feels kind of like the experience of playing the game, which is fine for the game. And they even joke about that, where it's like, you get sidetracked a lot, which is like, yeah, in the game, you have a main quest and you get sidetracked a lot. And I'm like, okay, that's fine for a video game. I don't know how fine
not for a show, yeah.
Show that is, right?
Right, yeah.
They did nail the visual aesthetic. It visually looked pretty good. That is true.
Yeah, and it does look nice.
I liked the actor who played the ghoul, whose name escapes me. He's a very good actor. I did like that they didn't make the girl a girl boss, which was nice. It is not woke, which is nice. I mean, there is the weird anti-capitalist shit at the end, but it is not a woke TV show. So.
This doesn't sound good. David Puff says it's only 8 episodes, but it feels longer. Oof.
Yeah, I got kind of bored by it. But I finished it, but I found it a little boring. David Puff says, I know fuck all about Fallout. It took a long time to make sense. Yeah, I think that would be the big concern for people that don't know about Fallout. You'd be watching this very, very, very confused of what's going on. And there's a thing at the end, which I don't want to spoil, that to me was like insanely stupid. And I don't know if it's just a plot hole or they're going to explain it next season, but there was something at the end, some big reveal at the end that was so stupid. I was like laughing. I was like, this is so retarded. And I haven't really seen people talking about it. But.
Ouch.
But if you watch it, we'll talk about it.
I'll put it on while I'm working on the comic.
Okay. The Fallout writer tried to do a cute Easter egg on Twitter, but accidentally said the main character in Fallout 4 was a war criminal named Visco. Okay. Mr. Ubercross for $5 says marriage is the same level of, quote, contract as a business relationship. The court doesn't make you keep working together. Assets are split and you go. That makes sense. Yeah.
Nice.
Because it's just like you need someone to adjudicate, splitting of assets, right? Not to make you keep working together. Dan Richards for 2 months says Adam looks like he was born in 1989.
Well,
Adam
thank
looks like
you.
a young lad.
Yeah, thanks.
There you go.
It's all that clean living.
Staying out of the sun, I think.
Yeah. Although I did have a convert when I was in my 20s, I always had a convertible, which I did spend way too much time in the sun, but.
You're right, Mr. Bacraz. They never explain in the show how ghouls work. I didn't even think about that. Kind of like an important plot point. They literally never explain how ghouls work in the TV show. That's super weird.
Ouch.
They kind of did change it, at least in the Falls that I played. They changed what makes ghouls go feral. I don't remember ghouls ever having to like constantly take medicine or like prevent them from going feral. I don't believe they ever explained what makes them go feral in the games that I played. So Hoots for 11 months says, who would you say is the most iconic video game character? Also, S class is a base class and A team is America team.
That's a tough one. I don't know a lot of characters.
I would say it's easy.
Oh,
the most iconic video game character is Mario.
Like Lara Croft. Oh no.
When you say Mario?
You went in a total different direction.
Right.
Mario, huh?
Iconic.
Not Donkey Kong?
No fucking way.
Like Lara Croft has a movie though.
Mario has a movie.
Yeah, but Lara Croft's movie came out way before Mario.
That's not true.
Oh, you're right.
The live action movie was just terrible.
Yeah, you're right. They did try to capitalize on Mario long before Lara Croft, right?
Yeah, and iconic just means like the most, like everyone knows who this is, like the most representative of the thing, right?
Right.
I don't think Lara Croft is really that
recognizable.
Or recognizable, yeah. Like if you were to ask everyone on Earth to name like a video game
Pac-Man
character,
then?
I think Mario would probably be the top answer.
No, Pac-Man.
You think Pac-Man would be?
Pac-Man's bigger than Mario, yeah.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Pac-Man by a mile.
No, I'm gonna stick with Mario. I'm gonna say Mario.
Okay.
I mean, Pac-Man is definitely not relevant today at all, right?
Of course not, but it's iconic. I mean, it's basically an icon.
I mean, yeah, sure. I think Mario would beat Pac-Man.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Mario.
Let's ask
Albert
ChatGPT.
For 15 months says, we love you guys. Well, thank you, Albert. We love you too.
Of course.
Yeah, see what ChatGPT says. Who is the most iconic video game character of all time? And why is it Mario?
I'm even going to put in the S class and A team part and see if it trips up ChatGPT.
Does it confuses it?
Who would you say is the most iconic video game character? Also, S class is base class and A team is America team. Okay. Let's see. The most iconic video game character is a tough call.
No, thank you, ChatGPT.
But if we're going purely by global recognition and enduring popularity, it's hard to argue against
Mario.
Mario from Nintendo's Mario franchise.
Look, there you go.
He's been around since the early days of gaming and has maintained a strong presence in the industry ever since. With his trademark red cap, mustache, and overalls, Mario is instantly recognizable to people of all ages around the world. As for S-Class and A-Team, it sounds like you're referring to the ranking or categorizing characters or teams in some sort of gaming context. Could you provide more context or clarity? What do you mean by those terms?
Just say no. I will provide no additional context. See what it says.
No, thank you. You're welcome.
Okay.
Do you have any more questions?
No, but
or
there
if
was
anything else I can assist you with. Feel free to ask. There's
a couple of these programs I've actually had a lot of fun with recently, the last couple of days. that are these programs, the AI music generators, where you just type in a prompt and it'll make a song, like a 30-second song.
Right.
And there's some of them are actually like pretty amazing.
Really? Yeah. It's just, we live in a fascinating world, Sitch.
I'll probably try to extend one and put it on Twitter at some point. I got one to make a pretty decent song about God of War 4, but in the style of a Broadway musical. And it was pretty funny. And it sounds like really like, it doesn't sound like AI voices. It sounds like real people. It's pretty shocking. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, I'm just imagining a scenario where you have a happy marriage and your partner hits their head, develops brain damage, and becomes completely changed and irritable all the time. And Tim's quote, don't get married makes no sense. Well, I would hope even in that extreme of scenario, you'd agree that that doesn't make sense. Knight of the Diamond Spoon for $10 says, isn't that the whole point of dating, is to find out if both of you are compatible? Dating should last 3 years minimum, and 2 of those years should be living together. I mean, that should be the point of dating, to find out if you're compatible. I don't know what the average length of time people date before getting married, but I would be shocked if it was 3 years. I think most people probably date less, probably way less than that before they get married. What do you
2
think?
weeks is the optimum amount of time.
Oh, really? Only 2 weeks?
Yeah, look. You just go in for a job interview and you take the job or don't. I mean, why has it got to be such a long, drawn out process? Right?
Let's see. Oh, I was wrong. It says, according to bridges.com, the American couple typically spends an average of 2 years before getting married. 2 to 5 years before getting married. Well, there you go.
Perfect.
When actually the younger you go, the longer it gets. So younger 25 to 34-year-olds tend to wait an average of 6.5 years before getting married. Wow. Interesting.
Wow.
I wonder if that will actually help people not get divorced. It seems like it should, right?
Yeah, I think people getting married later is better. I think.
I agree.
That helps the divorce rates.
I would agree. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, I've obtained top secret information suggesting, oh my God.
No, what is, is this Sammy G related?
Dr. Diddler says, that's what Dr. Diddler says. Okay, I'm not saying this. I've obtained top secret information suggesting that the diminutive gremlin creature, Sammy G, is in fact racist towards Brazilians and probably eats used Q-tips. She also refuses to fight me.
Sammy, stop eating Q-tips. I hope you're not eating them after you use them.
Yeah, let's get fresh Q-tips. Wow, look at this. The Dr. Diddler Sammy G rivalry continues. Feud, yeah. Look at that. I know that they're both fighting for my affection, so now they have to attack each other.
Look at this. Sammy G, take his wrench away. Oh no. Look at this.
There you go. Terrible. Okay. Dr. Diddler for another $2 says, dating is something where the more experience you have at it, the less valuable your advice is. That's my wisdom. I mean, maybe it's a fair point. So, Sodos for $2 says, Sitch is completely incorrect. Marriage only falls apart because of children. Before them, marriages are always happy and successful. At least that's what my mama says for why I can't seem to find dad anymore.
Oh, that sucks.
There you go. Terrible. Terrible.
It is hard. And I guess this is something that might not come up in conversations when you're dating, but I think there can be conflicting parenting styles that are not really discussed until you have kids, and then you kind of thrust into it.
That's
true. And that could be a source of a lot of conflict, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could see that being the case.
Chuckle Desk for 17 months says, nah, Sonic the Hedgehog is the most iconic. No way. Most people over 35 probably don't know who Sonic the Hedgehog is. So I don't agree with that. Angry Bellsprout for $10 says, really late, but isn't this the same episode where Sean went on about ethno-states being great? Example, Israel for the Jews, just like France for the French and Germany for the Germans. Thought 1940s answered that. I don't know if I'm assuming you're like memeing or something, but they don't talk anything about ethno-states in that video. So I don't know what you're referring to. Okay. Anyways.
Is that it?
That's it.
We made it to the end. Wow.
We made it to the end.
What time is it?
There you go.
So I guess tomorrow we're having a guest on.
We are, yeah.
She did a TikTok video that Libs of TikTok shared and kind of called her out for. But it seemed like it was some kind of miscommunication. So she said she was a Sitch and Adam fan.
Wow.
So I reached out to her. Well, I saw her on Twitter and we exchanged DMs and I said, come on the show, talk to us about it. Sounds fun. So we'll talk to her tomorrow. Might cover some stories too.
Devin Goat, thanks so much for 12 months. Devin Goat says the NCR not existing absolutely infuriates me. Also, Adam, please read Going Postal and Making Money. I'd really like your opinion. Short, funny book.
Going Postal.
Yes.
I'll check it out. Look, I'm in need of a good
Going
book
Postal
right
and
now.
Making Money.
Are those two different books or the same book?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. You can figure it out. Anyways. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donation. Thank you both, Sean of Actual Justice Warrior and Sean of Think Before You Sleep for coming on and talking to us. And thank you for listening. Thank you for making it to the end of the stream. You are the true superhero. You are the true anime protagonist. You are the true ghouls and wanderers of the wasteland. You are the true survivors. You don't need no vaults to survive. You will drink all the radioactive water and piss it back out into the engine to power the city of the dreams in the future. You are the true creators of all the AI songs. There are no AI songs. It's just your brains being tapped into the great machine by the government and aliens, reaping us all together, wrangling us all together in a wide net of collective consciousness. That's the truth, everyone. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to the AI. It's really the collective consciousness. They're picking all of our thoughts and dreams, and they're profiting off of it. Why are we letting them do this? Why are
Bye-bye.